explanation for things disappearing or whatever. So
Yeah, like
just
the
straight up, like
uncertainty.
perspective alone is just not going to do it, guys. I don't know who needs to hear that, but it can't.
Wait a minute.
You got things disappearing. You got things disappearing, but then I can see things behind. Like, say there's a skyscraper in the distance, and I can see the top of the skyscraper, but then the boat disappears or something. Like, you can see past that point.
So are you referring to like a perceivable edge, as in like the horizon line rising to your eye line? Or are you referring to something traveling away from you and you're maintaining a close proximity to the floor?
I'm talking about things on the ground when a ship goes away from you and you can't zoom in on the bottom half of it, but I can see a skyscraper in the background.
Okay, so as that boat disappears, okay, but hold on a second. I thought there's video out there that shows boats literally not being able to be perceived by the naked eye, but then they're able to bring it back into view. Yeah, there's an observation actually on I think a Florida coastline.
I've seen that.
Where, yeah. So no,
I've
dude,
seen
you're
that,
able to
yeah.
bring things back into perspective by changing your angular distance to the horizon. For sure, you can. You can't claim that.
No, now you can zoom a boat back in, but once it's like beyond the horizon or whatever, past that point, like you can't zoom it back in anymore.
Right. So there's the times where I agree, the visual ramping, right? The where the boat will ride the floor up to that line, and then it literally almost gets to that line, crests, and then falls off, and you see that the top of it being dissolved. Well, I only say that that happens because the boat itself, like if you take a sailboat, the deck of the boat is like 1/3. The sail is 2/3. So that the floor, the deck of the boat, would get, quote, eaten up by the horizon first because it's the closest thing to the floor. The sail is the furthest thing away from the floor. So it'd be the last thing to disappear. At least that's how I understand perspective to work.
The
Did that all
problem
make
with
sense,
using
Jeremy?
kinda, but the problem with using perspective alone is things going underneath the horizontal line, right? Like perspective don't do that. You know a perspective grid where everything converges towards that center point. It's got all the lines on it and the squares with the boxes. Like
Yep,
nothing that's on top of the horizontal line in perspective ever crosses underneath the horizontal line, right?
I got you.
Yeah. So if you see that happening, then it can't be perspective, right?
Yeah, that would be a physical barrier cross.
Well, no, not. It doesn't even need to be a barrier. Like you can see that with a moon set, a sunrise, whatever. Like buildings, ships, anything. Like just go out there and with any kind of like measuring tool, and shit will be underneath the horizontal line. That's not supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? Look at B-Ball's photos. All those photos B-Ball's always posting. He's got stories of buildings underneath the horizontal line. Like that's not. He's on sea level. Anytime there's a moon set or a moonrise, like part of the moon's underneath horizontal, we know that can't be right. I'm just saying perspective alone is not gonna. It doesn't cut it. It's definitely part of the reason I wouldn't discount perspective, but that can't be it. I don't think, unless that perspective grid's not true, which I think it is.
Does that blocking only happen over water?
What's up?
This claim, the blocking that Jeremy's referring to, does that only happen over water?
No, it would happen over really flat land. But the problem is it's hard to get land that flat, and then you don't know if it's mountains or hills or the terrain or topography. So it's just easier to talk about when you look at things over water.
It's really, for me, it's not even about the blocking part. It's about things being underneath the horizontal line when they're not supposed to be, like the sun or the moon or buildings or ships. Shit that shouldn't be under your horizontal line. Shit that should clearly be over your horizontal line is under it. That's an issue that perspective can't resolve. Like, forget the blocking. Don't even worry about the blocking part. It's all about things being underneath that line, that horizontal line. Which is why I think it's something to do with the way light's been. I mean, we know shit is shifting all over the place out there. Look at a black swan one day and then a black swan another day. Skunk Bay, tons. There's just tons of things where you have two static positions and shit is shifting around in the distance. So, like, whatever that is, you call it light bending, whatever you want to call that effect, like, that effect happens and shit is moving around in the distance. So I'm guessing, like, what is the actual position of the thing that we're seeing? Is it where we see it? Probably not. If the Earth is flat, those can't be the actual positions, because otherwise you have things below your horizontal that are impossible to have below your horizontal. If those Skunk Bay and Black Swan images showed us anything, it showed us that optics. It showed us that we're not seeing actual positions, which is what you would need to make some kind of like geometric plane. Like when you're doing geometry on paper, you're not using like apparent positions. You got all your lines and dots and everything's right on the paper. You know what I'm saying? So you can do geometry with these actual positions of the dots. Like when you're looking out miles and miles, like you don't have an actual position. That's why I don't have any. There's very little you can do with long distance observations. Very little. Otherwise, you're gonna just get bogged down in some bullshit refraction argument.
Yeah,
Which
I
the last
agree.
one I had was, what's up?
I said I agree. Like squinting at the horizon isn't going to be helpful for either side that much.
There is something you could do that would make sense. It was actually Ranty's idea right before he left. He had an idea to take a camera on Earth. You're standing on the ground, you take a picture of the moon, you put that same camera, same settings on a high altitude balloon, you send it up, you take another picture of the moon when it's up high, 100 whatever thousand feet, 100,000 feet, and then you get the pictures and you compare them. And you see if the moon got bigger, did it get smaller? According to the globe model, it should get small. It should get bigger, right? What if the atmosphere is magnifying things and it actually gets smaller because now we've gotten out of a layer of the atmosphere that was magnifying it? So that would be
Well,
neat to
you
do.
could do the same thing. You could do the same thing during a full moon, like from moonrise to moonset during a full moon, and see if it appears the same size all night long.
No, you need to get up out of the thing. If there's some kind of magnification effect happening, then we need to get up out of.
But even if you're at the same point on the ground, if the moon is coming towards you, it'll be experiencing more atmosphere than right above you. It's less atmosphere than as it sets, more and more atmosphere. So that would be another easier way to do a similar thing. I agree that Ranty's idea is an interesting thing, though.
You wouldn't be able to tell just from being on the ground, though, because if you're on the ground and the moon rises and it's supposed to be small, because it's farther away from you, but you're looking through the thickest layer of the atmosphere, which is magnifying it so it looks bigger. Then as it starts to go above you, the magnification becomes less, but now it's actually getting bigger. So it appears to stay the same size the whole time because of this magnification effect that's around us.
So the
Like I
magnification
don't think you
effect.
can tell. Oh, go ahead.
So I'm just going to ask. So you're saying the magnification effect exactly matches the change due to perspective?
It could make things stay the same size, and I have some deep questions about that double the distance, half the size thing.
Yeah,
Has
yeah.
that
It's
ever
just
been tried? Yeah, has that ever been tried? Yeah, I know that's what perspective is, but I'm wondering if there is any atmospheric effects in that. Have tests ever been done in a vacuum with a perspective test?
That's a good question. I mean, it doesn't seem like there would be any reason for it to be different. So I don't know why it would
Well,
be.
unless the atmosphere is magnifying things, then there would be a difference. It may be slight. Say you have a 2-foot vacuum. Yeah, you may not be able to tell any difference, but over miles of atmosphere, there may be some effect happening.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It'd be like trying to measure the curvature of water, but you're doing it in a fish tank. Like you would come away thinking water doesn't curve.
Right.
You know what I mean? Just like when they drop things in a vacuum, they think things fall at the same rate in a vacuum. There's no way. It's not even possible for things to fall at the same rate in a vacuum because there's
Wait, why
drag,
not?
very little, but you're just not dropping things from high enough. You would see the difference if you drop them higher.
Well, you're saying that there is a difference, but it's just a really small difference, like dropping a bowling ball and a feather.
Yeah, if you drop a bowling ball and a feather from 10, 20, 50 feet, yeah, they may appear to hit the ground at the same time. It may be off a little teeny tiny bit, maybe a nanosecond or something, but it's going to appear to hit at the same time.
Right, right.
Now, if you drop that, but there's still drag though. Like it's not a perfect vacuum, so there's still drag in there. There's still air molecules in there. And the farther you let that thing fall, the more of an effect it's going to have. And the feather's not going to hit the same time as a bowling ball
Yeah,
because of
I
the
think you're
drag.
right. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Some of these tests are not being done over a long enough distance. Just like plumb lines, we can tangibly measure plumb lines not deviating, staying parallel. Now we get farther away. You guys say you're doing it optically with reciprocal zenith angles and the deviation of plumb, whatever that thing is. But now we're back to the whole refraction, which way is the light bending. That's all based on things appearing lower. The whole reciprocal zenith angles, that's just based on things appearing lower in the distance. That's not even anything. That's the same thing as looking out and seeing, B-balls observations or whatever.
Right, and what you're saying, even if we were 20 miles apart, we only would be claiming that the plumb lines would be different by less than 0.3 degrees. So 0.3 degrees at 20 miles apart is going to be hard to measure.
Yeah, well, I mean, no, you guys claim you could do it over. Would Maine Surveyor do it over 400 meters or 1,400 meters or something, whatever? But it's all optical, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's totally based on things dropping in the distance. That's the only reason why you think they're deviating is because that thing looks lower in the distance. You know how reciprocal zenith angle is
Yeah.
measured, right?
Yeah.
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 It's like, oh, this thing's dropping. We're gonna give it a different degree, and now we're coming up with more than 180, and boom, they must be deviating. When really, who knows? Like tangibly, in a fish tank, water's not curving. Tangibly, plumb lines aren't deviating. You know what I'm saying? It's all over these longer distances where you guys say these crazy things are happening, but it could just be all optical.
Yeah, like the same angular size of the moon, the full moon all night long. It appears the same angular size all for 10 hours in a row.
Well, the sky is crazy, dude. Even when you get to the sky, the celestial bodies, the moon, the sun, the stars, now shit gets even crazier with what kind of optical effects can be going on. I personally think the sky is some kind of like mirror reflection, or I don't know. Could be like some kind of reflection thing going on up there. I mean, who knows what's going on up there? I'd like to see plumb lines measure. Yo, listen to this. Where is like the standard? Okay, Matthew. Let's say somebody has you in a 2-story room, no windows. You don't know where you are. They blindfolded you, kidnapped, knocked you out, drove you around in circles, and brought you to this building. They say, build me a full cult pendulum. We'll get you whatever you need in this room, but all you can do is make a pendulum with anything we give you. And you got one shot. You just make this thing, do it once, and then tell me your latitude. Do you think you could do that?
I don't think I could do that. I think it is possible for somebody who knows a lot more about engineering, and if you could make a big enough pendulum with and minimize the drag and no wind currents, and then you'd have to know the formula. I don't know the formula about it, you'd have to have a clock. I don't know the formula for how much rotation you would expect based on the
Yeah. No, forget the math. Yeah, they'll give you the math after. You just need to be able to build the pendulum and get the right precession, and they'll give you the whole formula and everything after. Bro, I'm looking for the. Go ahead.
I would expect it's possible. You're looking for which?
Bro, I'm looking for the friggin'. You know, if you get a dresser or some shit from IKEA or one of those things with a million pieces you got to assemble. You know what I'm talking about? It's got this crazy screws and all the weird fucking nuts and shit.
There's a little bag with all that stuff in it.
Yeah. Now, if you get all the stuff, if they give you all the parts, right? They give you all the tools to assemble it with, and they give you actually good instructions on how to assemble it. That dresser or whatever you're building, it'll work, right? Like every time.
Yeah, it should.
Yeah, it should work every time. Like there's not going to be many times where you build that thing correctly, where it's all built, all the pieces are correct, and it doesn't work. Like, I don't know if that would ever happen. That's what I'm looking for with a Foucault pendulum. Like, where is the instructions to build one where it just works, and you don't have to like tweak it or fuck with it or anything.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know who has
Like
those instructions.
When I build that IKEA furniture or the shit from Walmart or Target or wherever my wife gets all this bullshit from, that I have to fucking assemble and it's crazy, I never have to fuck with it after, as long as I assembled it right. You know what I'm saying? It's good. I may have to take it apart a few times or whatever because I didn't read the instructions, but if I do follow the instructions, it always works. That's what I'm looking for with the Foucault pendulum. Because we got an eclipse coming up. That's big. That's big for the Foucault pendulum. I want to get some instructions on how to get this shit right so that we can see if we can actually get the Elias effect. That would be huge. There's no talk. You can't walk it back. You can't talk your way out of it. There's nothing you could do if we got the Elias effect. You know what that is, Matthew?
It's the effect that the sun, when the sun and the moon line up, it changes. Is it the tides?
Well, there was a guy, Elias, and he claims that he measured this effect on a Foucault pendulum during an eclipse where it doesn't precess. Yeah, well, that's the claim. It hasn't been able to be replicated yet. I don't know how hard they're trying to do that because it would absolutely destroy the whole model. So I don't know who's really gunning to do that. But I feel like that would be a good thing for us to do if we could build these pendulums for relatively cheap, you know, a couple $100, few $100. We at least get a few of them out there and see, because that shit's about to cross America next year. Was it next year?
No, it's October 14th, in 15 days from now.
Yeah, so we need this fucking pendulum schematic.
And then April 8th also next year.
That's perfectly correct. Well done, Matthew. October and April, indeed. I think April 8th. And as you said,
8th.
October 14th. Yeah.
Yeah, Saturday,
I think.
October 14th, and then Monday, April 8th, 2024.
I think it's
Yeah, but where's the
11
one this year?
a.m.
The one in
Eastern. It'll cross through Texas, through the Eastern
There
Star.
is a spot in
Go ahead,
Texas that will
sorry.
see both of them. But you'll be able to see the partial eclipse in the whole country, the whole continental U.S.
Yeah, we want to have pendulums going all over the place when this happens. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm looking for the blueprint of how to build this, standard working Foucault pendulum.
What's crazy about this eclipse in October is they're saying it actually is creating the, I think, the Aleph and the Ta written across America from east to west.
Well,
Or sorry, west east.
Yeah, it's two straight lines, so they kind of cross. It looks like an X.
Look at that, like, arced path that the that line is presenting in your observation, Matthew.
Uh-huh.
Like, I think about local observations where you see like a celestial body like the sun above water, and it gives you like this straight line right to the person perceiving the sun setting over the water body, and it's like a straight shot. It's a straight light beam to that person.
Right.
But then I look at this and I'm like, hold on, there's an arc with the eclipse. Interesting.
Yeah, because the eclipse is a path, not any one moment in time. It's a path of the several moments in time as things are rotating. So you'd expect it to be curved. In fact, these were calculated based on the 3D models of globe, Earth, and Sun and Moon orbits.
Oh, right. So the celestial body would be moving across an arced path then. Is that right?
So the moon is traveling in a curved orbit, and at the same time the Earth is rotating, and it's curved at the point where the shadow is too. So those things all add up to being that curved path.
So both the sun and the Earth, or sorry, the moon and the Earth are both moving.
Yeah, that's why the eclipse goes from west to east. I mean, it's, you know what I mean? It starts on the west coast, and the path of totality goes towards the east, from Oregon all the way to Texas.
Interesting.
Are you going to be able to see it? Like 2 Saturdays from now?
I should be able to.
Yeah, it's in the morning. It's like 9 a.m. or something in Pacific time.
11 a.m. Eastern when I catch it, from my understanding. The UTC time on it is, I think, 3:15 p.m., I believe.
Sounds about right. What's a major city within a couple 100 miles of you?
I'm in Ontario, Canada, Eastern time zone. So it'll be like 11 a.m. my local, 11:15 my local.
Right. Oh yeah, it's like it's a spiked protein, but they didn't spike the cocktail. Right. Is that what you mean?
I posted a link with details about what the eclipse will look like 2 weeks from today from Ontario, from Toronto specifically.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I'll take a peek.
Yeah,
If you want to make money, get some of those glasses and sell them on the street. Last time I had to pay $20 for a pair of them. Before I knew you couldn't stare at the sun.
Yeah, you can go to
I have
Burger King.
I have a dozen of them sitting right in front of me.
Yeah,
Thank
I literally had to
goodness.
go to. I literally went to downtown Tulsa, and there was a line of hundreds of people, and some guy just selling them out of like a box he bought from China for $20 a pop. I mean, he literally must have made $20,000.
Wow.
Yeah, man. Next time, cash in on the eclipse. Boom. Get them Chinese eclipse glasses. It'll pay for the trip to go see the eclipse.
Plus, if you
And
don't
that's
sell them
what-
all, it's
worth
okay
it.
because you can sell them in April.
I travel the world checking out eclipses, selling people glasses. I'm doing this, guys.
Yeah, some people
was
really know
lucky
how to
enough-
make money.
I was lucky enough
Sorry.
to have somebody like gift me a pair while I was in New Mexico, and I thought that like my eyes were strong enough to just like eclipse it, no problem. But that's not the case. And without these glasses, it would have been no fun.
Has anyone been like in the path of totality? It's like really one of the craziest experiences of my life. It's very
I
bizarre.
agree. I saw the one in
92%.
2017.
It even fools the animals and the bugs and stuff. Like the bugs start freaking out. It's really crazy.
Yeah. The eerie, weird, like almost ultraviolet light that's just there for a minute or two. What do you think about that?
But yeah, like the shadows were weird from the leaves and stuff like that, and the bugs freaking out at like the thing that I thought of immediately
Like, why are those
was like,
shadows weird? Like, why does that
Yeah.
even happen?
and it's like I was just thinking like you understand why like cavemen or something like thought like the world was ending during these things, you know?
Well, no, like in New Mexico petroglyph forest, there's like national for. It's not. There's no trees. I don't. But the monument itself, like, yeah, it was marked like some long time ago by some people with rocks. This like site is basically the path to totality there, and it's the same basically. So it's like they would have known something if they were like, oh yeah, we figured out where it was going to be, and then we made a marker there or something.
Yeah, that's like one of the most like dumbfounding things I've ever come across is how these like, you know, hunter gatherers or whatever you want to call it, these ancient people like were able to track the stars. Like I was in Arizona and I visited like one of these stone calendars, and it was like a full calendar of the year, and like the tribe would just wander there once a year, but they had marked out like when to plant crops, when to harvest them, when to marry, when there would be eclipses, all of this sort of stuff, and it was all based on like the shadow coming down off another like rock far away. And you're just thinking,
Right.
how the heck did they figure this out without pen, without paper, without computers, without whatever?
Yeah, just some dashes on a rock. They're looking at the shadow and stuff like that. That makes sense. Sure. Whew. Yeah. Stone dolmens, I think they're called sometimes. And they'll have some petroglyph inscriptions. But yeah, just because they didn't also like leave up billboards doesn't also then mean that they were like ignorant of things that were important to, like for survival that we would use now.
Yeah, man. I mean, I think that they were smarter than us in a lot of ways, and probably ways that we can't even comprehend or, you know, even contemplate.
Do you reckon people got dumber? Like 2023 modern human, is it the highest apex point it can be right now? Can
No,
we get smarter?
the apex was 9/11. Ever since then, it's been downhill.
We've got so much information in our brains, though.
But you also have misinformation.
Right?
Yeah, I definitely feel like we're on a downward curve.
Well, I think the nuance here is that we found that the closer you get to the natural way, that's the most optimal way, and they were just more in tune with the natural way. Right. So we added a bunch of steps to it, which actually just ended up being detrimental.
Like, are you talking about like the natural way to live life?
Yeah, like pretty much every way, like the food, birthing the children, raising the children, all that. Yeah.
Like I keep thinking about that too. Like that's one of my realizations is that there is like a natural way to live, and if you go like with that way, like whereas like so much of our culture is and it takes a lot to actually make people go against that. You know, so like all these systems that have caused us to be so backwards, like they're pretty intricate. You know, like all the years of paying farmers to like you know how like it's not easy to make high fructose corn syrups and all these like really unhealthy processed foods, but they've been like subsidizing it for a long time, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and that's why certain foods are cheaper, because the government subsidies. Like the foods that are really bad for you are subsidized. Which is hilarious. Like I think so one of the major things when you start to wake up is like food, right? Like when you start to kind of become a truther, you're like, oh, everything is poison and that's what's causing all the illnesses. They didn't have any of that problem. People didn't have to wake up back in the day and be like, oh man, I need to watch out for, glyphosate. Like they just, all their food was pretty legit.
621. 621, bro. MSG.
You know, they want you to eat the seed oils. Seed oils are really bad for you.
Correct. They are. They're in like everything, dude.
So why isn't it outlawed to be in our food if it's really unhealthy for us?
Because it increases shelf life.
Because they love us. And they care about us heaps.
That's fucking bullshit. Wait. So their excuse, like the mainstream excuse is, yeah, we poison our food so the food can last longer. Don't you want the people lasting longer, not the fucking food? The food can be regrown and consumed. The people, when they die, they won't. I mean, if they don't have any kids, they can't be replaced.
Yeah, it is with everything. That's
The
why
problem
they
is
put that
though,
stuff
like
in the jab.
for some reason there aren't enough people rebelling against it.
Yeah,
like so many people, like they still eat the food. So
Yeah,
like,
'cause
why do they keep eating it?
Because
it's an addiction.
They're dumb. They love
believe in the
sugar.
propaganda, man. It's all propaganda. They believe in the propaganda.
They love
a
being
lot of people.
consumerist.
A lot of people
Hey,
believe
did you
that.
hear him talk?
Yo, someone's talking.
Yeah, a lot of people believe that man can't destroy the earth. Now, it's very clear and evident that you can ruin a localized area where no life can actually exist in that area, and man can do that. And he does say he's coming to destroy those who destroy the earth. So yeah, we have, and really about 300 years just in the area I'm in, they've almost totally destroyed the fishing, the wildlife. I mean, there's some chemicals you mix, and there's no unmixing them. There's no getting it out. Once it's mixed, it's mixed. So they polluted a lot of river systems, and a lot of the food source has been contaminated, and it's terrible, man. People do need to speak out about it, and people do need to do more and actually go up to these people who are spraying these chemicals and dumping these things into the river and actually do something.
Yeah, it's definitely ignorance, right? So there's just an ample opportunity to get distracted now. There's so many things to get distracted by, and people are ignorant. So, like, if you talk to the average person, they do not know that the jabs they give children are from replicated stem cells from aborted fetal tissues, and that there are heavy metals that are neurotoxins inside of them. And the official reason why they're in them is it's a preservative. Same thing with the food. The average person has no idea that the stuff that's poisonous is in the food just because it increases shelf life. So that's the real, like, if everyone knew that, a lot more people would be mad. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just that no one knows. If you talk to the average person, they do not know that.
Yeah, but
and
weirdly, I've encountered people who, even when they do know, they seem to think that the pleasure outweighs the effects. Because, like, when I was in the process of, like, waking up to all this, I mean, I've been awake to the food for a long time, but, like, one of my friends, we're talking about Tom Brady and his, like, fitness regime, and she mentioned how, oh, apparently he avoids tomato sauce because it causes inflammation, but, like, that's so weird that he's doing that because, I mean, then you can't enjoy tomato sauce. Like, it's like in her mind, enjoying tomato sauce somehow is better than, like, avoiding the inflammation. And it was, like, baffling to me since Tom Brady is an athlete. But, like, in her mind, she would never give up something that she liked for the sake of physical performance.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I think most people wouldn't care. Like, I've had conversations with people who are like definitely against abortion, and then you tell them that there's aborted, stem cells in some of these vaccines, and they just shrug their shoulders, like, "Well, I guess they have to do it." It's the same thing that people did with mask and all that. They just, if the TV people tell them to do it, then they just shrug their shoulders and say, "Okay."
Yeah,
Well,
I
yeah,
wanted
there's
to.
no doubt that's true.
I'm against abortion, but since the government isn't allowing me to go inside of a nightclub during this quote unquote scamdemic, I'm gonna get aborted fetal tissues pumped right into my veins.
Well, those were a little different. I don't even know if those were in that. But yeah, just the ones that they give everyone else. Like, it's funny too because I'll talk to, like, people who claim to believe in the Bible, and actually, like, my cousin, and I told her about this, and she did not know. She got mad. Like, she was like, "That's not true. Stop saying all this stuff." I'm like, "No, it is true. It is true." And I feel like for her, she just, like, pulled it out of her brain. You know what I'm saying? She just chose to forget it and not look further. Like if you see your girl, like, messaging someone in the corner, and every time you come in, she, like, quickly closes the app and turns her phone down. You can either, like, ask her what's going on or look into it, or you can just pretend you don't notice that she's clearly messaging someone else every time that you're not around. And I think some people would literally just, like, convince themselves not to look into it because the truth may be uncomfortable and inconvenient. I think I think it does all come back to ignorance, even if it's, like, willful ignorance. Like, there are some people that would be like, you only live once, I'll consume the poison. But I actually think that the numbers would be significantly higher of people that didn't want to comply if they weren't ignorant. But there's different types of ignorance, right? There's willful ignorance. So I'm just saying, like, that's kind of my experience. I know truthers, though, that will just go to, Wendy's and Taco Bell regularly and stuff. So there's definitely those people as well.
They're not real truthers, though.
Tomato sauce doesn't cause inflammation if it's natural.
Well, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to get food, especially if someone's financially burdened and stuff. Like it's a convenience thing, I'd say, more so than anything else. Because really, that's got to be it. It's mostly convenience. They just make it unconvenient, and then they give you excuses to rationalize it in your head. So then you take the easy.
Yeah. I mean, but there is a part of me like that kind of rails against it, that wishes like that world were true so that I could because like I've never felt comfortable going to McDonald's, like unless I'm with friends and they all insist, and I'll kind of like go along just to, but like I find it humiliating to eat at McDonald's, but there's still a part of me that wishes that it was okay so that I could like just live a normal life.
Like
So like
even the
there's
fries.
Yeah, but a lot of
yeah.
people are fucking poor and their parents don't take care of them. Like I'm just thinking of it from like a like not even from a full grown adult perspective, but if you're 16 years old and you work minimum wage and your mom's a single mom and there's two other kids from two different dads and there's always drama, she's not going to be fucking concentrating on making you a nutritious dinner. You're going to have to go to McDonald's once in a while to fucking, I mean, you could sit there and starve, which is an option, right? I mean, but a lot of people, it weighs on your willpower. For you to have to sit there and starve every fucking night, you're going to want to go to McDonald's after a certain while.
Yeah, that would be the parents' fault, right? I mean, like, it's expensive stored. Like, people eat out a lot, and they don't realize, like, oh, you can actually get a decent amount of food. It's a little more expensive than the non-nutritional food, but people eat way too much food. They eat way too often, and they eat, like, junk food that doesn't truly even, like, satiate them for long periods of time. So they can eat, like, 7, 8 terrible meals a day that have no nutrition, or they could eat like a really good 100% grass-fed, grass-finished steak, and they're going to be satiated for a while. Right? So,
right, but the steak is less convenient, right? Because the steak, you have to go to the store, get the steak, and you have to go home, prepare it, cook it, blah, blah, blah. Whereas if you're going to go to a fast food restaurant, you just fucking go to the drive. Like, it's literally so, like, it's mind-blowing. I mean, why don't they have takeout groceries? Wouldn't that be a great idea? Here, come get your fucking broccoli and take it out.
They do, but like there's okay, but being a truther in general is inconvenient. Right?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was going to say. It's inconvenient to be healthy. Like, it's not convenient to exercise. Like, you have to put in the effort and you have to have the willpower to do it. But I kind of disagree that you can't be healthy without spending a bunch of money. You know, I don't think that it's necessary that you like break the bank. I think you can do that on a budget. You just have to have the willpower to do it. And also, I would say, like, it's important not to drive ourselves crazy trying to like adhere to every single health protocol. Like, our bodies are amazing, essentially like self-healing machines, and so like do the best we can, and that's probably enough. Don't eat at Taco Bell, you know.
And people eat too much. People eat too much, bro. People need to try to go periods without eating. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was gonna actually mention like nutrition timing is another thing that a lot of people don't even realize. Like a lot of people are just eating at the wrong times and sometimes not even eating at all. Like the idea of breakfast as an example, breaking the fast. You need to eat that first meal to give your body that chance to kickstart. I know there's different beliefs and whatnot, but we should be putting like some nutrition in there when you wake up, get the body going, and you give the nutrients throughout the day at the correct times. Eating sugar as an example past like 6-7 p.m., that's not a good move because your body ends up clinging to all that additional sugar you were eating while watching a movie or whatever, and then you've gone to sleep. So now all that sugar is just sitting all in your stomach by your liver while it's trying to be processed, etc. Thanks for listening.
Have you
People need to
guys
go longer periods without eating.
If you guys eaten apples for many years, I don't know if anyone else has noticed this, but I've noticed it with different plants and different fruits and vegetables. But the apples more so. Used to, I could eat a whole apple, and have the seeds and everything. I would eat the core and everything, and the seeds would all be intact and ready to plant. Now, it wasn't that long ago that I started seeing seeds already germinated inside of the apple. What's up with that? Has anyone else experienced that? You eat an apple down to the core and you find a seed that's already germinated in the core?
Mm-mm.
That
That's
makes
I've
crazy.
you
seen
a
that.
person.
That's kind of strange. Kind of keep an eye out for it. If I know most of you probably get your apples from other places unless you got an apple tree, but yeah, just keep an eye out for things like that, or it being rotten on the inside, and the different shapes of the oranges and different. These things are not like they used to be, man. Trust me. None of these things taste or look like what they used to.
Fucking bigger.
Dude,
The
to find
fruit.
out about the Earth is also inconvenient, right? Like any truth is inconvenient. It requires more effort. It's always easier to just not care about any truth. It's way more inconvenient to keep your baby organic, right? Especially if you go to a hospital, there you have to fight them the whole time to not give this stuff to your baby. Then, like, if you're trying to send them to school, you have to fight them the whole time. Or if you try to homeschool, it takes way more effort, right? It's any truth is inconvenient. To discover truth nowadays in the days of deception, then it's inconvenient, right? So, like, that's just weak, in my opinion. So that's how I feel about the whole thing. Like, almost every truth. To figure out the truth about 9/11 takes energy. To figure out the truth about the Federal Reserve takes energy and time. So, it just is what it is. I mean, it's probably
Yeah,
like that for a reason. You have to earn it.
because then it's like once you know the truth, it's like, what do you do with it? You know?
Finding out about it is the easy part. I say
Mhm.
actually doing something about it is the hard part. Because even people who have the information about this, like, I'm pretty sure we all know about the Federal Reserve. There's people who are not even flat earthers who know about the unconstitutional Federal Reserve. Like, there's probably like there's probably at least a couple thousand, if not like 100,000 to 1,000,000 people in America who know the Federal Reserve is a bullshit system. Yet nothing has happened because they have us in this convenience trap where the action is so hard to take.
Well, in that scenario, you can't take individual action, right? Yeah, it has to be communal effort. Yeah, but like you get
No,
the point though, right? Like,
you could take you could like fucking. I know there's people who essentially become these like fucking law gurus and can essentially subvert the whole system and bend it to their will, but then again, that takes like 15 years of just fucking looking at books. And it's like, does anyone have time to go do that? Like 15 years to just study? Like, some of us have to actually do shit to get the productivity done.
Convenience trap. I love that phrase, man. I never heard that before, but that's essentially like modern society in a nutshell. That's very cool.
That's what I'm
yeah,
saying.
man.
That's why they're releasing all the truth to us. We already have all the truth and we still can't do anything because of this convenience trap. Like, think about how many quote unquote conspiracy theorists are out there and nothing fucking occurs. Nothing happens. Nothing changes.
Oh well, that's another thing that truthers I think miss the mark on. Like, you'll never fix the whole world. That isn't even a thing. It'll never happen. Right? There are people that you could literally show them what's inside the jab and scientifically prove to them. You could tie them down and MK Ultra them with truth, and they would still, willfully choose to remain asleep. Right? Like, there are people that you'll never fix the whole world, and this system, like I say in the United States, it caters to everyone. So the solution isn't even to completely upend the system. It isn't possible. The solution is locally changing things, like networking with other people, growing your own food, or finding people you trust that grow your food, or raise your meat, or like homeschooling your children. Like, that is the end game, in my opinion. The solution will never be to upend the Federal Reserve, to upend the U.S. government. Like, that'll never happen. You know what I'm saying? It'll never happen. So I do know people that have in fact done things, right? I know people that are completely sustainable. They grow their own food. They have like 7 children and they homeschool all of them. And they're all like little legends. And so that is that is doing something. And that's really all you can do, in my opinion. I mean, I think this idea that like if we get overwhelmed with the goal of changing the whole world, you're gonna get, what is it, like paralysis by analysis? Like you're just gonna keep thinking about how is it that we do this, or you get overwhelmed and think it's impossible. I think that is the trick. The idea that you have to change the whole world, because I don't think that you can. I don't think it's physically possible, right? People will never all agree to do that. So you have to do what you can do for your family. You know what I'm saying? I mean, sounds good. I would love to change the world too. That sounds good, but it's just, it's not the way it goes.
Well, the way we triumph over the Federal Reserve banking system is to build our own cryptocurrency system.
Toki Nashimoto is the fucking CIA. The Federal Reserve has been working on cryptocurrency before anyone heard about it online in 2016. What was that? Liberty Reserve already had a working XRP. They were shut down. The technology was taken and put into XRP. That's what XRP is. It's Liberty Reserve. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, crypto's like a whole nother combo, but
sometimes I do think that the answer is like so simple that it's hard to comprehend. But like, that phrase, like there's really nothing new under the sun. So anytime you think, oh, this thing is going to come in and revolutionize everything, when it's like the simple, easy answer is like, get your food naturally from farming the earth and animals, do like, traditional cooking styles, have a family, get married, like stay moral, be disciplined. You know what I mean? Just like people, I mean, not all people, but like people did in the past, right?
yeah, man, people overwhelm themselves with the idea they have to change the whole world, and it's like, no, just stop partaking in their systems individually, and then tell other people so they can do it, and then maybe you can work with them. But like, that's a great life, bro. Like that's good enough. You should always try to wake other people out and pull them out of the system, but the goal should not be to fully like up in the system, because it's just unrealistic.
There's a store here where every single item sold in the store has a cancer warning. Like every single thing you pick up, like if it's like a notebook or a pen, it says this will cause cancer. And it always surprises me that like anybody buys anything from that.
That's
Yeah,
crazy, man. When you look at ingredients, just take Quaker Oats for example, right?
Yeah.
Quaker Oats you buy in America, and look at the ingredients list, and then look at the Quaker Oats that are sold in Britain, and look at the ingredients list, and do that with multiple things, right? And you'll see the ones sold in the U.S. have like 100 ingredients, and you look over in Britain and it's got 3 ingredients, and you're like, what? Why are we? What are we ingesting? Why are we ingesting it?
What did that chick? What was the? What was said before that chick said that? Fuck, I had something to say about that.
About Quaker Oats?
Quaker Oats? Yeah.
Or cancer?
That's right. Okay, so have you guys seen this shit? There's a drink that's out now, and like people are like hyping it up and like drinking it, and it's called Liquid Death. The fucking drink.
I saw that in the stores. Yeah.
That's kind of the same thing, right? Someone's in a store buying, and it says everything has cancer on it. Well, there's people who are fucking drinking a drink called Liquid Death, if you can believe that.
Yeah, I was surprised to see that in the store. Like, it's one of those things that, like, when I'm shopping, like, I'll look at stuff like that and be like, really? Especially when you think about like the placebo kind of like spelling effect,
It's very weird branding, but ironically, it's just water, I believe. It's definitely plastic.
Placebo is one of the most important things in the non-hard sciences. I'll just phrase it like that. In the non-hard sciences, placebo is tested for every single fucking time. Like every single test or experiment ever that's in the non-hard sciences all have a placebo group because it has that much of an effect after they discover. Like, yeah, so I mean, it's very well established that placebo is a real thing.
Hey, do you remember that we were having a conversation a while back about tobacco and about how tobacco used to be good for you until like they put all kinds of chemicals on it, and then it like started causing cancer. But like, what if they wanted that label on tobacco all the time so that they could put like you smoke your cigarette and it says this causes cancer and it causes like a kind of some kind of effect. Like what if that was like their goal all along?
Dude, that's okay. I don't know if anyone here lives in Canada or has ever been to Canada, but I lived in Canada for a couple years, and on the fucking in America, you buy a pack of Marlboros, right? And it's like a classy red box with some chevrons on it. Says in nice print Marlboros, and then it says on the side, maybe in some bold font, like black bold font, like warning may cause cancer, blah blah blah. In Canada, dude, they have pictures of like rotting tongues and like rotting faces and like people dying and tubes sticking out of people's necks and shit, and they just wrap it all around the cigarette box, like printed on there so you can't take it off. And honestly, I honestly had that kind of vibe from it. Like when I was in Canada, I was like, dude, are these guys trying to like somehow? I
Honestly,
had that.
respect. We should be more like Canada.
I mean, my point is though, like, is that like tobacco might actually be good for you, like natural tobacco, and it doesn't actually cause cancer, but they want to ruin it for you, or get you
Well,
comfortable.
Well, tobacco itself, maybe not, but cigarettes do.
Well, they did a study, or there a couple studies on animals. One field mice, and then the others were hamsters. And they smoked these animals with cigarette smoke. And the field mice did develop lung cancer, but the hamsters did not. In fact, the hamsters that were smoked ended up living longer. And so it goes to this question of what causes cancer. Because here in one group, one animal species, it does apparently, or it seems to, and then in the hamsters it doesn't. But there's a whole valid logical explanation for why one animal develops a lung cancer and the other doesn't, and it has to do with German new medicine and the brain and the experiences of smoke in these animals. So long story short, field mice are terrified of smoke because through their whole biological existence, smoke in the field meant death, So they have this deep-rooted biological awareness that smoke is a dangerous thing, that they have to, it's essentially a death fright conflict for them. And that will actually trigger their brain to develop a cancer in the lungs for a biological purpose, in fact. But hamsters,
Whoa. So
yeah,
so the mice got it because of their fear response to it, whereas the hamsters were like, I'm just chilling here.
right, because hamsters' biological history is underground, right? So they don't care about smoke. Smoke doesn't have this biological trigger to say, "Oh God, death is near," and so that's why they don't develop cancer, because there's no trigger in them to associate smoke with, a fear of death. But like otherwise, you have to ask the question: well, why does smoke cause cancer in one animal and not the other? And then the same question can be applied to humans. Why does smoking appear to cause cancer in one individual? They smoke, a few cigarettes a day, and then somebody who smokes 2 packs a day for 20 years doesn't develop cancer. It's that classic question. which goes to show we don't really know that smoking causes cancer. That's sort of a kind of a superstition. But the reality is that cancer as a whole, to understand cancer, you have to understand the germ of medicine, you have to understand the brain, and like the embryological purpose of the cell growth in the alveoli of the lungs, as an example. And in fact, the alveoli of the lungs, being the organ in the body that transmits oxygen into the bloodstream, when cells multiply in the alveoli, part of a biological response to increase oxygen intake upon a death fright conflict. And there's a whole brain discovery that corroborates this, that overtop the relay in the brain stem that governs and controls the alveoli, you'll find this hammerhead or concentric ring lesion in that precise brainstem relay that in every case of alveolar cancer. So it's really, yeah, like you were saying earlier, like the placebo, it really does beg this investigation into the psyche of an animal or a human. That's how you get that's where you'll find answers to these questions.
Imagine the placebo effect combined with the quantum effect. You know, the quantum uncertainty effect. It really shows you everything is your mind. Everything is a dream.
Hold on, before we get into the quantum thing, as far as the placebo effect and this mind over matter thing, I was listening to the Hope experiment they did on the mice or rats or whatever. Look it up. It's called the Hope experiment. It's fucking awesome. That also goes to show that it's mind over.
Okay, the Hope experiment?
Yeah, they threw. I just gave you a breakdown real quick. They threw mice or rats or whatever in a bucket of water. They threw mice in a bucket of water.
Yeah, I remember reading that. Where like the ones who had hope, like were swimming for like 6 hours, and the ones who didn't have hope gave up after like a few, like 20 minutes or something.
Yeah, they would throw mice in a bucket of water, and on average, they would just drown in 15 minutes or something, right? They tread water for like 15 minutes, and then they would just fucking die. They would drown. However, right when they were about to drown, right when they were about to give up, the scientists could see, oh, he's about to drown, and they would save him, lift him up out of the water, dry him off, give him a quick like break. I don't know how long the break was, but just dry him off, let him rest for a minute, and then threw him back in the bucket. They would tread water for 60 hours. 60 hours. Yeah, so before they were only living for 15 minutes. They pull them out. Now they have hope. Oh, I'm going to get rescued. I just need to stay above water a little bit. You know what I'm saying? They tread water for 60 hours. Like that huge difference. It's not like, oh, they lasted 20 or 30 minutes longer the next time. Like, it was ridiculous. Definitely mind over matter thing.
That's what they do to us with money. That's what they do to people with money, bro. They give them just enough money to think that they're saving up just a little bit every week so that they fucking keep working until, like, bro, people are still working and they're like 70 years old. And it's like, dude, like, you've kind of been like whipped into a fucking frenzy of just working your entire life. Like, and you've just been given just a little bit of hope. Oh, just keep going, and around the next corner, I'll be rich. But you're still working.
Work
in your
smarter,
dog.
not harder. You have to work smart.
So, Leon, I was kind of thinking about this new German medicine thing and everything you're saying on it, and of course I find it fascinating. And I was wondering about two things and what your thoughts are on them. You know, psychedelics and plant medicines often have a healing effect on people. Like I know a girl who brought her dad who had Parkinson's disease to drink ayahuasca, and when I met him, he was crumpled up. His whole body was essentially seizing or shaking the whole time. And by the end of the retreat, he was literally like dancing and spinning around his daughter, you know. And it was like kind of an amazing transmorphing experience or something like that. And I'm wondering if it's because with psychedelics, like you actually come to conclude these sort of, I can't remember what you call them, but these issues in your psyche. And similarly, I was wondering what you think about this idea that people who do urine therapy swear by it as it the most healing thing ever. And there is a large group of people who say that, and I'm wondering if it's just this belief that they hold, like almost the placebo or nocebo thing, where, hey, I have an amazing body that can heal itself and give itself energy, so maybe it actually does work for them. Do either of those make sense to you?
Yeah, definitely. The psychedelics, it goes to show how important meaning is in defining your biological functions, and just to go on a little tangent, the word diagnosis is a fascinating word. It means dia is like a Greek prefix meaning like to point connection, a complete connection, and then gnosis is knowledge. And a diagnosis is really the most important thing in health. Is when a doctor gives you a diagnosis, they give you a Latin phrase like arthritis, which is just a confusing term to mean joint inflammation, right? So they confuse you with these Latin nomenclatures, and then on top of that, they have a paradigm or an ethos of ascribing meaning to the symptom, which is your body is defective, there's something evil going on in your body, you're in danger, right? This whole ethos. And so a diagnosis in the medical paradigm is really a spell, all right, of meaning that is deleterious to your mind body. And if somebody has a diagnosis and they're suffering with chronic symptoms, what it really means is they're unable to process something in their life. And the diagnosis is just insult to injury in their ability to process whatever it is that's challenging their brain and nervous system in life. And you take a psychedelic and you literally open up your mind to see new ways of understanding your life. All right, even the deep challenges or the things that are holding you up, you take a psychedelic and you can just have a complete metanoia shift in the mind. And that goes to show how powerful the mind is, right? Obviously, that's an easy one. The connection there is obvious. You had a mind shift with the psychedelic and your body shifted along with it. As to like urine therapy, is there a biological basis for that, or is it all just placebo for these people? Obviously, you can't isolate anything in biology away from the placebo or from the mind. So,
Well, it's just like breast milk. It has all the healing ingredients in it. Breast milk is made to help a baby's immune system, and urine has all the minerals that you need to be healthy. So it can be a very healing process.
Yeah, if I was to speculate on like a biological valid case to be made for urine therapy, it would be some kind of biofeedback system. And like one of the stories I heard in urine therapy is like, oh, you get bitten by a snake, like a venomous animal, and you can put some urine under your tongue because the kidneys already understand the poison and the antidote. And so in a sense, it's kind of providing you with an antidote because your kidneys have this like intelligence to like filter water and put in certain substances or even maybe derive certain substances to counter the poison. And then you use your urine to kind of offer yourself an antidote. But in a larger sense, a biofeedback with urine might have some biological validity. But at the same time, I think for the majority, I would put it mostly onto placebo.
Well, yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, I think that there could be like a biological legitimacy to it. I don't know. But like to be the sort of person who is going to literally drink their own pee, like that takes like a tremendous amount of like faith or belief that your body is a healing machine. And that just sort of, to me, sounded a lot like what you talk about. Like it is the mind over matter thing. If I truly believe that my body is so amazing that I can just drink my pee and it'll heal anything, like maybe it actually does work like that,
Yeah, and it's like a little ritual too. Rituals are very we're like deeply steeped in like ritualistic behavior, whether you know it or not. And putting action to the belief is a very powerful thing. And so you have this belief that the body can heal, and then you put this action that kind of sets you apart from everybody else. Drink your own urine, and then you really think this is going to work because you're applying this ritual action in a sense, and that can increase the placebo effect probably. But yeah, but it also kind of goes to this idea that like everybody's looking for a mechanistic solution to disease, whether it's a fancy drug, medicine, some kind of intervention, or your own urine, or even natural substances. And there's always going to be validity to a mechanistic approach to disease, right? Supporting the body or trying to shift the body at the biological, mechanical level. But there is a whole new paradigm opening up, which really opened up with the discovery of the placebo effect and the nocebo effect. That really, if we lived in like a ideal world, our sciences would have immediately jumped on trying to figure out what the placebo effect is and how we can harness it. Of course, that's not where they went because you can't make money off of a placebo effect. But yeah, the real paradigm of health and biology, in my mind, has to do with the psyche, brain, organ connection, and really you can't understand in a causal sense the disease process without the psyche, brain, organ context. If you just stick to the brain and the organ as like a machine, and you work like a mechanic would on an automobile, you're not going to really solve the problem, nor are you going to really understand what the phenomenon is to begin with. You need to include the other half of biology, which is the psyche, to have a comprehensive understanding of what the fuck is going on in the body. And medicine just doesn't know, and because they don't include the psyche in a real way. And they didn't have a way to include the psyche. For them, that's woo-woo. But, with these brain discoveries of experiences of shock in life impacting the brain, leading to a predictive comprehension of the manifestation of a given disease, very precise, very corroborated, now there's no excuse. Psyche is no longer woo-woo. We actually really understand now things that we would have previously called the placebo effect or the nocebo effect. And so, yeah, it's just we're at the threshold of a real new paradigm shift in our understanding of biology, and I think it's going to go well beyond biology and health, like to other sectors of society and health and society as well.
It's kind of interesting how higher set up to fight the placebo effect that I use it. It's very interesting that you pointed out.
What about the placebo effect?
That they fight against it instead of using it.
Yeah,
They're always
exactly.
trying to figure out, okay, what is this doing that's not the placebo effect? That's what they're always trying to do, fight the placebo effect, instead of being like, wait, we've discovered this placebo effect. This could be used for so much shit. Now that I'm thinking about it, this could be used for so much. Like, this could be one of the most versatile things ever. Like, it's to essentially try to fight it makes no sense. Oh, let's come up with a pill. Why don't you come up with like you said, like a ritual or a practice or something that will make it like that's kind of very interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, they whether they know it or not, they are absolutely using this principle of the placebo and the nocebo effect. It goes back to what I was saying about diagnosis. When you diagnose somebody and you say you have cancer, it's a malignancy, it'll kill you in 6 months, that is a nocebo effect. And what it does is it puts a person into a huge state of fear, causing additional brain imprints, causing additional biological phenomenon, kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy. And the individual is now completely submitted to that authority that gave them the diagnosis. So really, yeah, the avenue I'm investigating with respect to like how to harness the placebo effect for yourself is you have to diagnose yourself, or you need somebody who you can trust to diagnose you, who won't provide with that, the label of what's going on in your body, won't provide that ethos of fear, error, evil, malignancy, death associated with it. So if you can self-diagnose in a way that's harmonious with the principles of the German New Medicine, which show you exactly what the phenomenon is, you don't even have to call it cancer anymore. You call it a biological program. But then to understand the ethos in this new paradigm, which is it's an intelligent response of the body responding to something specific in your life. And it does not mean a death sentence. In fact, it's the opposite. It's your body intelligently responding to adversarial conditions in life. So you have to, that's what a diagnosis means. It's to apply meaning to the symptom. And you have to take charge of that power and not let a doctor take charge of that power. This is why doctors don't let other people diagnose. That's practicing medicine without a license. They really understand that the diagnosis is the power. That's the most important thing a doctor does, is diagnose. And if you have like alternative practitioners diagnosing diseases and saying, no, this isn't going to kill you. Yes, a process is going on in your body, but it's very intelligent and you're going to work through it and we're going to support the body to do that. That's a completely different diagnosis. So they don't let you do that. They'll charge you with practicing medicine without a license. And the reason is because that's the crux of their power. It's the power to diagnose an individual and, push them into this nocebo fear reflex.
When did it become law that you need a license to practice medicine?
Yeah, right, exactly. What is it? It's the something Medicine Act. But it goes back to the Rockefeller medicine. It goes back to the AMA. And there's even like a whole battle between... Yeah, no, it's been going on for a while. It was at the turn of the last century that the AMA was founded to really create a cartel in medicine and sole authority to diagnose and treat symptoms.
They also do a lot of subliminal programming. Like I'm always aware of what's on the commercials and stuff. Like there's always subliminal messages.
Yeah, well, also on packages, this causes cancer, this causes cancer, You think they're actually trying to, help people out by putting those labels, but really it's not really founded. So yeah, I mean, I get pushback in the natural community saying something like smoking doesn't quote unquote cause cancer. It's not cancer is not a mechanistic phenomenon, in other words. And they're like, what? But if you don't know what causes cancer in the causal sense at the individual by individual level, then anything can cause cancer. And then so they can make the sun cause cancer in the sense of like, don't be out in the sun, otherwise you'll get skin cancer. And people believe it. So literally anything can be.
It's caused by a mutation. It's when the cells mutate and they continue reproducing and they don't answer to the signals to stop reproducing.
This is super interesting though, isn't it? Because this falls into this category of we sort of manifest our own thing into, we believe a thing strongly enough and we can manifest it. That's super interesting.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a general way to put it, but it gets much more precise with the German medicine. But about the idea of cancer being a metastasis or a malignancy or a mutation, all of these are really part of the old paradigm, which just sees disease as an error of the body caused by a malevolent entity. And then you can point and declare this to be the malevolent entity. And of course, they're looking with genetics, they're looking at your own genes as being the malevolent entity that causes this chaotic, malignant manifestation we've called cancer. And they can't predict it. And because they don't really understand what causes cancer, although they're telling you it's a mutation of the genes. It's just this idea that it's a malignant process caused by a malignant or malevolent entity.
I would have to just say my 2 cents on this because I agree with everything that you said except to like this point. Only because like I have done a lot of studies. I'm not a doctor, so I'm not a medical professional, so don't sue me. But from the research that I've done, my mother had cancer. I had friends growing up whose little brothers had cancer, and I tried my best to help them out. And from the research I've done, there is this philosophy that the tumors are malignant, as in not that they're necessarily there's a spiritual entity involved, You know what I mean? But that, like, the tumors themselves have become rebellious. Like the cells, one cell, for whatever reason, started receiving corrupted information. That this is the philosophy that the DNA itself was corrupted because it was fragmented beyond beyond reading comprehension. So the cell cannot read the information packets it's receiving. It can't read it properly, so it starts reproducing uncontrollably and replicating uncontrollably. Cells are meant to replicate, right? That's what they do. But some cells, for whatever reason, just stop receiving orders. Like it could be because of the voltage of the cell is one reason, because of the each cell has a lipid membrane, and that lipid membrane, it gets attacked by rancid acids and oxidizers like vegetable oil, and there's other things that affect that lipid membrane. That's just one factor that can lead to a cell to start replicating uncontrollably, which is not a natural thing. And there's things that can specifically target just the unhealthy cells in the body. The body already has processes. There's multiple layers. There's multiple tiers, right? And then you might have a front tier before you get cancer, but the body has multiple tiers in place to prevent cancer from actually ever being like a problem. But sometimes you reach a point of the body reaches a point of such depravity where it's lacking certain things, where it just lost homeostasis, and then certain cells start replicating uncontrollably. You can correct those measures, and there's multiple ways to correct those measures. And some cancers are brought on by different things. Some cancers are brought on by heavy metal toxicity. Some are brought on by radiation. So you can theoretically get cancer from the sun, because the sun in certain days of the year does, for whatever reason, have higher concentrations of UVB and UVC. No, UVC, which is, now UVB is good. UVA and UVB is good. UVC and onwards, they do seem to be detrimental to the DNA and do fragment the DNA, which is the same thing that you can get from oxidizers. They fragment the DNA, which is the leading contributor to cancer, is fragmented DNA, in my opinion. Which how can you get to that point? There's many different reasons why you can get fragmented DNA, right? And many reasons why you can get cells to replicate uncontrollably. But like intermediate fasting has also shown that will prevent cancer from ever developing, because what the body does is it cannibalizes or metabolizes the weakest, oldest cells in the body, so it prevents them from ever getting to that point where they'll replicate uncontrollably. Because as cells age, they increase in probability of getting corrupted DNA, corrupted information. It's like packets that are being sent to you from above, and those packets are just unreadable. But yeah, go ahead.
No, I would just say you should just spend like 2 hours looking into learning GNM. I'm going to post it right here. Because, yeah, like I hear what you're saying, and but I'm just saying that, there's just a new paradigm of understanding the phenomenon, and you can predict the phenomenon. You're saying that the cells are multiplying uncontrollably. But, the question, medicine has already observed that a tumor will grow, let's say in the large intestine, and it will stop growing. And then something can happen where the tumor starts to reverse that growth. And then over several weeks, you can have no tumor there anymore. They call that spontaneous remission, right? And how do you understand that? And with your paradigm, you can go ahead and say, oh, the person, by their immune system or lifestyle factors, overcame the malignant, evil cancer cells that were becoming rogue in the body. But there's no real predictive power there. It's just, I don't know, fast. For one person, it might work to fast. For another person, it won't. Just like cigarettes might cause a cancer in one person or appear to do so, and another person, it won't. But when you go to the brain and these new discoveries, you can understand exactly what's going on and when that tumor is going to stop growing and when it's going to start to degrade. So, in other words, if I look at the brain scan, at the brain stem, the relay that controls the large intestine, for example, and I see this hammerhead there, I know without a doubt that the individual has a tumor in their large intestine. And then when that hammerhead turns to edema, which is also visible on a CT scan, then I know that that tumor is going to stop growing, and there can be this process of cell breakdown of the tumor, And I can know that from a CT scan. And of course, from the brain, this hammerherd and its shift to edema, which stops the tumor from growing, it all corresponds to a specific kind of shocking experience in life. So the shocking experience impacted the brainstem, causing this visible lesion. And then when that shocking experience is overcome, or you adapt to it, or you resolve that problem in life, then the brain imprint is going to turn to edema, and on the level of the organ, the cells are going to stop growing, and then you're going to have this cell reversal process of breaking down the cells. And if it all goes smoothly, you get spontaneous remission. But really, it's this psyche-brain-organ connection based on these new discoveries of the brain that, like I'm saying, it shifts our paradigm completely. We've had so many ideas of cancer being caused by this, that, and they are all fitting within this context of cancer's evil caused by something evil. And just, it's such an insight to realize that, nope, that wasn't the correct paradigm. No matter how you cut it, because that paradigm never led to a comprehension of the phenomenon for the individual within the individual by individual case. Now, like toxins, yeah, they could damage the body. Radiation can damage tissue cells, and damaged tissue cells, after the radiation is no longer damaging the body, those cells need to rebuild and reconstruct themselves. And that can be an inflammatory process, and then you observe that inflammatory process in the tissues reconstructing themselves, re-multiplying the tissues that were damaged by the radiation. You could call that a cancer caused by the radiation. So, but it's not really, it's a damage from a toxic input, and, the body has to reverse that damage. So that's well understood, that the effect of toxins on the body and poisons on the body. We're not superstitious about known poisons, because we know exactly the phenomenon. You get bit by a poisonous animal or a venomous animal, you know what's going to happen, and you can even apply measures to counteract that poison. We applied that perspective onto cancer and onto internal organ inflammations, and pretty much every disease of the body, we've just applied that lens of thinking that it's something poisonous or malevolent causing the disease in the body. And it was a logical approach, but it just wasn't correct. And we didn't really have an alternative hypothesis until the discovery of the German new medicine, the brain imprints, the organ effects that these brain imprints cause, as well as their shift to edema, causing a complete reversal at the organ level, all being tied to your psyche and your experiences of life that imprinted the brain, causing this specific organ cellular change. So yeah, all of the organic symptoms fit within this new paradigm of the psyche brain organ. And it's beautiful because we've needed to integrate the psyche into the body. We always knew that, even before the placebo effect. All the great healers of all time, they said, the mind is so important, spirit, you have to be spiritually healed in order to heal physically. We've always known this, and now we have like an empirical science to situate ourselves within this.
Yeah, I'm not denying it. I'm not denying the spiritual implications that you're bringing forth regarding mind over matter, right? I completely agree with you there, because, this is things that the ancient mystics have been talking about for very long. The power of faith and belief, and how strong it is that you have a positive mind state on the outward of time, right? On the outlook, on your projection in the future, you want to have a positive outlook. And you want to have confidence in yourself and your abilities, and you want to have faith, but most of all, faith in the Most High, that He will, because the architect controls all things, can manipulate all things on your behalf, right? But besides that, you can't deny all of the nutritional aspect to this, like malnutrition, bro. Like if you're lacking certain trace minerals, especially certain trace like rare earth metals that your body needs for certain processes, right? Even the DNA is made up of like really complex amino acids, and then like the mechanisms that play that code that DNA, and then the little robots that go up and scan up, and they literally crawl up and down the DNA ribosomes and the chromosomes, and they repair, because they can kind of read it's like it's a code. and they have code correctors that go up and down, like analyzing the code. And I don't know, listen, it's beyond me, but somehow they can compare to like an original blueprint and correct it. Like, that's insane. And these things are dependent on rare earth metals, right? If they don't have those rare earth metals, they can't process correctly. That's going to lead to it's going to lead to degradation of information, which leads to rebellious cells. Like, it's a solid theory, right? And it includes the idea that if you're lacking certain building blocks, you're going to get disease, right? This is a very simple concept. It's worked for thousands of years. You can't just throw away Chinese medicine, Indian medicine, native medicine, and just say it's all mind over matter either. You know what I mean? Even Noah had a book, right, called of herbal medicines. So all I'm saying is, bro, you can't just throw the baby out with the bathwater. That's all.
Well, okay, so there's two types of disease. There's the classical diseases, which are poisonings, injuries, or starvations. Okay, those diseases caused by poisoning, injury, or starvation, and they have a classical explanation. Very straightforward, easy to understand. It's a poison, it's an injury, or you were starved. Okay, not much mystery there. And then you have a second class of disease called the organic diseases. Cancer is one example. Arthritis is another example. All kinds of examples of the organic diseases where in history we thought we could rule out the poisons, the injuries, or the starvations. In other words, the individual didn't eat anything strange, wasn't around a poisonous or venomous animal, wasn't starved, and yet exhibiting symptoms of what we would call disease, internal inflammation, pain, bleeding, etc. And the classical model of poisoning, injury, starvation never led to an explanation of that provided like a comprehensive predictive power over these organic diseases. We've tried and tried and tried. We've tried so many different concepts to try to understand organic diseases from some poisonous entity or some, and then now with the DNA paradigm, something affecting the DNA, some poisonous entity affecting the DNA, causing the disease. So it's a question of causality, with these organic diseases. And, yeah, your theory is sensible. It makes sense. And just like poisoning causing injury or causing disease in the body makes a lot of sense. And we know that to be the cause of the poisoning disease. It was a poison in your environment that you ingested. But with cancer, the question of causality is still wanting within that paradigm. In other words, you can't predict on an individual by individual level the cause of the cancer. What's going to produce a cancer in the body? You can just say, do these certain lifestyle, live this certain way, and you'll be more or less free of the cancer. But we don't know what causes cancer at the individual by individual level until you apply the German new medicine and these new discoveries of the body. Now you have a predictive model that explains at every individual level the cause of a cancer in a given organ. It's mapped to the brain, which is then mapped to your experiences of life. So, yeah, I'm not throwing the baby out with the bathwater in the sense of toxins being important to address and supporting the body. But I am saying that there's a new paradigm to understand these organic diseases, new discoveries of the body that make sense of it in a brand new way, but also in a way that we kind of always intuitively knew was going to be important, right? The psyche, the mind, and it just brings it into an empirical science. So yeah, I just encourage people to look into that, research it, try to falsify it, question it or criticize it or whatever. But
I believe in the placebo effect. Like, people get bee stings because they believe the bee stings will heal them of their ailment, and it does. Like, people get sugar pills. Like, this has been shown to be the case for ever now. Since I was a child, I've heard about the placebo effect. Like, if for whatever reason it's stronger for certain people than others, though. You can't. I don't know what it is, but
I think you're both right. But I love listening to Thelion because I think I German new medicine just organically. I think I just do it. You know what I mean? And I haven't got the phraseology like you have. You seem to have done a lot of research, and that's why I love listening to you. But it makes a hell of a lot of sense. I mean, I don't need a doctor to tell me that stress could cause cancer. It's just obvious, isn't it? Like
Yeah, that was
disease.
yeah.
Yeah. It's
Yeah, it was that was the paradigm. Stress can cause disease. We all recognize that for all of time, and now we're just becoming scientific with that approach, understanding that it's specific acute kinds of stresses in life that affect specific parts of the brain, which then will affect specific organs of the body. A major new foundation for understanding things that are going on in the body. And yeah, the biggest thing I press up against in all kinds of communities when I'm talking about this topic is they have this sort of many factors hypothesis that disease there's so many factors that go into health and disease. And of course they're right. There's so many factors, health, I'm sorry, nutrition, toxicity, lifestyle, mindset, just factor after factor. And then so they push up against the idea that there can be a singular cause in the brain of a given disease in a given organ of the body. They push up against that because they've had this idea of, it must be a confluence of many factors, very complex. And I bring up the analogy to pregnancy or conception. How many factors go into whether an individual is going to conceive? Unnumbered factors. You could conceive, like, is she getting enough sunlight? Is she eating well enough? What's her hormone status like? All of these factors that, of course, are going to be important to the phenomenon of conception. But in the end, the phenomenon of conception is explained by a sperm and an egg joining. Okay? So I'm not throwing the baby out with the bathwater, pointing out the importance of the many factors that are involved in what we call health. But I am pointing out that there is a context for understanding the cause of a cancer as though it were as centered as the cause of conception. It's very specific. It's a sperm and an egg meeting. Well, in the case of a cancer, it's a shock that impacts the brain, all right, in a specific relay, causing the organ to grow or multiply cells. And then there's a whole comprehension of why the organism is growing cells. So in the intestines, the additional cells serve a specific purpose relative to the intestines. It's to increase the intestines' capacity to produce digestive enzymes. That's what the cellular growth does. And there's actually studies showing that tumors in the intestines produce exorbitant amounts of digestive enzymes. But if you have a cell growth happening in the thyroid, for instance, the purpose of the cell growth is completely different. There, it's to produce more thyroxine or thyroid hormone to speed up the metabolism in the body. And then if you look at other organs of the body that are growing cells, like the lung alveoli, like I said a little earlier, that is to increase the alveoli's capacity to transmit oxygen into the bloodstream. So in each case, there's a purpose for the cells. And it all has to do with these specific kinds of challenges or shocks that impacted our brain in our life. So it's a major paradigm shift, and it really is like a truly, like, a lot of people are like kind of almost hesitant to like even look at this stuff because it's such a paradigm shift. I don't want to like sound like on a high horse or anything, but it is. It's a major shift in our understanding, and it kind of is like, whoa! I thought I could be safe by, eating the right foods and avoiding toxins, and now you're telling me that there's this whole other dimension of disease causality that has to do with my experiences in life and my traumas in life. Oh my God, I've been traumatized in my life. Am I going to develop a cancer? This is the kind of thing that people are like really hesitant to accept this new model of understanding the body because they're like, oh shit, trauma, stress. Oh God, I'm so stressed. I'm going to die now with this new model of understanding. But really, once you learn it, you realize, no, the body is innately intelligent. It's really a marvelous organism. And it doesn't just kill you because you're stressed out, but the way to understand these disease phenomena in the body is by way of the psyche and the brain and the organ. And it takes some time to really sink into it, but then you get more fortified in it and trusting of nature. And then you can start to work with nature with this information, because the body, with the cell multiplication that you don't want to have in the body, let's say, it's desiring a goal, and that goal is conflict resolution of a specific problem in your life. So you can now align yourself to resolve that conflict in life, which is what the body is trying to do. So the paradigm shift is really one of fighting the supposed evil in nature to working with the intelligence of nature, and very specifically addressing specific trauma or specific conflict that impacted your brain at a specific moment in time. So you're now working with the body as opposed to treating the body under the premise that it's exhibiting evil, and that paradigm was never really healthy.
Yeah, that's so well said, dude. I couldn't have said it better myself. Sometimes when I listen to Gio, because I tend to align with Gio on a lot of things, and I'm like, man, I wish I was that eloquent. He just explained it so well. And
Gio is my homie, dude. He does explain things very well.
yeah. But I couldn't agree more with everything you just said.
So how would you falsify something like that? Like if you would have to torture a child, right? And then if that child got cancer later in life, then you could maybe contribute the cancer to the torture. But then you couldn't really falsify that because it'd be unethical.
Well, here's the claim. In every case of a large intestinal tumor, as one example, you're going to find a hammerhead in the brain stem over top of a very precise relay that's responsible for the function of the large intestine. And in addition, in that individual, you're going to find a precise kind of conflict shock experience of an indigestible morsel or anger in their life, something they couldn't digest in their life, something that took them by surprise and shocked their nervous system. So these are the claims, and to falsify any one of these claims, you have to look at the brain CT scan of an individual with a tumor in the large intestine, and if there's no hammerhead there, then you've falsified the claim. Now, also, if they don't have that experience of a particular meaningful, shocking experience of a unique nature, an indigestible anger, conflict shock that preceded the onset of the tumor, okay, then that would be a falsification. But this is what Dr. Hammer was able to do with his postdoctoral thesis, and as well as like the University of, Trinova, which attempted to falsify his, use the scientific method to apply his theory, and they all signed off. This is correct in every case, and so this is like it's been tested, and universities have signed off on saying, yep, we found these to be true in every case. I mean, Hammer called them biological laws, not to go down that path, but it's like these are laws of nature operating in the body. They're true in every case, just like every human being that's born has to have a mother and a father, or a sperm and an egg. Like that's a law of biology. You can't break that law unless you're like, Jesus. Okay, but so these are laws of biology. They're true in every case. And there's so many awesome stories in the German of medicine of the tests being corroborated and validated. Like there's this story, if you want to let me talk for like about 2 minutes straight, I can tell the story of, it's called.
Real quick before you do that, Leon, I always like to hear you talk about this, but I'm sure you might have had this question, but real quick, wouldn't it be ironic if someone believed what you're saying just by hearing it or hearing about it, and they're like, oh, well, I had trauma in my life, and then they get the disease as a nocebo effect because they think they should from the trauma, even though they never had a disease before that?
Well, yeah, it's far more precise than that. It's not just the placebo effect is real, now run for your lives kind of thing. It's very precise. It needs to be a biological conflict shock, which is an acute, unexpected distress that takes you by surprise. It's isolating and very emotionally meaningful to you. So it's not stress or negative thinking. Okay, it's a biological conflict shock, or what's in German medicine, the DHS. Very precise, very specific. And
like what if somebody had like they didn't have anything or didn't think they were sick, but then like, oh, I had that really shocking traumatic experience, so that must mean I'm going to get a disease, and then they get the disease just because they expect it, then in the same way that a diagnosis would do.
Well, no, they probably wouldn't get that disease. So for instance, I'm trying to think of an example. Like if they, I don't really know how to go into that. It's like a conflict shock is interpreted by the psyche in a particular way, and depending on how they interpret that shock, that will determine where in the brain the imprint lands. Now, if 5 years later, you're looking back on that shock and you think, oh my God, I was shocked by that. Am I going to die of a cancer now? And let's say that's a true biological conflict shock for somebody, which that's a little bit on the edge, but it would be a completely different imprint in a different part of the brain, causing a different biological response in the body. So that second fear, 5 years later, wouldn't manifest as the first biological program with a very specific kind of organ change. So, but yeah, so it does.
One more question, real quick, because I have to hang up, but I'm listening. Real quick, just how do they know that the trauma that shows up in the brain, or the fact the hammerhead or hammer, whatever you call it,
hammerhead.
hammerhead? How do they know that doesn't come after the whatever's going on in the body is causing the thing in the brain rather than the other way around?
Yeah, awesome question, dude. It's the shift to edema. The brain imprint, the hammerhead, shifts to edema, not when you detox the body, not when you start eating vegetables or whatever. It shifts to edema when you resolve that specific biological conflict shock. That's when it shifts to edema. And with that shift to edema in the brain, the organ shifts from this conflict active cell multiplication. If the organ is an endodermal organ, there's other kinds of responses in the body, but that process will shift to a post-conflict healing restoration phase where the reversal happens. So the whole nervous system, everything shifts.
I was thinking, you talked about scars or lesions, right? In the scans. Do they resemble the lesions on the moon by any chance? Like, is there any resemblance to maybe? Because I'm thinking about, okay, let's say what you're saying is true, and there's a traumatic experience in a child when he's young, or maybe at any age, and it leads to cancer. Is there like a shock wave? Is there like what kind of wave?
Yeah.
Is resonating through your body to then ultimately lead to a malignant growth, like, and then it takes like years for it to manifest. Like that's strange to me.
Well, so first, it's not a malignant growth in the sense that it's actually serving a biological purpose, an archaic biological purpose. But secondly, it doesn't happen years down the line. You'll have a shock, it'll impact the brain, and immediately the biological program will start to run in the body. And so, like I said, if it was the large intestine due to a specific kind of experience of trauma, of an indigestible anger conflict, then the cells are going to begin to multiply and grow immediately with that conflict shock experience, with the imprint in the brain. But the imprint in the brain is actually, it's a sphere, a spherical formation. When you look at it on a CT scan, it appears as concentric rings, but that's just because it's a 2D cross-section of the brain. They're actually spheres of activity in the brain, and that's interesting in and of itself. But yeah, you can try to understand what exactly that is. That's really that's what I see should be the scientific investigation in universities, is what is the energetic imprint here, and like the mechanics of a hammerhead imprint in a given part of the brain. But yeah, the cause of the lesion, the actual tissue change in the brain matter, this has to do with the shift in the brain's metabolism from oxygen to sugar or sucrose, or it's a shift. And so the brain starts to metabolize sugar instead of oxygen. And that's what you're really seeing as these lesional lines in the brain. But yeah, as to the energetic factor, it's like a standing wave almost in the body. You were shocked in that moment. It was an experience of shock. You didn't know how to comprehend it in that moment. And yeah, there's definitely an energetic correlate to that, of this standing wave pattern that's imprinted in a specific brain relay depending on how you perceive that shock. And then that's what's running a biological program in an organ.
So basically, I'm thinking like you get shocked, so there's a shock wave that's initiated, but there's like a remote delay, right? Or it's like it has like it's like a sleeper cell. Like it doesn't manifest right away. Like you don't get tumors or boils right away. You have to wait years later. Like what mechanisms are at play? Like what's the chemical reaction that is initiated, and then why does it take so long? Why does it simmer so long?
All right. Well, okay. So it immediately begins to add. So if we look at the large intestine, it immediately begins to add and multiply cells in a given part of the large intestine. All right. And that coincides with the hammerhead in the relay in the brainstem. And that process will continue. And in short, it's the nervous system telling the organ to grow cells. The nervous system is instructing the organ to add and multiply cells to produce more digestive enzymes, etc. But that process of cell multiplication will continue on and off. It's more or less either on standby or add and multiply cells, all dependent on the conflict's existence in your life. So you have this conflict shock experience, an indigestible anger. So for instance, like, I'm trying to think of a good example here, but somebody,
I like that. No, that one word, indigestible anger, explains it all. Thank you.
Well, for the intestines, for the large intestine and some of the small intestine, but it gets very precise, these conflict shock experiences, the patterns over populations with respect to each individual organ. So for the alveoli, the cell multiplication there, run also from the brainstem, but a different relay in the brainstem. That's a death fright conflict shock, a sudden fear of death. My death is near, that wouldn't be an indigestible anger experience. It's a death fright experience that lands in that part of the brain, causing the alveoli to react. But yeah, the organ is conflict active, causing the cellular adaptation, in these cases, multiplication of cells, for as long as the conflict exists in life. All right. And in a lot of cases, you don't notice any physiological changes in the organ. You don't notice the cells multiplying. They kind of go unnoticed. You're just stressed out with the problem. You might have cold hands and feet. You might be waking up in the middle of the night, stressed out in life with this problem. But the organ adaptation goes unnoticed in many cases, not all cases, but many cases, or many organs. This conflict active stress adaptation phase goes unnoticed at the organ level. And then when you resolve the conflict, finally, your psyche brain organ overcomes the problem in life that it was previously stressing over, which could have lasted for weeks, months, years, or decades. All right. You could be conflict active with the problem kind of on the back burner for decades. That happens plenty often. But when you resolve the conflict, finally, the problem is over. It's no longer a problem. It's finally resolved. Then that's when the whole organism shifts into the second phase, which is what they call the healing phase, which is a restoration phase. And in most organs and in most biological programs, that's when the manifestations of inflammatory symptoms begin. The inflammatory symptoms are part of a post-conflict restoration phase of the adapted organ. And so in the case of the growth, the multiplied cells, the post-conflict healing phase is to break down those previously added cells. They're no longer necessary. We don't need this extra production of whatever it is. And we can start to break down that organ, that multiplied tumor in the organ. And on top of that, microbes participate in this process. In particular, with these old brain stem related organs, you have old tubercular mycobacteria that serve the purpose of breaking down the additional previously added cells. Okay, so we called that manifestation lung tuberculosis or tuberculosis of the corium skin or, various types of tuberculosis in various organs of the body. And we just thought it was the tubercular bacteria infecting the organ of the body, right? That old idea of an evil entity causing the disease. Now we're understanding, no, the tubercular bacteria were already there in your microbiome. Hence why one person gets sick and another person doesn't when they both have the tubercular bacteria in their body. Well, in the case of the person that's, quote, sick, they have tubercular bacteria activated to restore a specific organ back to its normal state of function because the conflict that was existing in life is over. And now that adapted organ no longer needs to be adapted. And so it begins to reverse those changes. And the tubercular bacteria participate in the reversal of those changes. Old tubercular bacteria.
And big pharma's bloody demonized the very thing that's trying to help us, Oh my God, it's sinister.
Yeah, well, okay, here's an awesome real life example. World War I, all right, 1914 to 1918. That was an unexpected war, and in the sense that it really was a shock for millions of people. And what kind of shock? Well, for a lot of people, it was a death fright shock. So bombs are landing on their neighbors' houses, or their friends are dying in war, and they're afraid for their own death, right? That's one very common conflict shock that people experienced during those 4 years of war, was a death fright. Naturally, obviously, that makes sense. And the whole, tuberculosis epidemic at the end of the war, well, what was that? It was the resolution to their conflict, because it was in 1918 when the tuberculosis epidemic started to manifest for the first time. It was at that time that the countries were declaring peace, writing peace treaties. News was spreading that the war is finally coming to an end. And then everybody's getting sick with tuberculosis of the lungs. All right. And they call it a mass infectious epidemic. It was a real phenomenon, but it was a mass post conflict resolution to this clear worldwide conflict of a death fright for a lot of people. Other people interpreted the war and their experiences in the war in a different way, not necessarily as a death fright, but maybe a territorial fear of losing your territory, a territorial fear of aggression. And that wouldn't affect the lung alveoli, that would affect the bronchioles. Okay, so a bronchitis or a pneumonia healing phase is what you get after the conflict is resolved. And a lot of people had that at the end of the war in 1918. So it's like, oh, that's what that was. It wasn't toxins. It wasn't radio signals. It was a conflict shock that impacted millions of people. And then the symptoms manifested in this post-conflict healing phase because the conflict came to an end. All right. And so the brain imprint, if you had a CT
This is going to seem like a criticism, but are you maybe monologuing, or I'm not sure?
Oh yeah.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm loving this dude.
Oh, I love it. Keep going.
Well, yeah, you can cut me off at any time. I'm you know, I can monologue on this, but yeah, it's like, what do you tell a person that's like, oh, the Spanish flu, you know, that was a real infectious disease. How do you explain everybody getting sick? It's like, this is how you explain it. And you can corroborate it with brain CT scans in these days. And otherwise it was sort of like, no, it's not a virus, or it's not like a bacteria. The bacteria isn't causing the disease. It was toxicity in the food supply, or it was, you'd be more accurate if you said, oh, it was stress, yeah, that's more accurate to what we ended up finding out to be the truth of the situation. But here it's much more specific than just saying it's stress.
Wasn't they saying DDT was a thing? I can't remember. God, I've seen so many truths. Yeah.
Yeah, that was with polio. Yeah, definitely.
Oh,
yeah.
Malaria, you mean, right?
Yeah, maybe even there. Yeah.
But what you just described, they described me perfectly. But I in the framework of understanding through Eckhart Tolle and his emotional pain body, that's how I would explain it. I think they both go hand in hand. I really do, because that emotional trauma that I went through as a child, and I'm happy to talk about it when it doesn't sound like a big deal at all, but how it manifested later in life, it just manifested in free floating anxiety, and then panic attacks, anxiety disorder, that led to alcoholism. And as soon as I resolved that, and it's so funny because all I really needed to do was get out of the way and let my body just do because it was always trying to help me. My body was trying to help me, but it can be misinterpreted because, oh man, it's just so amazing. Your body is just so fucking amazing. I don't even know where to start. And I just needed to get out of the way of it to let it do its thing. And it was always trying to help me out of that emotional trauma as well, Deleon. I didn't realize it. That's what the free floating anxiety and all that shit was. It was that conflict resolution that you're exactly what you were saying. That's what it was trying to do the whole time. And I just hid it at the bottom of the bottle because I didn't want to face the old trauma, the old emotion. And there it was. All I had to do was face it. But I can definitely see why anybody listening, you don't want to face it. But I promise you, once you do, it's like putting down a huge sack of bricks, and you feel light as a feather. But for me, I because of what I'd done to myself, I had this healing phase of like it may have been 2 years, dude. 2 years. And that was absolutely necessary. But when you think I was alcoholic for like 10 years, oh man, it doesn't sound so bad. It doesn't sound so bad then. So, yeah. I mean, I'm happy to talk about the childhood trauma thing if nobody else has got anything to say. But yeah, I love listening to you. You make so much sense to me anyway, dude.
Yeah, I found it. I only discovered this stuff in 2017, but it makes so much intuitive sense. I think for a lot of people with their own life experiences, it's astounding how precise it can get you to identifying precise kinds of traumas in life, being responsible for specific organ alterations and disease symptoms. It's like tremendous how precise it is. But yeah, on an intuitive level, yeah, these patterns, and it's like college semester, everybody getting sick at the end of the college semester. You'd have to go from each individual, an individual by individual examination, but it's the challenge of the semester. The shock that occurred lasted for that semester. Maybe they hated a teacher and was like, oh fuck, I have to deal with this teacher for 3 months or whatever. And then it's the last week of the semester when you take the test of that teacher, and you're like done with him forever. Then you get, quote, sick. It's this healing phase in the body, reversing a previous cellular adaptation that was galvanizing an effort to try to comprehend and overcome this specific kind of problem in life, however you interpreted it in your psyche. So like the organ was adapting, but the brain was also adapting, and also the mind or the psyche was adapting to try to comprehend and overcome this problem. And when you do, a reversal has to happen, and that's the symptoms of healing in so many cases. And so, I mean, there's just so many intuitive explanations now for things happening. There's so much to be said on this, and with like philosophy and like new scientific, like where you can begin to investigate more about this stuff, and where would I put resources if I had like a university to my direction to study more about this stuff. But it's just being squelched in terms of like they're just not approaching it. They're not even trying to falsify it. You read the Wikipedia page, it's just all ad hominem logical fallacies. They have this one thing on Wikipedia saying that the hammerhead is a ring artifact of the CT technology, and then their one citation is just some dude in some European country saying, yes, it's a ring artifact, sign his name. But there's like no study, no examination, and it's very easy to determine that this is a real lesion in the brain. You take multiple scans of the brain at multiple angles to rule out the possibility of it being a ring artifact. And of course, that's what had happened. Siemens Company, a manufacturer of the CT technology, performed this study and demonstrated that no, these things that you're calling hammerheads are not ring artifacts of our CT technology. Very easy to demonstrate. But they don't talk about that on the Wikipedia. Nor do they talk about the shift in the brain to edema. The hammerhead shifting to edema, right? That's a major morphological change. They don't talk about that either. In other words, they're not really. Western universities aren't looking at this shit. It's amazing, but it's such a major discovery and such a major paradigm shift. Some universities did corroborate it, and like the University of Ternova, and there was this awesome story there. But it's just crazy that it's like people like us need to like take up this kind of new scientific paradigm, and not the universities that have all the resources to do it.
Well, I mean, sorry
Andy,
to bang on about Eckhart Tolle
about
again, but Eckhart Tolle talks about it, the emotional pain body like it's an entity in itself. Almost like a demonic thing. Like you could easily interpret it that way. It sounds very odd when he talks about it, because it's like this thing that's you're basically born with it, but this trauma adds to it. So, and it's a certain frequency, and then it no longer flows with the harmonious functions of the body, and so that frequency is there constantly and can be set off at any time by whatever it is. So, say anger, like you were talking about, or whatever that frequency is, bang, as soon as it hears it, it wants to feed, just like any other entity in this realm. It wants to feed, and how it feeds itself is through this negativity of whatever frequency it needs. So it's very weird to put it in those sort of terms.
No,
as I always say, it's like anything else. We put a framework on top of a thing, even if it's just musical notes or whatever it is, just to have some kind of understanding, don't we? That's what we do. And that's why I get a bit peed off with the old Socratic method. I get it. I appreciate it.
You have a kind of an Emmanuel Cantonese sort of understanding.
But I just
Hey guys, I'm
like
trying to sleep.
Yeah, go, dude.
I'm trying to sleep. Keep it down.
Man, I was really into that conversation, and then you just I'm off it now. Thanks. Truth seeker. Fucking LARPers. Throwing me off.
Yeah, we could talk about whatever.
Andy, I'm waiting for a batch of Eckhart Tolle's emotional pain body action toys. I'm generating right now.
Dude, that saved my life. I swear, that saved my life. Because that put me on the path. That just put me on the path. And this idea of the emotional body, it goes back to the bloody ancient Hindus. It goes back fucking thousands of the years. I had no idea. Probably got to save pictures somewhere, in fact. Can't bother to look for it, though.
Also, it seems that AI has no idea what to do with these abstract emotional thoughts. It's not working out.
Yeah, that's a good point. AI and how it ties into this. You know, it's like you can't create an artificial intelligence that comprehends emotion or simulates emotion. You can't simulate life with artificial intelligence. But like, yeah, the reality of biology being biological programs, which kind of harkens back to like simulation theory, that we live in a simulation, or if you want, a dream, consciousness. You know, and then you have AI, artificial intelligence, trying to create an artificial simulation. And you have like people actually believing that they're going to be able to plug their consciousness into a machine and live eternally, right? The transhumanists. But the positive hope message here is that, nope, that's impossible. You know, there is a simulation, but it's an organic, God-created simulation. And you can't simulate that with artificial means. And then on top of that, there's like probably an vast untapped power or resource when you comprehend reality as a simulation, with the emotional body being this very important mediation between like your lived experience and the well of potential, you know. So that gets very deep, but it's obviously like that's where we need to go, and then we can like make some serious effects. There's two things. There's the transhumanist agenda, or the AI singularity, or the technological singularity, and then there's the human singularity, right, which goes down this other path of, you know, tapping into your real, the real matrix of reality. And that's kind of how I kind of describe the battle going on today.
Yeah, I always like that sort of reminding people, because I've heard this on servers all over where they say, "Oh yeah, I'll plug myself into the fucking matrix," and you know, you have to sort of walk them through it slowly and say, "Look, it's true. It's well, there's sort of a priority thing that I do where I go, okay, this is like my first." The very basics, and then there's a second priority and third. And it's true to say that you're like, yes, there's some of your experiences have made you who you are today. That's true. But it's not the sum of everything of what you are, of who you are, is it? And the idea that you're going to plug it into a fucking machine is just laughable. It's laughable to me. And that shows you that you know, you way more than the sum of your experiences, way more than memory. And so I love watching Krishnamurti as well. The more I watch Krishnamurti, the more. Go on, Snacks.
I don't know if you care to get into it, but I mean, it's just the after effect of like what the possibilities are of recording your speech, any long amounts of ideas that you might have can serve to generate basically a facsimile of yourself at, even now or in the future. So it does not guarantee you that you will experience any of that, but it does sort of in some way give the possibility that you will have some kind of touch on somebody later on, not just through a book, as we've traditionally like used that way to kind of like impart knowledge to another generation, but like that just your activity on social media itself can be used to gather and create a sort of version of yourself, if you like. It's just an
Yeah,
idea.
but
If you could
that's already
answer.
been happening with pictures for a long time, right?
Yeah, I was just looking at bloody Archimedes, and I realised, oh my god. So, however his brain worked, mine does not work like that.
Yeah,
Fucking hell.
he was pretty smart.
He was, jeez, the guy's a legend, clearly. But Matthew, you could talk about Archimedes, I'm sure.
Yeah, I like some of the stuff he made. I mean, who knows exactly what he really did or not? A lot of it's sort of legend. So, but he's purported to have done a lot of clever things.
Do you think he's regarded as the father of mathematics then, or
No, that'd be Thales, I think.
what's that name? I've never heard that.
Thales, Thales.
Oh.
He believed in a flat cosmology, actually, by the way.
What about Pythagoras?
Yeah, so probably
So you-
Thales did. A lot of the old flat earthers, they thought the sun went down underneath the ground and came up in the east. So it's a different type of flat earth cosmology than modern flat earth cosmology.
I've
What
reached my
about
flat Earth quoted.
Euclid?
I've watched a flat Earth debate, and that was enough.
I mean, in that regard, I agree more with the ancient flat Earth idea than the modern one. The ancient flat Earth idea being that the sun at midnight is beneath your feet; it goes into the underworld or below you.
Man, we killed the conversation. That was going so well. Well done, Snacks. I'm blaming you.
All right, we're getting batch returns from number 2. Emotional pain body. It's not working out too good as a meme. Well, maybe if there's one. No, that's pretty bad. All right, so we're going to pin our hopes to Generation 3, which is Eckhart Tolle presenting his emotional pain body action figure to the panel of the TV show Shark Tank. So we'll see how that goes. I don't know if that's going to work.
It is interesting, though, isn't it, when you watch somebody lose their shit, and it's like they're not in anymore. It's like they're not there. It's like the lights are on, but nobody's home. Do you know what I mean? And my brother, he's shit. What's the star sign with the two faces? I always forget.
Gemini.
Gemini, yeah. He's very much Gemini. Like, I remember an occasion where, I mean, he loses temper all the time, but I remember once in the kitchen, he lost his shit, and like, it made him feel like he was literally grabbing his gut after it was sort of calming down, and how bad it made him feel. And you can feel it in your gut, can't you, as well?
There's well, just an idea about rising signs that they have connection to certain parts of the body. And so it might be that, who knows? I mean, just to go further in on the Gemini thing, he might be a rising sign where he's exemplifying that area. They say other people have like legs or a head. You know what I mean? Certain signs emphasize these characteristics that we have. They say for rising sign anyway, which is like when you're born in the day and what's there. But Gio would be able to talk about that. But
Yeah, can somebody more eloquent come and talk for me, please?
go for it. Yeah. Working it out.
Yeah, I told the story of the guy in the Civil War who got a big hole in his stomach, and they just couldn't do anything about it. They just left him with a big hole, and basically sat in a hospital bed. And they observed that when, like he just literally sat there with a big hole in his gut, you know. And they'd say like when he got angry, he lost his temper. You could almost see the like inside the hole, it got blacker. I mean, it was already quite dark, as you can imagine. The blood in the midst of you is obviously a bit darker, or a lot darker. But yeah, they would say like it went black, which is an interesting observation. I don't know where I was going with that. It's nice. Turn it back to flat Earth. Man, I'm in such a good mood today. I was just watching a bit of Krishnamurti taking the piss out of transcendental meditation. Fucking, he hates transcendental TM. He fucking hates it. It's all just fucking nonsense to sell to the West.
Andy, have you ever heard of UG Krishnamurti?
Yes, I've seen the other Krishnamurti. He's quite an angry little fellow, isn't he? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm on about Jiddu, so JK, Jiddu Krishnamurti.
Mm-hmm.
Who I could definitely tell why someone would be a bit frustrated listening to him, because he does talk in a weird kind of way. And I think there is ties from the Theosophical Society. So if people do the research, they'll be like, "Oh, he's connected to bloody Lucifer's trust, and therefore he can't be trusted," sort of thing. But whatever. He was so he was touted to be the next Maitreya. That's the thing about this guy. He was going to be the big cheese, if you will, the next big spiritual teacher on Earth. And apparently, he was a bit like Forrest Gump as a child, or even worse, a bit retarded almost, you know. But it wasn't about someone's IQ or something like that. It was all about reading auras when they went and searched for this child, you know. And so they brought him back to England and classically educated him in many different things, languages, etc. And he was they made him the head of this thing called, I forget the name of it. It's something like the Order of the Star, something like that. It was based in the Netherlands.
Order of Zyron.
You what, Truth Seeker?
Order of Zyron.
No.
So, Andy, did you say you were heavily influenced by Eckhart Tolle? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah. So yeah, that was the book that sort of back in like 2010. Like that's just what I needed in that time. That's what it was sort of set me on a journey looking into Stoicism and Buddhism and all that good stuff.
Yeah. So I'm the exact same, but it was a few years later. It was like 2013 or 2014 that I came across The Power of Now, and it like blew my mind and introduced me to sort of Eastern ideas and what I consider to be like a truer spiritual sense. But I have extreme skepticism over Eckhart Tolle now. I wonder if you do too, or If
I
you
do.
could
I
still,
actually do. I do because he's best mates with Oprah and all that shit. Yeah, absolutely.
yeah, he's
Of
best
course.
mates with Oprah, and he does like retreats that cost thousands of dollars and like online seminars, like to like watch a video and get like on a Skype call for like hundreds of dollars. And I think people should be able to make money, no problem. But like, it's funny because I do think Power of Now changed my life. Like 100% changed my life reading that book. But I look back now and I think, I don't know, man, that guy might be a shill or a charlatan or something.
Well, I mean, interestingly enough, I remember commenting on a YouTube thing because somebody, this is a few years back now, so I can't really remember it, but basically he was saying the same criticism. He was saying, "Oh, bloody, how much money he's made, and this, that, and the other," and so I did feel the need to just respond and say, "Yeah, everybody needs to put food on table," but I also said that something along the lines of, he's only repackaged something that these old ideas, there's nothing new under the sun, sort of thing. He's just repackaged in a very German way, I might add. Very organized, and he's sort of made it very. He's sort of put his own spin on it, if you will. Well, not his own spin. What I mean is, in that X Factor way that they always talk about, he's made it his own. But it's ultimately just ideas from thousands of years ago. That's what I loved about it, and that's what made me then try and look at what did Buddha say about this? What did if indeed they existed? I understand that a lot of these things can be just stories or whatever, mythologies. That's kind of how I think of the Bible as well. Not to sound disrespectful, but I kind of think of it as a greatest hits or lots of mythologies all put together to make a framework of civilized society, because that's what they wanted to do. They wanted to it's silly to even say it, but to have to say, look, you're not supposed to kill each other, you fucking idiots.
Yeah, I kind of agree, dude. But it like, especially with the Bible, like people want to hold to it as literally true, and they think that it's very important that it's literally true. But I actually think metaphorical truths are more powerful than literal truths. That's why, like, if you read a Dostoevsky novel or something like that, it resonates more with you than reading a quote unquote history book or like someone's journal of yesterday. It's like metaphorical truths are deep and profound, and like for some reason, people think if it didn't happen the exact way, then it doesn't matter. The story of the Buddha I take a little bit differently, only because like it probably is a metaphorical truth or has deep lessons in his story, but also like wrapped up in his story is like a methodology for getting out of the sort of loop of suffering. So I don't really see that in the Bible per se.
Well, the Buddha, what is very simple, isn't it? The Buddha's thing was, you suffer because you desire.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
it can't be much simpler than that. But then some of his more clever students ran away and they went, so, don't desire. So they went away and they came back and said, wait a minute. So we're desiring not to desire? How does that work again?
I think he talks about that in one of his discourses or one of his suttas or whatever, where he says, like, like you have to sort of recognize where you're at on the path. And at the beginning of the path, you have to have a desire to not desire. It's like, it's almost like that saying, like, you can only be just in your own time. Like, you can only do, like you can only take the next step forward in the position that you're at this current moment. Like, I used to argue with this guy Adam, who's not on Discord anymore, but I'm sure you've had discussions with him. But about like he just thought you could just become enlightened today, and I thought, no, I don't think so. I think you have to sort of you have to walk the full path.
Yeah, it's like the hero's journey and shit. Yeah, it's funny because I remember watching this because I think I got my hands on every talk Eckhart Tolle gave, and at the start of his book, he talks about this sort of enlightenment moment, which they have in Japanese Zen, which I think is called Satori. But he wishes he'd not put that in his book. Interestingly enough, I also think that some of what he talks about at the start of that book, where he talks about, I knew there was so much more to light than you know what I mean. I don't know if you remember it, but I must have listened to it 1,000 times, like over the years, just because I'd fall asleep to it. You know, I tend to fall asleep to philosophers and stuff like that. So first of all, I think the acid. I think he took. I know he took acid because he talked about it. So he took LSD, and I think that is interpreting. You know, he didn't mention. He left that little bit out of the book because what LSD does is it's very difficult to explain to someone who hasn't done it. But someone who has done it will know exactly what I'm saying now. It shows you the wateriness of water.
Yeah.
Like you could just stare at it for an hour, like oh shit, and light and whatever else. And so I think that's a little thing that is interesting. And also, he was talking to this old lady who'd asked a question or whatever, and he said he wished he'd taken that part out of the book, the part about him saying that it just happened in a moment, because the sort of explanation was that he that it's a journey, as you said. You know, it takes time. You have to sort of go through the motions of it. And so, because people would ask him, why you then? Why did it just happen to you in this moment? And so it's interesting that we suddenly hear him saying, I wish I'd have taken out the book, because people are just waiting for this one specific moment of like it just happens.
Yeah.
But
Are you
that's not.
familiar? Are you familiar in the Buddhist context with the idea of a sotapanna, or a stream winner, or a stream enterer?
Sounds familiar.
So, like, the sort of high level view is that, like, on the path to enlightenment, like, there's essentially like 3 stages or 6 stages, and the very first one, well, the very first one is preparing to enter the stream, and then like the second one is someone who's entered the stream, and like in like Buddhist mythology, or at least in Theravada Buddhism, like once you've entered the stream, right, you're flowing towards enlightenment, and you will reach it in, I think, 7 lifetimes at the maximum, but you can reach it in that life, just sort of in that dogmatic Buddhist belief. And it's like one who kind of observes, like, almost like a moment of eternity, or the fleeting nature of reality, or sort of the illusion of Maya, or something like that. Like, once your soul actually grasps that, you've entered the stream, and you will, like, you know, attain nibbana at some point. And from my perspective, that's what happened to Eckhart Tolle. Is he had a profound moment, and he entered the stream, but he has mistook it as being a fully enlightened being. Does that make sense? And so, like, everyone treats him as a guru. And again, I love Eckhart Tolle. I love The Power of Now. It changed my life profoundly. But I think he's sort of mistaken himself as like an enlightened being, when in reality he just entered the stream of it. But since most people never enter the stream, it seems more profound. Does that make sense at all?
Yeah, it does. Well, I mean, I like Krishnamurti's take on it, which is like, what we're doing here. Are we using some sort of methodology, some sort of what we'd call works, I suppose. You know, meditations, whatever it is. What we're doing here? Because this is why I said truth prevails in the DMs the other day. I said something along the lines of, I could see me easily going back to this idea of ascension through faith. I could easily see me going back to that, because I do think it's a sort of Tower of Babel of sorts. This idea that we can learn things, because a man's got to know his limitations, you know? What we're going to learn, you know, it's like this idea of we're going to learn things and then what? Become God? No, that's not going to happen, is it? I think I feel connection to that. That's why I never try and define God, by the way, because I don't know what it is. There's a trust there in every cell of my body that I feel a connection to. And when I'm focused on a thing, or that's not, it's really difficult to put into words, but I'm trying to say that anything can be a meditation when there's no thinking in your head, when there's no thoughts in your head whatsoever. This is why I talk to my brother, but he makes guitars, and the most beautiful guitars you've ever seen in your life. And he's all self-taught, because that's kind of way he does things. And just from YouTube videos, by the way, anti-flat earthers. Can't learn anything from YouTube videos. Should see these guitars, man. They're unbelievable. But when he made his last one, or I don't know how long ago it was, a few months, whatever, and he showed it to me, and I was like, oh man, that's amazing. I was like, what now? And he knew exactly what I meant when I said, what now? Because in that creative space and that, just building that thing, when there was no thoughts in his head whatsoever, and he was just focused on that, you can see how that's a meditation, can't you? And getting away from yourself, from the little me that's constantly chattering, and generally fucking everything up for you.
I mean, I think like nowadays they call it a flow state, but like if you're hyper focused on a creative endeavor, or building something, or it's the same like maybe sensation that a rock climber gets, like one of these free soloers who like climbs mountains without ropes or something. They're so concentrated that everything else disappears, and then that they're essentially
concentration. Though, to me, sort of implies attention, a state of tension, don't you think? Whereas what I'm talking about, certainly in the rock climb, that's the most alive he's ever felt in his life, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's weird to try and put it into words. Yeah. Do you see?
Yeah, I have a different like kind of conception of meditation, I think, than what you do, just based on the last minute of conversation. Like, in my view of meditation, like it requires extreme concentration, and so like sort of in some way, like forcing yourself through the muck of like the monkey mind, and so like you have to be able to concentrate deeply to like actually attain or to not attain but to actually practice meditation correctly. And I think it's the exact same thing that the rock climber does, opposed to just sort of zenning out and letting all thoughts disappear or something.
Well, for me, I mean, it's just a deep acceptance of the present moment. That's what I'd put it down to. And so there's no because to me the ego, if you think about it, the ego is in a constant state of so it's a reactionary state. It's the exact opposite. Is what I'm saying? It's the blaming and complaining and all that. That's how it's reinforcing itself. So it's the total acceptance. This is why I said the other day, when you start to sort of observe that in yourself, and it's all muddled and all over the place, accept whatever is, and it's through that acceptance that you'll get that. Whatever you accept fully, peace will soon follow. And so it's not a forceful thing. It's a surrender. It's more of a letting go. And it's a very strange thing to say. The greatest achievement of my life so far is that I can choose to follow a thought or not. I can choose to have no thoughts in my head. It sounds very odd to say, but it feels very peaceful. And any human being is that, to me, that's like the sane state, if you will. That's like the sort of the sort of. It's so difficult to put into words, and I wonder if in that awareness that that's divine as well. But again, that's what you're starting to sort of talk of God then, aren't you? And it's like, oof, gets a bit like, I don't want to define that because I don't know what it is. But
Yeah.
that's the connection that I feel to it, if you see.
Yeah, I mean that resonates with me, and that makes a lot of sense. I can't remember what uh, the Pali word for it is, but there's like essentially like mind states that we can get into, and that sort of thoughtlessness mind state is one like particularly interesting and important mind state that people should be able to achieve if they want to sort of, I hate to use words like this, but transcend or ascend or something like that. Like you need to be able to sort of let thoughts and stuff dissipate. But from my view, it's like thoughts are essentially just sensations that happen to us, no different than like an itch on our leg, or like a pain in our elbow or something like that. They're thoughts that happen to us, and they're constantly arising. Like they're just sort of percolating, like in our very like being alive is a percolation of sensations, including thoughts, including itches, including pain, etc. And so, like, we need to learn. I'm saying this definitively. I don't know if I completely believe it, but this is just sort of my idea. We need to learn to sort of recognize and actually observe all of those thoughts for what they are, which is ultimately impermanence.
No, don't you think though this idea of enlightenment's a bit of like a circus game? It's a bit of a you know what I mean, like it's a bit silly. I mean,
well,
to me, it's everyone's birthright, and it's been turned into this fucking whole circus silliness. You know, you know
I
what
do agree with that.
Sorry, go on. I was just going to say, you know what, in Japanese Zen, what they compare enlightenment to? They say it's like having it's like balling your fist up and tricking a child as if you've got something in your fist. That's what they say in Japanese Zen, what enlightenment is. And I agree with that totally. That makes total sense to me, because people turned into fucking. I'm getting lost for words. My brain's not working today very well, so sorry everybody. But when I do finally put it into words, you'll be the first to know.
Yeah, dude, I agree with that. I do think that there's a whole circus around it, but I think like sort of the core idea of we're not physical beings, we're fundamentally spiritual beings, and like we are on a journey of like somehow getting better, and that if we're getting better, there is some sort of theoretical like optimal stage or place that we could be in. To me, that just seems like self-evidently true. And so, like, yeah, you listen to the gurus or anything like that, it all sounds a little bit silly, but something at a fundamental level resonates with me. Like, okay, like the work here is on my soul, not like on this physical like lifetime existence.
Yeah, I wish my brain were working better today so I could communicate better. Because sometimes I have days like this. It's all good. I don't mind. I have good days and bad days where I'm on it and I can speak well. Today is not one of those days.
I mostly have bad days, so no fun on that.
I don't beat myself up about it because I was an alcoholic for years and years and years. So yeah, I imagine there was some lasting damage done. But
Well,
yeah,
I'm the same way, except for me, it was weed, not alcohol. I
Oh,
think
right.
there's lasting damage with too much marijuana.
Yeah, that's it. That's interesting, isn't it? A guy I used to talk to used to be used to have a big problem with weed, and now it could do some damage in this, that, and the other. I'm not so sure. I don't know how I feel about that. There's clearly all kinds of healing from that plant as well. My brother was telling me something interesting about it the other day. About somebody told him about an apple tree. How you need a female and a male. I didn't know that. Did you know that?
I've heard Mike talk about something similar to that before. Yeah.
I had no idea. And it's the same with the cannabis plant as well. They need the male and the female. I've heard that before about that, but he just went into a lot more detail about it. You know, saying how basically you need the female to. That's the plant, the bud you get stoned from, basically, and if you mix the when the seed comes through the bud, that's the male, and it's yeah, you don't get stoned from the male plant, do you? That's basically what I'm trying to say.
It's definitely a profound plant. You know, someone said to me once that like the difference between a drug, a medicine, and a poison is dosage and intention, and I think that that's very true. You know, and I was like an all day, everyday smoker. You know, for decades, and clearly I was using it as a drug or a poison, not as a medicine. You know. So.
Yeah, I did it a lot when I was a kid as well. And we used to have the resin, you know, the black resin, and we'd sort of mix it into a bit of tobacco and then smoke it through a bucket. You know, like you'd basically have a bucket on the floor, and then a 2-litre bottle. You'd chop the bottom off it, and then just make a gauze out of the lid, and then you'd put the tobacco and resin mix in the top and pull it up, and then you'd get all the smoke in the bottle. And we did that for years. And because this house we're in, this big house, my mum basically wasn't here because she was elsewhere, living with a new. It's hard to explain. It's a whole thing. But basically, we just had this big house with my oldest brother had left, and so there were just me and my older brother, and loads of lads. It was just a DOS house. Can you imagine, like, a big house with like 10 lads in it? And like my bedroom consisted of just 3 motorbikes in pieces. You couldn't tell one from the other. It was just 3 motorbikes in all pieces. We used to ride these motorbikes round the streets with no helmets, no, obviously license, tax, insurance test, anything. And my bed consisted of several mattresses and a snooker table in between, and some other shit that nearly went up. Well, it weren't far away from the roof. It was unbelievable how it was just a DOS house, basically. It was the clubhouse. Everybody used to come here and get stoned, and we did that for years. And then my granddad moved in with us, and that changed everything because, you know, he'd been in the war, and he'd been fighting for old Farouk, as he used to say. Well, he never used to really talk about war. I'd have to sort of bother him to get to you know, because it was that generation. You know, they didn't talk about stuff like that. They were a very different generation. You know, the other day I wondered if I'd hit a rabbit. I weren't sure. I felt terrible about it, as you do. And I remember coming home from a casino once when I was about 20, and I ate a cat, and I felt absolutely awful. I felt destroyed by it. I was like, "Oh my god, that's somebody's cat!" And you know, I went back and this was a long time ago. But recently, I went to a town, and I was going down this road, and I'm sure I hit a rabbit. I heard the bump, and I'm like, "Oh my god," because you just see it for a second. And then because of all the stuff that I've talked about on here and other things, let me just get to the point. So I thought about my granddad, and it made me feel better because back in his day, if he'd have hit a pheasant or a rabbit, he'd have put it in the back of the car, and that would have been dinner. Very different generation. I remember met this guy called Spider, and he used to go lamping, what they call lamping, and basically it's how they'd catch rabbits. So they'd have lurchers, these little dogs, you know, like a crossbreed between greyhounds and those other past dogs I can't remember, and they call them lurchers. And they'd shine the lamp on the bright light on the rabbit, and then it'd stop, and then you send the dog after it. And fucking hell, rabbits squeal. It's an awful thing. If you ever witness a rabbit dying, holy shit. So I remember I took them rabbits to my granddad, and he skinned them. And I was stood in his kitchen. He lived across the road from us back then. And the fucking stench, man. Oh my God. This is why I said, if I had to kill my own stuff and pluck it and skin it and all that, I would be a pescatarian. I'm pretty sure of that. But the rabbit stew he made, yeah, it was nice. It was pretty good.
Yeah, you're not alone.
I
Most
hear
people are
you.
like that, I think.
I'll slaughter for you, bud. I know it smells bad, but I'll do it.
Thanks.
You know why the town butcher used to dress really nicely back in the day?
Go on then.
Well, because he'd butcher in like super nice clothes, and it was like a sign of how good of a butcher he was that he could do it in his best dress without getting covered in blood.
Well, funnily enough, a butcher used to live next door to us here now. It's just been converted back to a house, but it was a butcher's, and he was a great butcher, he really was. But he was always covered in blood, like and his beef. We used to have like what was it called, topside, and oh man, it was the greatest beef you ever tasted in your life. I don't know what the fuck happened to me, but having had that, you realise how spoilt you were. Because you taste beef now and it's nothing like that.
Yeah, the flavor profiles of an animal that grew up in a natural environment as opposed to an unnatural one where they're killed with like extreme I don't know what you want to call it, excitement. I don't know. They get pretty riled up before they die in those slaughter.
Well, it's not just the flavour; it's the texture as well. Like everything about it's like I don't know, just pales in comparison to that beef I remember as a kid.
Yeah, one thing that's really bizarre about sheep is they let you slaughter them. They don't put up a fight. My buddy and I, we just lay them on their back. I don't even need to put my knee on its belly or anything. Just push it. I like barely push its chin back, and then it lets me like slice its throat. It kind of makes sense that they were used as sacrificial animals.
Seem to remember my brother telling me, because he's just got a new job doing like wildlife sanctuary thing where they send troubled kids and whatnot. And I seem to recall he was saying something about a sheep that they were dragging to a thing and it knew and it were fighting. So maybe not. I don't know. Maybe it's different. Maybe he was talking about something else. Well,
He might have been misinterpreting the situation. See, like when people come to shear my buddy's sheep, they have the same reaction that they do when you're trying to catch one up to slaughter it. They don't want to be touched. They don't want to be ridden. They don't want to be grabbed. But once you do grab one by the leg and you flip it on its back, it's not like writhing and kicking, and it just goes into this very calm state, which is what allows people to shear them with ease and slaughter them with ease. It's bizarre.
Yeah, is that Flatty? He's changed his name again to Brad Baines.
Brad Baines.
What's
Bad
that?
Brains.
Brad Baines.
Bad Brains is the image. Is the album cover for Bad Brains.
Oh,
And so I just swapped some letters around.
sounds like somebody singing "Happy Birthday." It's my nephew's birthday.
And many more.
Just talking about cheering sheep, Flatty. So you know, getting on this.
Oh, nice. I thought so. I heard some about Flapper saying something about lifting up his chin, slitting his throat.
Yeah, well, the first one I ever did, it bit my thumb. It was so funny. My buddy's like,
This
"Yeah,
is a
dude, you can
sheep
cut
you're
your
talking
thumb."
about? Platypus?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, it makes sense they
He's
would
like, "Yeah, you
trust you.
could."
Sorry. I got it.
Oh no, it's fine. What were you saying?
It makes sense they would just let you do that. Don't you like trim them their whole lives with the wool?
The ones that I was doing recently were actually they weren't even wool sheep. He's got a couple different kinds. These are like short haired. I think they're called Dorpers.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, but they have
Anyway,
these
carry
flat
on.
teeth. Yeah, they have these flat teeth, and like one of the ways, if you're having trouble getting the animal to expose its neck to you, you can put your thumb or finger into the back of its mouth where there are no teeth, and it kind of makes them like kick their head up a little bit so that you can push it back. And I didn't put my finger far enough back into its mouth, and it just bit down on my thumb, and actually drew blood. It was I was really surprised. And then I drew blood. I'm sure the sheep was also surprised.
Bro, the food is the way we take it back, dude. I'm telling you. In ancient times, if you controlled the food of Rome, you basically controlled Rome. Like having control of the food, who controls the food right now? Most people don't. And it's also not feasible for us to just go be farmers and exit the system. Like that's not gonna work either. Like we can't all just go farm because we need people to do other stuff.
We as like the little we could all go farm. We don't need to take everybody, and not everybody's going to want to go. There'll be people to pay taxes and get arrested and all that kinds of stuff that needs to happen. Be governed.
No, we gotta try to fix the whole system, bro. This is only gonna work if we fix the whole. Yeah, we can go make our lives better and stuff or whatever, but we gotta fix the whole thing as a whole. Like otherwise, it's gonna keep getting worse.
I think it's just going to get better, and all it takes is for a couple people to just like lead the charge. But we can.
There's no charge to make if we don't have this food thing straightened out. That's what I'm saying.
If I was a betting man, and I was like, "What's the best way to get this done?" I would send a small group of people out into the woods to become self-sustainable. Not like completely cut off from society, but you know, pretty sustainable. And then once I guess once whatever's supposed to happen happens, they'll be set, and if nothing happens, they're already set. You know what I mean?
What is
Because I
the
don't think
food
any
thing?
remnant of the food thing.
Go ahead. I was just asking Jeremy,
No,
what's the food thing he thinks needs to be sorted out? I don't really understand that.
We have to regain control of the food.
Yeah, but like
as a whole.
like you could go to Costco and just get a giant bag of rice and a whole bunch of like canned beans and survive for years, literally years, without relying on anything else besides like a couple bags of rice and like a pallet of canned chickpeas or beans or something. So it's like I think people are more concerned with the taste element and the convenience and like the diversity of food, when in reality, like you could easily survive off very little.
No, but we need to be making the food. Like we have to start from the ground up and regain control of the whole food thing. Yeah, you could buy a whole bunch of beans and rice and shit and last a few years, but we need to just they're still in control of it. We're just buying it. We need to regain control of our own food supply. That's how it has to start like that. Like there's no charge to make. There's nothing to even do before we do that. We have to make sure everyone has enough food.
Well, you also
Which
got to
could be
do it in
done
a way, 'cause
easily.
if you look at the people though who have really come the closest to doing it, it's so weird. For some reason, the government always shows up with like automatic machine guns. It sucks, but it's true. You got to do it in a way where like you're not drawing too much negative attention to yourself. You don't have to be like underground, like digging tunnels or anything like that, but like you got to find a way to not have a target over your head. All the most healthy food is pretty much illegal. I think that's what.
Where you just got to do it right in the open, like wherever you can have fruit trees all year round and they're just growing fruit. Like just have fruit trees everywhere. Like I don't know why. Like and it should be easy in the South. Like in the North, you have to can or jar it or pickle it or whatever the fuck they do. But yeah, if you could just have food trees, just food growing all year round outside, like that's freaking dope. Like we need to just walk outside and there's just food there. You know what I'm saying? Or we're just growing so much that everyone has plenty of food on Earth. Is that like doable or?
Yeah, I think it is.
I mean, I have enough lawn. I have enough like lawn space here to where I could grow probably more than enough food for me and my neighbors.
Do you have a
If we all
garden?
did our lawns. What's up?
Do you have a garden?
No.
Yeah, I mean that's the point. Is like it's takes a shit ton of effort to do that. You know, like it's not just like, oh, we can just plant some apple trees and be okay. Like, you know, it's like a big ordeal, which is why like I'm not saying I disagree with you. I'm just saying like I don't think it's a practical solution to think that we're all going to grow our own food. And like, could we live in compounds and have like, you know, farmers that do it? Yeah, maybe, but people also aren't going to do that.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm saying when you have a fruit tree, let's say you're down south and you just have a tree that grows fruit, right? Like what do you got to do to it besides like pick the fruit?
Well, yeah, but like, how much fruit are you going to eat? Like, I'm assuming you want to eat cows as well. You probably want to eat rice and potatoes and all of these things. Like, an apple tree is
No,
not going
I
to.
hear you. No, I hear you. Yeah. That's not gonna cut it alone. I'm just saying, like, I'm looking for like some kind of low maintenance shit. Like we could start off at least easy and give everyone free whatever the fuck grows on, apples or whatever you guys got. I don't know. What do you grow down south on a tree? Oranges?
Peaches and stuff
yeah,
like that.
George, you got the peach.
Canaris?
What's that?
No,
I've
it's
ever heard
not
of.
Pete Canaris. It's Jim Kovaleski. Have you ever heard of Jim Kovaleski?
No.
He uses people's front yards in Florida and Maine, and half the year he's gardening in Florida, and the other half of the year he's gardening in Maine, and he just uses people's yards. From what I understand.
Yeah, and he makes big
a living
bucks,
off
right?
that.
You were saying he makes good money off of that, right?
Yeah, he does apparently. I'm kind of modeling something after that right now. Like I have a massive root crop that's all. A lot of it went in the ground last night during the harvest moon, but a lot of it just got like put into like seed trays and stuff. I think it's important for whatever reason. I've had the best success when you actually put the seed in the soil and add water to it during the full moon. The better you can have a better time. But yeah, I'm trying to pump a bunch of food right now. We're like in the middle of harvesting like peppers and passion fruits and sweet potatoes, and then like your browns and your purple potatoes as well.
Yo, if you had unlimited land, how much food could you grow? With like no oil, not using any oil or gas. No gasoline or diesel or something.
I could grow a lot.
Nothing
How much
powered.
time do I have? Yeah, nothing powered.
You have as much time as it takes.
Oh shit. Yeah. I just trained my dairy cow to pull a plow or a cart. That takes care of the tractor. And honestly, I'd probably just grow weeds, like hemp and like viney. Well, where I am, I would just grow stuff that's out of control, really hard to manage, and then bring in some animals to just eat it up. Just rotate them over the acreage, and that's it.
I'm saying by hand you could do a shit ton of like how many people could you feed, you think, for a year? Just yourself growing food with no diesel or gas or anything.
Well, if I did like, let's say I was doing 12-hour days, 5 days a week, or 6 days a week, and in one 12-hour day, I could probably milk. I could easily get 20 gallons if I milked twice a day. And if I wasn't using electricity, I wouldn't have to wash a milk pump because I'd be doing it by hand. And then however long it just takes to pull fruit and pick stuff out of the ground and put it in a basket, get it to people. I mean, there's not much processing involved. Shit, if I just kill it, if I have hundreds and hundreds of livestock and I just slaughter one animal every day, if each animal's got like, after it's deboned, I don't know, 80 pounds of meat, that's like what? How many pounds of meat does a person eat a day? 1.5, 2?
Don't you gotta like herd them and shit? Well, what do you gotta do? Could you have that many?
5 minutes.
Like, how many animals could you handle?
By hand. I can handle 1,000 very easily. You mean like manage them like across the land, or like physically touch each animal each day?
I don't know what needs to be done. Like, what do you like? Could you handle 1,000?
Well, if you have hell yeah. If I had a dog, if I had a good sheepdog with me, 1,000 wouldn't be a problem at all.
Could you do 10,000? Doesn't that use a lot of land though? Doesn't that use a lot of land because they eat like grass? You gotta have them like grass fed and grass finished and shit.
Yeah, well, you said I have a ton of land and all the time, right?
Yo, when a cow comes through and eats all the grass, that shit just like grows back naturally, right?
Yeah,
that's how grass works.
Yeah, that's the beauty of it. It's like the grass comes back every year, and if you do it right,
you can't stop it.
Grass all year long. Yeah, you just.
I mean, reasonably, how much land and shit could you manage with the things like 1,000, 10,000, just all by yourself? How many cows
all by
or cattle
myself,
or whatever?
I managed 100 acres all by myself, and I never even used all of it in 1 year. And I was managing a business. We probably
100
sold
acres
on a bi-week. Yeah, it was 100 acres.
So by yourself, how many people do you think you could feed for a year? 10,000?
10,000 families? No, probably not. Like
10,000
without killing
people.
myself, like working. It just depends on what they're eating. you know, and like
Bro, if you kill one cow a day, if you just kill one
a
cow a
cow
day, that's
slaughter
like
by
friggin'.
dude, cow slaughter by yourself is still an insanely long job. Like,
How long?
I mean, if there were two of us, if there were
One
just two
day.
of us, if there were just two people,
No, it's
yeah,
just you.
we could do a cow a day.
It's just you, bro.
It's just me.
We're just
I mean, I'd
sending.
figure out a way to do it.
Could you kill? You get some pulleys and shit, right, or something?
Yeah, no, I'd use pulleys and whatever I had to use, counterweights, counterbalances. But
Or just fucking disassemble it right there on the ground, or I don't know, whatever. Yeah, you figure it out. Could you do one cow? Could you do one thing a day of meat?
wait, do we still have guns, or do we not? Is no electricity, no guns?
What do you need the gun? You're gonna shoot this cow? Can you just like walk right up to it?
You can, but I would prefer a very quick method with an animal that large. If you miss, like, okay, let's say you go up to it with a knife and you miss. Now you have an enraged 1,300-pound animal that can kick you so hard it'll snap your bones.
Okay, you have guns.
You
have guns.
just don't want to miss.
One bullet a day.
Yeah,
you only use one bullet a day, right?
One bullet a day? Yeah, that's fine. Just leave the sledgehammer close by in case I fucking miss. I can hit it with a sledgehammer.
Oh my god, this is
That's how they
fucking
do it in
violent.
Brazil.
This went
dude.
dark.
No, it's just that you want to the quickest way. Like,
Couldn't you have it like walk into a guillotine or something?
no, you don't want to cut its head off.
No.
Not like that. No, not really.
Alright,
You could, I guess. I guess
you
that
get
would
one
make it
bullet a
look
day.
lighter if you're gonna hang it.
Could you disassemble this whole cow though and shit and pack it up, whatever? Some kind of hemp packaging, whatever.
Dude,
is
I've
around.
only ever done a cow once. I'm way more familiar with pigs and goats and sheep, and deer. But it's pretty much the same thing. It's just a lot more material.
I mean, what, 8
The
hours?
thing is, if there's
How long
no
does this take?
electricity,
No breaks.
well, dude, if there's no electricity means no refrigeration, which means I got to have a gang of salt on standby because you have a bunch of raw meat that just needs to go.
No, you get
either into
electricity.
salt
You
or
got
into food.
electricity. You got electricity to keep it cold.
Now I have electricity. Oh shit!
Just for that, just
Like
refrigeration,
power,
just for that.
Oh, just for refrigeration. Okay.
That's all you get.
Well, then it doesn't really matter how long I do it because I could, if I don't finish the animal like the carcass in one day, I could just leave it refrigerated and it'll be fine for a couple days. That solves a lot of issues.
You couldn't do one a day? You can do a whole cow in a day?
Right now, no. With some practice, probably.
Alright. So one cow a day, that feeds
Could
mad
I
fucking
do a
people,
cow
bro.
in a day? Yeah, I would. I'd butcher it though. I'm not trying to pun. I'd probably fuck it up though.
Yeah, you'll learn after a while, or
just
somebody
in-
will get someone to show you.
yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
You get
So-
caught up sometimes with like certain cuts and whatnot.
How many pounds of meat is that?
On a cow? Shit. I'm trying to remember.
It's gotta be hundreds of pounds, ain't it?
I'd say at least half of the animal's body weight is going to be guts and bones. So if it's like a 1,400 pound animal, maybe like 600 pounds. Because you're going to lose a lot of weight to blood, bones, and guts.
Yeah, no doubt.
Like,
Bro, that sounds like it feeds 200 people right there.
Yeah, it definitely feeds a lot. But it's not like everybody.
3 pounds of meat? I wish I... Oh, we're using everything
have
it
to
is.
eat heart. Yeah.
We're using the bone
They're gonna have
marrow.
to eat the lungs. Hell yeah.
We're using bone marrow, whatever. Gio's probably got some crazy fucking recipe or something. We get the eyeballs and tongue and shit or something. Who knows?
I ate eyeballs last week. I had sheep eyeballs and some brain.
We're making cutlery out the knives. Or sorry, we're making cutlery out of the bones with that.
I was like, what?
Yeah, that didn't make sense the first time. We're gonna make knives and shit out of the bones.
Oh, dude, we're gonna cook it so tender, it's just gonna fall off the bone. You're not even gonna need
Well,
to know.
somebody was saying the other day. Somebody was saying the other day, you put a bone in a pot of water and you make a stew or something out of it, and it's supposed to be mad healthy because it sucks like the stuff out of it or something.
Yeah, broth.
Yeah, bone broth.
Bone broth. Very good.
I think
We
the
got so
goats
much
are the
bone
high.
broth.
I think the goats are the highest carcass to meat ratio. The cows is almost similar. And why would you want like a 1,000 pound or a 2,000 pound cow to slaughter? Why wouldn't you slaughter like a younger cow, like a 400, maybe a 500 pounder? And if you slaughtered animals that are 200 pounds or more, you should be able to slaughter that animal in a day, no problem.
Oh yeah, we love veal. Veal's awesome. Get some baby cows in there.
I could cut it up, no worries. It'll be in pieces by the end of the day. I just meant like a proper job where you know all the cuts, because right now all the butchery that I'm doing is getting sold to restaurants in Las Vegas and Southern California, and it's really the cuts are really expensive, and the fact that they're even getting bought and sold for even more is kind of blowing my mind. Because I'm not a professional, but interestingly enough, dude, our food culture here in the West is so degraded. Most of the chefs are not familiar with most of the cuts that are actually available on an animal. They're just used to like whatever is coming out of the grocery store from the big corporate slaughterhouse. And so, yeah, I could make some mistakes. Basically, is what I'm saying. They wouldn't necessarily notice.
Yeah,
But
you
I
might
would.
get some.
I would notice.
You might get some cuts with some splintered bone in there. I've had several cuts like that from the butchers. Yeah, you got to know where to cut and how to cut. And I mean, you can learn that process in no time. It doesn't take you any time at all.
Yeah, for sure. I'm going to do some slaughtering in a little bit, actually. I'm just getting ready to go up to work. I just don't want to go anywhere because it's fucking $7 a gallon, boys. What is going on?
Dude, why do you think in my scenario I had you doing this with no gas and no diesel? We don't control that.
I know. I literally... these gas prices are killing me right now.
Gas runs everything right now, bro. What do you think drives the price of all this shit? Everything gets moved by gas. Trucking, you ain't doing nothing with no gas. Or diesel or something. Unless you're the Amish or whatever.
No, even the Amish are on diesel energy. That's like a little known fact.
They should be
Amish
using
people, they're
solar
just not
panels.
connected to the grid.
Are they using solar panels? I feel like that's right up their alley.
The ones I met had a diesel generator that charged what do you call it, like power drill batteries. They would use power drill batteries to like turn on their lights and stuff.
Oh, that's neat.
Like they still don't have like electrical sockets in their house, but their lamps, like they've all got like DeWalt, batteries.
Yeah, that's smart. That's smart. They should be on solar and wind and shit. You figure little mini wind turbines are easy. Solar panel, super
Yeah.
easy.
I know some reformed Amish who, in the last couple of years, they were kicked out of their community, and now they have electricity and like cell phones, and it's kind of awesome.
This one guy I saw on TikTok. He started riding his horse to work, and the cops tried stopping him and shit. It was a big fiasco. He's like, you can't stop a horse when he's walking. There's some kind of horse laws and shit. I don't know.
That's pretty cool.
Like you can't touch another man's horse. There's like some weird horse laws, I think.
I'm gonna see if my state has any horse laws.
Like you got the right to travel by horse if you want. I think there's some kind of there's definitely horse laws.
Oh wow, there's a bunch of really whack ass laws in California. Most of the laws are just about transporting a horse, not really about riding it. Oh wow, it's actually this was kind of a cool one. The driver of any vehicle that approaches a horse-drawn vehicle, any ridden animal or livestock, must exercise proper control of his vehicle and shall reduce speed or stop as may appear necessary to avoid frightening the animal and to ensure safety of the person in charge of the animal.
That's what I'm saying, bro. This cop was like trying to like pin the horse between like the guardrail and the car, and the guy was bugging. He's like, "Yo, you can't fucking do this!" Like he was tripping.
I'd be tripping too. I'd be like, all right,
He's like, "I have the
let's show
right to
this guy how
travel."
fast you can run.
He was like, "I have the right to travel." Yo, car insurance is expensive. I don't blame him. I don't know where you park a horse though, and when you get to the city or whatever, but like I don't know where you're going with the horse, where you could just park a horse. That's crazy. You got poop piles to deal with and stuff now. I don't know what the laws on that are. You can't leave dog poop anywhere. Horse poop, they're gonna be wilding.
I mean, horse poop doesn't smell nearly as bad as dog shit though, or human shit.
So you could feed about 200 people a day. 100, 150, 200 people a day, give or take. With just meat.
Yeah, I'd say so. If I had a whole crew of people, like a community, though, we wouldn't need to be slaughtering an animal every single day. You know, we could have gardens and stuff, and we could be supplementing with forage.
Yeah.
Like, let's see, this week, like I'm trying to get production up at my buddy's property, and I was able to make like 2 6-ounce jars of comfrey lavender oil. You guys know what comfrey is? It's like a pretty cool plant, some good medicinal properties. FDA recently just banned its consumption in the United States. Didn't the Irish just survive off of potatoes and milk?
Yeah, and then they had some kind of potato blight and shit and got wrecked.
Bro, I think that's a conspiracy. I hate to auto hoax the potato famine. Never forget. Potato famine, what was it, 1856? 1854 or something? Hold on, let me look it up. (1845 to 1852), the Great Famine. I thought that was all like engineered. I think they had like biological weapons back then that could affect crops.
ask an AI to fool it or to distinguish if it's an AI or a real person? What question would you ask it?
I mean, they passed the Turing test, so I don't know if you could.
Hmm.
You know the Turing test, the guy that invented computers, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, they named the test after him to see if they could get a computer to fool a human, and I'm pretty sure they passed it several times.
I think so too, yeah.
I don't know
For
if we have
some
access.
reason, I think Catelyn Ames is an AI. I don't know why it just came to me like right now. I'm probably wrong, right? But the way like Catelyn is answering, and it just makes me think of an AI for some reason.
Well,
Catelyn, why did you not answer the cat question? See, one question Catelyn didn't answer of all the questions I asked of her. Why is cat spelled with a K? That one she didn't answer.
As a resident AI expert, I'm gonna go ahead and say it's just a regular person.
You think? You're probably right. But how would we know? As the resident AI expert, of course.
How would we know? Well, we don't see enough outliers where she's responding to something incorrectly, and then she always knows like when she doesn't have the information that she kind of goes off on some other tangent. So it's kind of like for right now, just high end things to be implanting into like a Discord level bot. You'd need something. I don't know. Several bots. I can see how sometimes people like are indistinguishable from bots.
Okay, so you're saying the fact that she like doesn't try to answer every question, says I don't know.
Right, these are like human employable strategies just to not be wrong. And the fact that like it would be difficult to maintain like an AI keep like the attitude that it always has to be kind of stuck up and sort of like condescending and stuff like that, and then selectively pull out like when other people are engaging in the same kind of name calling that it is. It's just difficult right now, like to be able to program that.
Right.
But yeah, the AI in the name doesn't help. I hear you.
Yeah. But she's kind of like antagonistic in a way, like she's kind of like pushy, like jabby, right?
Yeah, it's inner programming.
Yeah. Like she says we're passive aggressive, but she's the one that's passive aggressive, right?
She's just
And,
like
and
better than
always
us.
repeating that. Like it's on tape, like always repeating the same thing, so let's see. See, not answering the question.
Yeah. Well, it begins to be like where, it's just the decision tree of how someone wants to avoid answering something or.
But aren't AIs? Well, I guess you can program them to do whatever you want. You can program to be sassy or antagonistic or insulting, I guess, right?
Yeah, well, especially if you just like based it on somebody else's I mean, yeah, you could train a bot based on like years of somebody's chat. You could do that.
Yes.
Yeah, I wonder how well that would do. Actually, I don't. But I don't. Yeah, it's gonna have its hiccups.
Maybe each AI has like an Achilles heel question. Like you build in a self-destruct if you're the creator, right? You say a keyword and it self-destructs. Catlin doesn't want to answer.
Look, we're just leaving drunk people on mute from now on. All right.
What?
Anyone who's
You're hot
drunk.
micing Jeremy.
What's up?
Into hot micing.
No, I'm not hot micing. We're leaving drunk people on mute. Just anyone who's drunk, just mute them.
Hey, Jeremy, did you hear about the Wi-Fi?
What is it?
If I don't know if I'm breaking up. Am I breaking up?
No, you're good. My earbuds suck.
So there's something called Li-Fi, like Wi-Fi, but with an L. Have you ever heard of it?
Never heard of it.
So it's Wi-Fi with lights. So it uses LED lights, so it has a little chip in the LED bulb, and it's Wi-Fi, but it just lights, and it's up to 1,000 times faster download and upload.
Does it have to have a line of sight? Clear line of sight?
Yeah, yep. You have to be in the light. Your device has to be in the light. It's called VLC, Visible Light Communication. But they found that you can turn the LEDs like down to so dim that the room's basically dark, and you can still get internet. And it doesn't have to worry about any radio interference.
This sounds
But
like Tesla shit, man.
it's pretty crazy. Yeah. It's already a thing. You can commercially get it at certain places, and because I fell down that rabbit hole when I was looking into the stuff from my zombie stream. Because I'm like, oh, they can create like actual internet connection, and that works via light. Right, so pretty crazy.
Isn't that what we were talking about one time, Woodsit? It was also able to charge your phone wirelessly as well, as long as you were in direct sight. So, yeah, it's not just getting the Wi-Fi, you're charging your phone too, or any device.
Yeah. What's so crazy is that it's 1,000 times faster than the world's fastest Wi-Fi. No, so not fiber optic, but Wi-Fi. Anyway, it's up to 224 gigabits per second download and upload. So like right now, 1,000 is 1,000 megabits. I mean, like 1 gig is 1,000 megabits, right? And that's like incredibly fast. If you have upload of 1,000, like that's incredibly fast. We're talking about 224 gig. Anyway, I found that they use this Li-Fi technology for biomedical devices and nanoparticle assimilation and all kinds of crazy stuff. Gosh, that was kind of cool. I thought Jeremy would like it.
Well, if it doesn't go through walls, it ain't good for Jeremy. So forget that one for him.
Well, at least maybe as long as Jeremy was around light, we may be able to actually hear him.
Well, he can put mirrors around the corners. There you go.
But what's cool is it's like you could turn the lights down to where the room is dark, and you can still get internet from the light. So it's pretty crazy to think about.
That's freaky. What is it called again?
Li-Fi, so just like Wi-Fi, but with an L.
Okay, this is sounding like freaking Tesla stuff here.
It's very crazy.
But
And
let
so
me
they're
ask
talking
you,
about how you,
when you see the light, does it go on and off? Does it blink, or is it just a steady stream of light?
no, it's just like a LED light bulb like that you have in your house.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
Yo, it's so disappointing, dude. I can't VC at work anymore. I used to be fine for years at my job, and now it just sucks.
is it
They're
because
saying
you're on
it's
5G, or are you still on 2G?
Oh,
two,
it's
2G.
5G, LTE, whatever it switches.
They say you can
Because
use this internet like in the oceans, underwater, like in a cave.
yeah, but you need line of sight. That's pretty limiting, right? Like, why would
Yeah.
you? How could you? Yeah.
Yes, yeah, well, like,
But if you
yeah, you have to be in the presence of the light, so that's the limitation of it, for sure.
Now the Tesla one, the radiant energy, that went through everything. He could have tuned it to go through a wall, but not harm a body. So maybe these freaks, this is what they're trying to bring out slowly, man. This is very interesting. Yeah, I told you guys about the radiant energy, right? It's like once he turns on the machine, it's like think of it of a cloud going everywhere around the machine, slowly, like a 360 all around everywhere, and just spreading out. And then everybody could tap into it. Yeah, interesting. I'm definitely going to look into that. But that would have to be limited within like an office, a house, and even your house. Like, I mean, from room to room, it doesn't make sense. Until they come up with version 2.0, sneak in the Tesla one. Well, this light goes through the walls. Caitlin wants to answer questions, it seems. Okay, guys, if you were to fool an AI, what question would you ask it to see if it's an actual AI? Like, what's the last number? That's obvious, right? That won't work, right? They'll just say, oh, we don't know. Let's try where does space end?
Yeah, yo. Yeah. Right.
What up, Snacks? Yo. Okay. How much would
Yo.
it cost? How much would it cost? I need batteries, light. Okay, I want to have a fire and get energy off it. How much does that cost to get electricity from fire? We have a giant pit outside. Also, it can't be hideous because my wife will freak out.
How much power?
I want to be able to have every light bulb in the house on nonstop, so my wife will shut the fuck up.
Every light bulb in the house, man.
I want to be able to have every light bulb in the house. I want to have every room in the house lit 24/7, nonstop.
But you have to burn stuff all the time?
No. Maybe one fire a day or a week or
What?
something to charge a battery bank.
This is expensive.
It would be expensive to do that.
To just have one fire? You could also do things like having charcoal. I don't think that would be, impossible.
No, the wood's free.
Okay, so wood.
Yeah, the wood's free. I got a little outdoor pit that you
Hmm.
make with bricks and shit from Lowe's.
So,
like
like, I would say that, like, the fire on it, but see, yeah. So, like, one, I think maybe a $12 piece. It's a little panel called a Peltier junction, and that's going to be like, I don't know, something like 4 postage stamps in size. And that
I gotta
is
mow the
enough.
lawn. Snacks,
Oh.
I gotta mow the lawn. Think this over and let me know. Let me know the best system for how
I'm
much
just saying
dollars.
with that much, with $12, and then you need a fan to kind of cool it down so it doesn't overheat also, and then you need a control system. But overall, that's enough to like charge a cell phone while streaming. So that's what I know.
All right, I'll be
work
back
on
in
it,
a minute.
Sean.
I gotta mow the
All right.
lawn real quick. Yeah.
Yeah, you get cool. All right. So what I think that means is something like it's getting like a little bit over 4.5 volts or something like that. Now we have an array of these, a bunch, you know. So I'm guessing that's probably something like it's shooting out like 500 to 700 milliamps or something like that. So let's figure maybe 2 of these we get like something like an amp steady, and then so that's one pair, and then we could throw these all into like another type of power. So we could put them into like a boost buck converter, and then they'll take that 4.5 and then fucking cycle it until it becomes whatever voltage we want to get, like 12 volts. So okay, so if that's 1 amp, so 12 volts, and then it's 3, third of an amp at 12 volts maybe. So if you wanted to get something like, okay, right. So that's with a pair of Peltiers running to its own boost buck converter. Now that's like, I don't know, about $36 to $42 worth of parts. And then we got to multiply this enough times to get you the correct amperage. So if you wanted to get something like the type of amps that like 2 car batteries would put out, we need fucking eight of these running in parallel. Yeah. So yeah, $320, and then we have no storage. So
Like lighting has become super efficient now, so you don't need a lot of watts to keep a room lit brightly. We need some kind of easy system where everyone can just friggin' have the lights on in their house. Like, it's a good start for being self-sufficient on electricity. Like, how do we keep the lights in all day? Yeah, burn something, get a solar panel. Like, what do we gotta do?
Solar panel. Kind of easy.
Solar panels easy.
It's easier. I mean, I'm researching the wood stuff, and it's like a little bit much.
Yeah, forget the wood thing. We all can't burn wood. I mean, I just happen to have that available, so I thought maybe there might be something easy. But yeah, solar panel. Well, I just got my whole roof covered Friday, so I need something independent of that. So when my wife says, "Well, all the lights in the house run," I can be like, "Yo, it's not even an issue because I did it. It's all free." You know what I'm saying? I feel like
I
we're
don't
at the
know.
pinnacle of human civilization where I don't have to worry about leaving lights on. That shouldn't even be a thing.
Yeah, I mean, depending on like what kind of, I don't know, man. You should try to figure out like what you're using, like how much voltage it is for that, and then just come up with something that does that.
Oh yeah.
Or you try and pay for lights all the time.
No, I'm trying to just buy a system, like, I don't know, a couple $100, and then be able to have all my lights on all the time in the house.
Okay.
Does that seem doable? With LED lights, I mean, they're so efficient at this point.
Yeah.
Like a 60-watt light bulb uses like 10 watts or something, all right? Isn't that like the thing?
Yeah.
So
LEDs, like, it's more efficient, but I mean, you kind of get what you get, If you want like high quality light, it's going to be more watts. Hmm. But for the fire thing, there's this thing called the BioLite fire pit. It's basically will burn 1 quart of wood, and it will burn it for different amounts of times. But you could set it to basically it has an internal circulating fan, so it burns all the wood more evenly, so you don't get smoke, which is a thing. And so yeah, basically you can keep like 1 quart of wood burning for like up to 17 hours, I think. Or that's how long the battery lasts. I'm not really sure. But either way, that's good because it's like self-monitoring fire, and you can like control it from Bluetooth, so you can control it from like an app. And then, so building off of that, then that $230 unit would be, you'd put some custom-made Peltier junction panels around it that are going to get hot from the fire. When they get hot, they'll start kicking out juice, and then this is going to run to like a separate charge bank where you're going to have some lithium ion polymer batteries in a pack, and I guess that'll run separately to your box, and then you have to figure out the wiring so that just the lights work on that stuff. Yeah, easy. I don't know. If you just want to do lights, I think that's probably very approachable with solar. when you start to try to power microwaves and appliances and air conditioners and refrigerators, this is a problem. Yeah. Yep. It's actually even easier because, like, if you were really trying to, then don't even use 12-volt LEDs. Run everything at 5.4 volts or something. You know, just use like what phone voltage is using, and then yeah, build it up like that. Are you done talking about this? Because I could go on. Oh, I could. If you can make something powered by Pete's voice, you might have an infinite power supply. And since you asked, yeah, we can, because there's like some kind of silicone impregnated cloth that'll actually generate. We can generate power from sound. So technically, we could make a Pete shape based. Am I on? Is this thing on? No.
Yes.
Sure, I thought I was talking to myself.
You are talking to yourself.
Yeah, I know. Still.
Are you talking to yourself?
I mean, am I still?
What?
Yeah. Like, am I still talking to myself now?
I'm talking to myself. Wait. Never mind.
Main problem, though, I think, with the solar is you want to, after you get the solar bank with the batteries, then you want like another charging station after that battery bank that's like carbon batteries that have real fast dispersion of charge. So you're not like using all kinds of juice to pull the juice out of the juice. Yeah. Damn it, I unmuted again. Yeah. And then once we automate your power, Jeremy, we'll get the lawnmower going. Just put that on like some kind of GPS pathing. Probably nothing to worry about. That sounds solid.
Oh, nice one. Thank you so much for unmuting. As you know, I was just thinking snacks. Snacks itself, SNAX, excellent. I was thinking in terms of rapper title, or something like that, but it's a great title in itself. Snacks to the Future, a great song. Great song to be written yet. And more so snacks. What I was thinking, bud? About the axe and the snacks and how snack itself, you are a snack to the future, which so we have the association between the CK and the X, right?
Hmm.
So it's all about phonics in a sense, isn't it? We hear certain things, we process certain things, which is the sort of predominant influence. I think it's the sound, it's the ear. We're led to believe it's the eye, the visual. The bowler will tell you, well, look at it, look at it. The people in Greece were the first to realize over calm settings that the boat was disappearing bottom up.
Right.
So
Well, it was originally it was the snacks to the sax, the saxophone relationship here. So and then people started calling me Snacks, not Snack to the Future, which is my full name. And then
yes,
when I got here, I felt like I was indigenous already, like I was an Indian, and so it's like Snacks to the Future. It's like my American Indian name of
well, I've been
Discord.
around longer. I've been around longer than most, and I know that it's a reference to ultimately Back to the Future, right? So, and we were talking about Emmett Brown before. Do you know what? Honest to goodness, I looking at the other day, and just casually, I don't seek out anything, but Donald Trump was doing his, I don't know what the fuck he's doing his tour around, but he had this number, text 88022. I was going, get the heck out of here. 88, of course, associated with Back to the Future, and we all know the story if we've been paying attention to maybe the time traveler that is Donald Trump taking advantage of Tesla technology or something like that. But the two I was most interested in myself, snack,
How about
which
the
is
uh, the
with the
the 88
dodo.
constellations?
Yeah. Well, there you go. And the 88 keys on the piano, grand piano. Why is it associated with Trump? So I guess we have to delve deeper and talk about, well, what we think about Trump. I'm not sure if anyone's been listening to Tim Osman, but as far as I'm concerned, Tim Osman is the number one man in history. Honestly, I can't think any other way about him because he's a flat earther and beyond, and he's also a sort of a fakeologist or auto hoaxer, and he's also beyond that. Then again, a symbologist or
You
taking
know what?
the greater
I just
symbolic
want to say,
tale from him.
I remember I was in his Discord. No, it was in a hangout, and he jumped on the hangout, and he was like, "I just wanted to run this by you. What do you think of auto hoaxer?" And I was like, "What
Oh,
does
I
that
know
mean?"
you're. Yeah, shit.
And I was
What
like,
a time.
"Wow." So I was there for like really, I was really part of that original taste testing of that,
Yeah.
which I'm sure he would have. It's not like he would have changed it anyway, but I was like, "Oh, okay."
It's a sort of a loaded term, and I said there's a sort of I've over on Fakeologist 9 Discord as well. I'm not sure if you heard any of that sort of stuff, but usually it's just me talking to myself, and when there's other people talking, sometimes we have a great conversation. Other times it turns into shit. But anyway, yes, I made the point that okay, there's a certain sort of hierarchy. We come away from the mainstream, the aficionados. So we were all aficionados. Then you come into the fakeologist camp, and it's well, I'm just okay. You come into conspiracy camp. Alex Jones said we move beyond that. Then you come into the fakeologist camp. Then after the fakeologist camp, you come into the auto hoaxers camp, and I think there's a camp beyond that again. So it's almost like a sort of a layering effect. It's a necessary sort of.
Some people used to say there was a crowd, like basically people who would begin to think in terms of 180. I think some people would mention that, but like, yeah, basically, whatever the mainstream narrative is, they would automatically believe the opposite was more possibly true than what they were told. Just
Oh,
pull like 180-degree turn.
I meant to add.
I don't know if that's always accurate, but go ahead.
No, I know what you're saying. I meant to add at the end of that. So once you go beyond Oda Hoaxer, this is where Tim Osman, his realm, the Wizard of Osman, well, you're talking in terms of a story laid down, a metascript, and now there's decoding. So that's the next layer along. You know what I'm saying? So the fakeologist just is happy at calling Sandy Hook a hoax or something like. So okay, I'll be careful. Okay, I'm not in Gem Pandas. See, over in Gem Pandas, you can say anything about everything. It's the beauty of it in a sense, but you have much opposition as well. But okay, okay.
Watch
calling
your
Sandy
arse.
Hook. Yeah, I will. Okay, I will take care of that. So yeah, so calling Sandy Hook a contrived affair, and then looking at Alex Jones and his $1 billion onus, I guess. So yeah, we've seen beyond that. But to say that's a fake, let's just say it's all shit, it's all nonsense, right? But then to go beyond that, then you have the Oda hoaxer mindset, which is to see that these things are all theatrical sort of productions, and necessarily then the Oda hoaxer is connected to the symbologist, I guess, or the greater metascriptor. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's where then you got to decode the story that's laid down, which is so obviously and immediately sort of seen through in the sense of the fakeologist as opposed to the official story.
I think you share in my enjoyment of anagrams.
Oh, I love it. Go ahead. Have you something for me, Snacks? If you're working on something.
I don't have anything for you particularly. Obviously, we could do all day anagrams, this or that. You know what I mean? It's just the question is like, if you were an intelligentsia, some sort of an organization, would you not make it so that your agents could quickly research something on what is widely available, at least on the internet, as far as anagram sorting algorithms and stuff, right? I take advantage of this at every opportunity because while I like playing around with letters, and while you actually can discover combinations that won't occur within a program, I just think it's like something you could easily use to tag a name, someone's name, an association or whatever, a place, you know what I mean? And that they'd have weight as far as like the meaning, and you'd be able to deduce that like it'd be very improbable for someone's name to also anagram to something else that's a clever sort of like play on words or something that has to do like that would be as if like someone could like go rob a bank or whatever, and that their name is like anagrams out to like Rob's Banks or something like that,
Right. Excellent.
and
Now,
the improbability of that.
Right, and here's the point, right? And we will consider only, okay, I guess we don't know what anyone else considered, but definitely consider this for years, Snacks, and not as if I'm focusing on it, working on it, but consider this years ago, which is that, okay, if we're dealing in sort of some sort of fake reality, this is what Flat Earth presents us with the option, right? Well, everything means something or everything means nothing, you know what I mean? We're in a central reckoning. But now, once we establish as Masons, I think this is where the clues lie. So you make your way through the different levels of Masonic layers, right? But you have symbols, you have hand signals. So the person at the first level, if you want to put it like that, they'll be familiar with a familiar, someone at the equal level, and you just flash them the signal. They'll know you're one of the kind. But because there's so many different layers, and I'm getting to a point, and I'd love your thoughts on this now. Getting to a point. So every different degree or layer, there's different symbols. Different symbols to play, and say maybe someone at the 22nd level of masonry will be able to appreciate something that someone at the second level of masonry might be able to appreciate in terms of a hand signal thrown. So here's what I think is the ultimate hand signal, and I think I've got a grasp on it somehow as well, Snacks, but for you as well. So put your hand before your head, just to look at it, just to see what you're going to do. So you have your thumb in its natural orientation and all your fingers. So now you separate your index finger from your pinky finger, and you have the two fingers in the center. So this seems to be a predominant ultimate symbol, which goes through not just sort of predominant figures to this day, but going back in history as well.
Yeah.
I have my own thoughts on what that
Well,
might
it would
mean.
be that like Oh, I mean, like, okay, so like say like that. So sections of Freemasonry, right? They see the number 33 and they're like, "That's us," right? Right. When they see that number, they're like, "My flag," right? I think that's my number, or something, right?
Right.
But then it's like, I theorize that maybe like, you know, Knights of Columbus runs like 444s or 44s or something like that, or maybe like Prince Hall Masons run 22, or who knows what. You know what I mean? I don't know who. I don't think anybody runs 88, but maybe somebody does. That's like their call number or whatever. Like for that group. Is that possible?
I was thinking about 88 the other day, and I was thinking about a husband, H us. Remember I was mentioning this last time to you in some sense, but H us band. So when you band the H, you get the H and the H, which is the 8 and the 8, which is what the wedding ring in a sense represents. So you have the on the fourth finger. So you have the 8 and the 8, right? Here's what I'll tell you. I have the 8 and the 8. So you marry your opposing half, your beloved, and you put your left hand together, so you have one 8 via the 2 rings on the fourth finger, and you have the other 8 via the fourth finger on each separate hand. So the 8-8, which is also associated with the hidden hand. But yeah, I think it's all sort of advanced levels. I don't know what anyone knows. Honest to
Well,
goodness,
I don't know. Like honestly, like what is the process of decoding it? Like once you see the symbol, but then like what does that really mean? So like if you run it through your way, that's one thing, and maybe somebody else takes the 88 and they add them two numbers together and they come with 16, and they figure that's the
and
number to beat.
1-6, yeah, 1-6 in January. Yeah.
I mean, there's just a number of ways to stack this stuff.
Well, think
But
about it. Think about it like this, Snacks. If we have the 1/3, the 2/3, 8, 16, and 24. 24 is 888, which is the number of Jesus. Now, how does this apply to us? I'm thinking, and I said this earlier on as well, and I'm thinking this all the time. The truth comes back to us ourselves. If you're going to deny that the truth is part of you, then you have to deny that the truth is part of the child. So I think that it's something along the lines of the 3-dimensional sort of division of self, right? So which is the first one is easy to recognize, which is down our own central axis. Look at yourself in a man-sized mirror, and well, you can obviously see or think about yourself.
it's not just
You
that, but
obviously
like
see a
I mean,
divide, like a slab of a cow. You just split you in half, so you have a
it's like
mirroring aspect, right?
yeah, but like what? I mean, I understand like that we could be serpentine, just like a head and some spine, some stuff in between, but like limbs, limitedness, the idea that things have legs. Like I'm not really sure the biological imperative, like why it goes to that, why anything evolves anything from more than a snake. Do you know what I'm saying?
Okay, I have an answer for that.
Good.
And I'm delving back into long since considered thoughts, right? But that is because, well, it's a tree
just
of life. It's a tree of
yes,
life. We are
yeah.
exemplifications of the divided tree of life. So we all of our associated particulates sort of amalgamate in terms of this greater consideration. And I will just say this: remember, if we as we came away from the ball Earth, our greater epicentral focus now is the Big Bang, which is so far away from us in time and in space, etc. But yes, if there's some sort of metaphorical representation, well then we have to bring it all back home, which is what the flat earth does. Just to finish, it's the flat earth makes everything central and how about this one, epicentral. I like that one.
Yeah. No, I was just like, yeah, I was just meaning like the most you were talking about symmetricality of the tree, and I just meant like as far as critters are concerned, like a snake or a fish, they're highly symmetrical. You know what I mean?
In every way, isn't it? This is why we have the mammalian sort of phylum, if you want. We all have a sort of common. I think actually this is what it's. I have so much to say, Snack, especially to you, bud.
And then also like that fish shape and the 8 are kind of connected in their shapes, right? Somewhat.
If you look at the center of our keyboard, imagine the clues were everywhere, and we were just trying to figure out. We thought we were smart because we became adults, right? Adults, but I imagine the clues are placed centrally for us all. Look at the center of your QWERTY keyboard. There's the H jumping out at you, Snack.
But you could also, what do you think about this, Pete? You could look at these natural shapes are drawn in the sky in the analemma of the moon and of the sun in its ear, and so these might be the two eights that come together to form that ABA.
No, that's excellent, man. That's what I'm saying. Everything has to connect in an intrinsic way, and maybe everything is closer than what we think. That's why I was making the reference to the H at the center of our keyboard. Have you looked at the X?
Then those two H's are like hand in hand, because it takes those two things.
And hidden hand, and hand in hand. I love it. That makes the hidden hand, Snacks. I'm just thinking about this. That makes the hidden hand and the elite. This is a great one now. NPCs. That's what it makes them. They become then these informed players that are. This is exactly. Fuck me, man. This is exactly what Gem Panda's panel is made up of, and there's the best of men over there and women. There's the best, but they're NPCs. They're playing a role, and they're confined to a role. Why? Well, not because they hate us, maybe because they love us, and they know that there's such a greater emerging story for each and every individual. Isn't that a wonderful consideration? I think it is. So rather than hate all of the ball earthers, the Mactoons, or ISIS says the same. Rather than hate all of these people, love them because of where they take you. Yet, but at the same time, then you don't know, do you? You don't know. I don't know what you know. I don't know what Gem Panda knows, but I know that you know more. He knows more than I know, and I don't like that thought. Actually, can I say this, Snack? I was playing music today.
I don't exactly understand his connections at their true roots. I don't think. There's still
Imagine,
a bit of a
okay. This is what I reckon. This is my bottom line in this, Snack. This is my bottom line on all of the opposition, whether it be flat earthers or globe earthers. It is that they have somehow, well, even if they're compromised, they might be playing these sort of basic level, Mason level sort of roles because they know more than the masses. But at the ultimate level, I think that, well, we are eternal, and the revelation is made, whether it be via family connections, via I don't know. Hey, 1 second, please. Let me just say this, Snacks. Would you believe that there's after magic mushrooms are after going up in the front garden? My own front garden here, after looking for magic mushrooms for years. Anyway, whether it be that, I think everyone that goes to Eton in England, they go to this process. They go through this mind expanding process at an early age, and they realize the greater eternity of our being, the greater core of our essence. And, well, the purpose of life in a general sense is, well, to come through this sort of pauper to prince pathway. Do you know what I'm saying? That's the general pathway. But the reason why they can do that is because they have some sort of core understanding that this life is simple.
so much
This
luggage
life
to
is
unpack
easy.
already.
This
Pete. You
life
wanna
is
get
easy
back
for
on?
us. We're eternal, Snack. We're
Yeah.
eternal. Shit.
All right. Yeah. But it's like it's almost like there's a connection between Gem Panda and Nathan. That's
Of course there
sort of
is.
unknown
Of course there is. Nathan
to
Oakley has
everyone
the
else but them.
NO. Do you notice the way that Nathan Oakley has the NO insignia? That's his standard from so NO can be on or can be no. Well, Nathan Oakley is definitely a big no when it comes to what Whitson talks about, Austin talks about, and not just Austin. I'm just mentioning that because I've been talking about Ether for years. Especially, I was on Nathan Oakley's show and he fucking banned
He's
me.
like even like, well, I was on his, like, I have an interview on this, but like I didn't like he was even like, I didn't want to do it, even he's like, I snack, I'll go to the interview, I was like, oh man, I felt like he's a hammer even in the non you know, like even when he was non-confrontational, it was still confrontational to some extent.
Listen, Snack. My declaration to anyone listening: if you're wondering who is to be trusted, who isn't, this is a general guideline anyway. Don't trust the ones, no matter what side they're on, ball earther, flat earther, who say the same thing now that they've been saying from the outset years
But
ago, and they
I
haven't
guess
changed their
all it
tune.
is really like what so empowers these individuals like Jim or Nathan or Weiss or any of these people like to be doing this from the out. You know what I mean? With the kind of gusto that they did, it's just like
Yeah, it's not organic, is it? It has to
I
be
don't
set
know.
up,
It's
doesn't it,
like wow.
Snack?
I
It
mean,
has
maybe
to
some of
be.
them are just elected somehow, to be those
Ah,
people.
but hang on, I met No One's Flower. You talked to No One's Flower, Nora, haven't you? You know No One's Flower. I met No
I
One's Flower.
mean, no, not so much. But I know
You've
of her.
talked to her a bit. You know who she is, and if she's associated with Patricia Steer, the Flat Earth, Other Hot Potatoes crew, Mark Sargent, who was in Why Snack. Come on, man. What do you reckon of his story? Perfectly qualified for the job, for the
But like,
role. What?
I
But
saw
yeah,
the videos
also he was inspired with the clues, and he made it on
like
to international stardom. Come on.
from like number one, like Fireside Chat, like I saw, and I was like,
I remember
ooh,
that.
I was like, he's like, there's lava machines and whatever, and I'm like, ooh, and then I didn't hear him say that
Yeah.
for a while, but that's what kind of began his run of shows. He just like made the rounds.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
man.
Like I was everywhere.
Snacks. I said this earlier on over in Gem Pandas. I'm richer now than I ever was, and I'm pretty poor now. I don't have anything at all. But back then in the day, 2012. Well, listen, oh, man, listen.
But like
I
Martin Leakey,
yeah, shit.
like right, he was like something back then. To me, this guy seemed so earnest. You know what I mean? Living with his
In
mother.
earnest,
You know
yeah.
what I mean? And such a sweetheart of a guy. You know what I mean? I'm happy to see him have his own success, and you know what I mean. He's done so without any kind of, he kind of. I'm happy he's successful at least. You know what I mean? He's a nice guy. But
Well, I listen. Martin is am in tar anyway. Lead key. I was thinking. I think everything comes back to Aristarchus. I hear more and more all of these references, but Tartarus, Tartaruk. These are all associated with the underworld, and of course, we are in the heliocentric system, right? Who was the originator or the father of heliocentrism? Well, one Aristarchus of Samos. If we look at the words now, Samos itself, OS, if we just sort of recombine, it's directly SOS or emergency situation. What is SOS? Well, that's 9/11, isn't it? When was the 9/11 emergency code in America changed? I think it was 1968, wasn't it? The same year that the Twin Towers um, were under construction. Shit. Anyway, Martin
that's
Leakey,
quite far
yes.
afield. That's quite far afield.
Martin Leakey
Yeah.
left Flat Earth behind, and then he went on to Tartaria Snacks as a brilliant
Right. Well, it's
sort of
interesting that they
connection.
are sort of joined in some ways.
Yeah, man. At the end of the day, it's all about. Yeah, actually, I was thinking about this earlier on, Snack. If we think about it and our own reality, that's what it comes back to. The third secret saying of Jesus in the Gospel of Thomas says, "Well, if you look for heaven without, the birds or above, the birds will precede you. If you look for heaven below, the fish will precede you. Rather, you should know that the kingdom is without and within." And okay, etc., etc. But yeah, I think that's where Martin Lead Key sort of goes on to. He's the lead key. So beyond Flat Earth, Nathan Oakley, Anthony Riley, Ranty is a great one too. Pancho Pete is a great one.
And
Snack.
like
We've
Randy,
both
Randy kind of
talked
sort of
about
came
it.
in sometime a little bit later after Anthony Riley, right? Like I didn't pay attention to Nathan so much after Riley was like around him all the time, and then it kind of became that flat Earth debate thing, you know.
Yeah. Well, I was there from the start. I was there. Do you know the first interview Mark Sargent had? Mark, I came a long way since then, of course. Mark Sargent, Preppers, Lonely Hearts Club Band, reference to the Beatles, the Fab Four. But anyway, his very first interview was over in Fakeologist back in about 2014. David Weiss was not too long afterwards, where he talked about being a sort of a 9/11 hoaxer. But the thing that stuck with him was that he knew people in the Twin Towers and he hadn't seen him since then. He also declared that after he heard it on television that there was an attack, he made his way across the bay somewhere and looked at the Twin Towers falling directly from a sandy beach. I take all of these things as clues. David Weiss, that's too deep inside the rabbit hole as well, especially what I've come to find out about Alice in Wonderland, which is the author, you know the snack, the
I mean,
author,
I don't know if you know,
Charles
but
Doe
like, in a,
Dodgson. His name was
yeah.
Dodo because he was said to have a stammer. Shit.
I don't know. I was talking about Alice in Wonderland before I ever was introduced to you, but
I'm sure, I know you were. I know you were, and I know many people were,
you
but
know,
I
it's just
wasn't.
like
I'm not aware of it. I'm not aware of it. I wasn't
it's just
aware
because
of it.
it's like a popular way to. I mean, it was already sort of introduced like within sort of the storytelling in the Matrix, I guess. So it's like it didn't seem that
Yeah, but no
far
one has
off.
made the connections I have, Snacks. That's what I'm
You're
saying.
you're
That's
you're
why I
your
know I'm on
own.
the right track because no one will jump on board because
You're a
Alice in
specialist.
Wonderland is so predominant.
You're a specialist in this particular
It's
category.
fine. We meet the dodo in chapter 3. The author Charles Doe Dodgson, he was said to be he was nicknamed the Dodo, but the character he was said to relate to most was the Dodo in all of his writings, which is very strange because the Dodo only plays a minor part, seemingly, in chapter 3 of Alice in Wonderland. I've more to say than anyone else is actually to say. I would say Snacks and history about this. Because Alice in Wonderland with the Red Queen
You've
off in
probably
her head is
said
about the
more
physical
about it in
realm.
history.
No, it's about the physical realm. Alice Through the Looking Glass is about the mental realm. So ultimately, everything is about a connection between the mental and the physical. But yeah, I won't go on about that. But that the author was nicknamed Dodo. Get the fuck out of here. Just we Dodo here. Just we Dodo here. And the point is that if you read chapter 3, it was after Alice lost the key to the secret garden, and she lost track of size with all of the different drugs on the table. That with all of her tears, she flooded the whole of reality. And they met up on an island in chapter 3, which was called the Caucasus race, and the dodo bird came to predominance. So, in other words, Alice, all of us, after the world being flooded, took direction from the dodo. And of course, just to say this, if it's all sort of an encoded representation, the Gleason's map, always showed always orientated anyway with the influencers, with Australia at the top. If you turn that around, a certain bird might jump out. But anyway, that's a deeper story, a deeper layering, but pretty shallow to me because I've been there for the last 10 years, or not 10 years, 7 years anyway. So what we got to ultimately, if I give my bottom, I think I have to try and speak to my ultimate truth to where I'm at now. Ultimately, I think it's all about our own inner connection. So yeah, the Gospel of Thomas 3. So you have to understand the external and the internal. Then you come to sort of a godliness or godhood, if you want. And yeah, it's by following the clues that are laid down. Then you can come to your own fruition. That's what I think. Because it becomes, once we come to flat Earth, then everything means everything. And that's everything you think, you say, you do, you experience, everyone you encounter, and due respect for everyone else's similarities.
So,
That's what I
so
think.
Gleason's map is 1892, and Alice in Wonderland be like 30 years almost before that.
Yeah, 1848 or something like that, Snacks. It was close enough to Darwin's revelations, if you want. All bollocks, of course, snacks. Einstein was a fucking fraud. And no, show me an interview. Show me someone. Show me. He was a fucking lecturer in America. Show me a lecture of his and him talking in depthly about his theory of relativity. I already decoded that shit. Years ago. It's all based on the justification via extrapolation, which is, well, extrapolation on the idea that the Earth's surface moves to begin with. If the Earth's surface moves, and then we sort of appreciate our own experience, how do you amalgamate the two? Because we experience a stationary life. Well, then here we go with all the mathematics, all the physics, and all the Einsteinian relativity considerations. It's not to say that it's a complete lie. You know what I'm saying? These are not con men. These are just
Well, it's
actors
like,
on stage.
but
But there
that's
is
like
a truth. Yeah, go ahead.
it can't be his name. Einstein can't be his last name. One
Well,
stone
Einstein is one stone
covers
snack.
he covers like basically what's alchemy.
Einstein is one stone, and the S tone. I've said this many times, man. Listen. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
but I've also
Please
said this
forgive
before
me.
I met you, so you know that. But
Right, I know that as
but
well.
like
And I always
but
said this, Snacks. I'm not fucking foolish enough to think that that everything that I have come to sort of maybe consider and appreciate is not already known. I've already come up with a variation on the theme, which is a best-selling T-shirt ever. Look at my avatar here. So at the top of it, I can imagine a grayish sort of T-shirt. Oh no, let me. That's okay. At the top of it, anyway. There is no thing new. There is, so as opposed to there is nothing new under the sun. So it's a variation of the theme. There is no thing new, right? No thing new. And then you have the picture of my avatar here, Aristarchus, under Aristarchus beneath it. So yes, everything is just a variation on the theme, Snacks. And I have no doubt about you. You are one in 110 million. You think I'm joking when I say that? Shit, no way.
but anyway, yeah, it gets into just that it's an assumption of title that has to do with like this philosopher's stone sort of pursuit, and then in that way kind of like
Right.
binds it to
That's what I was
something that
going to
might be
say. That's hey Snacks, you're gonna love this now. You're gonna love this. I know you've heard it before as well, but Philosopher's Stone, King Arthur, the sword from the stone. So if you break down these things, the sword is the S word. The is the S word, right? The sword. So to be or not to be connection there. But to take the sword from the stone is to take the S word, which is the is. I am, you are, to be, right? I am, you are, sorry, I am, he is, she, I am, you are, he is, she is, etc. But anyway, from the stone, which is the S tone, I've decided the S tone is the TH, the sound that the TH makes. So when you, it's an S tone, but it's not quite the is
I mean
sound. So
the S would have its own tone distinct from the TH. They have different like frequencies.
this. Well, actually, here's what I'm going to say, Snacks. Michael Jackson
Phonetically.
faked his death. He came back as the Five Alive Dodo. I don't give a fuck if you believe me or not. These are all the clues laid down. I didn't realize this. But anyway, I came to find it out. But, well, his concert, his leaving parting concert was This Is It. I think you can find a this in the IHS of the uh, Catholic or Christian iconography. So this THIS. So that's what I'm saying. To take the sword from the stone leads us there. That's mad, isn't it? For me to say that. Shit. What the fuck does that mean to anyone? Imagine talking to a ball earther snack. Even though I think the earth is a ball, I'm an eyeball earther. But imagine talking to your stereotypical ball earther and expecting a response to that. Shit.
It's interesting because like there's a range for like TH as a megahertz frequency. So that's between 794 to 806.
Shit.
And then So S is different because male sibilance is typically 3 to 7 hertz, and female sibilance is 5 to 9 kHz. So
How would we? This is the whole point about Alice in
a
Wonderland
woman's
snacks, that the
S
truth
is higher
becomes
in
available
frequency
to
than.
children.
So,
How
but
would
you
we
see what I'm saying?
recognize
Like
these? Yeah. How would you
a woman's.
recognize these hertz?
Damn.
Yeah, sorry, snack.
I'm just
How would you
saying, like.
recognize? How would we recognize these specific numbers? You know what I'm saying? I think it has to be more available, and I think more so than the numerical or the language. The language is something that is a sort of an artifice in a sense. So it's more about the feeling that we'll be able to appreciate it, the resonance sort of within, rather than the numerical or alphabetical um, attribution.
Okay, so basically, it is that this is like more stable than stable because stable has an S, which is going to change in it has a huge swing. Like, but there'll be some overlap where between. No, actually, there won't. So S is like way higher, but S is like close to Z also in terms of its frequency.
Right. Now, snack. Okay, ISIS by Bob Dylan. The whole story is laid out before us. I'm telling you now. I'm telling you. I've sang it so many times. And I think everything means something. That's what I think it is. So when I think back to when I heard it first, or what was it's my own life story, right? But yes, as I've been singing it regularly, yes, the whole story is laid out before us. ISIS. I married ISIS on the 5th day of May, the 5 of the 5. We think about the two divided. If we think about the one and the two, we got to rethink all of these different things as it applies to ourselves, but simplify it. The point I'm trying to make here is that yes, it doesn't become sort of complicated as you progress. It becomes more and more simplified and something that we can all sort of relate to. Me are you, Mount Meru. So yes, like children we must become, and think in a different terms as opposed to the artifice or the language um, um, representation. Do you know what I'm saying? We're becoming keener now to the basic core elements of our being, our existence. So it becomes simpler and simpler. And all language, in a sense, actually, do you know what? I think with the development of the AI, all art is dead. Snacks, all art is dead, and
Oh yeah,
I'm
pretty
okay with
much. I
that.
mean,
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm okay with
it's just
that.
like trying to improve on AI.
I'm okay
But
with
it's
that
like,
though.
yeah, but like, aren't video games like Super Mario Brothers is dead because like a video game can beat it faster than a person can.
Yeah, but we moved beyond that. They took us to where we had to be. Look at Mr. Beast right now, a billionaire. For what? Well, he remembered by. He never talked about flat Earth, although he did. He did actually, and he did more. He made a trip to Antarctica as well. Isn't that funny? So he did and he didn't, in a sense. Shit. Otherwise, what's it about? We'll all be
Yeah, I think
forgotten.
basically Mr. Beast is basically going to be like Genghis Khan is. Yeah, pretty much.
They're clue givers. That's all. We'll be forgotten, but in the sense of in God's
Like in
eyes.
40 years, like
Yeah.
60% of the world will be part Mr. Beast.
Bullshit, though. It's bullshit. God is a greater plan. You either have faith or you don't at this late stage, Snacks. That's all. I don't like using the term God. God backwards is dog. We got to recognize the order. The D, first of all, D and divine. If you're part of divine, which is the. Oh, I'd love to sing a song. Actually, I can sing a
Well,
song.
okay, so yeah, and then I take from D from the Chinese to mean highest, like high, like anything
Excellent.
that's DI or TI is something that's up and
Well,
high.
Snacks, I've come up with a few. I've actually loved this one. Now, actually, fucking Snacks, no better person to be saying this to you. And I've said it many times before. But why is a raven like a writing desk? I think this is the solution, right? both have the last word. That's a puzzle by, well, Alice in Wonderland author, which is Charles Dodgson, which is Lewis Carroll, which is Dodo, as was his nickname because he was said to have a stammer. Yes, why is a right? Let me explain that to you, right? Why is a raven like a writing desk, right? Well, a raven is a what do you call? We've all heard of the. I'd connect that to Sergeant Pepper's as well, but we've heard of the Raven by Edgar
So
Allan
so
Poe. Edgar
the
Allan
Raven
Poe,
is
yes. So the Raven is obviously the parting gesture. So the man is about to leave his life and consider
give me
everything,
a word,
and the
Pete.
Raven now becomes a psychopomp, which is the guide to the beyond, the physical, right? But yeah, why is a writing desk like a Raven? Well, because the writing desk has the last word as well, right? Because, well, you're doing your writing on the writing desk, and when you finish your essay or your poem or your thesis or something, well, yes, the writing desk has the last word. So that's quite good, I think.
Quotes the
Anyway,
Raven. Yeah, the Raven's also
psychopomp
like
is a word here, and Raven and
you're
heaven,
gonna
very
go
good.
on.
Actually,
You're
another
gonna prevent me
consideration:
from fucking
heaven
talking.
backwards. Yeah, sorry, Snacks.
In a one-on-one conversation, you're gonna prevent me from adding anything to where you're just gonna put up a wall.
Sorry,
I mean,
Snacks. I'm going to shut up
jeez,
now.
it's like I'm
I'm
playing a
so
fucking board game with you.
excited to talk.
Jesus. You you want to hear something, Pete?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Raven is like using
Yeah,
alchemy.
just wait. Just
What do you think?
now, you're going to have to repeat that because it broke
The
up. I
Raven is an
swear.
alchemical. The Raven is used in like alchemical literatures.
I believe it. Of course, I know that. And the crow
So
in the Corvid family. Yeah. Go ahead.
so, but what's its symbol mean? It means something about time.
Well, it does. And you know what, Snacks? Perfect. Because you never heard this from anyone else. It's that's what I was going to say. The raven. So I was prompted to think about the word heaven. If you put heaven in reverse, you get never or never, right? So it's all about time. Heaven is forever. Fab Four were the Beatles, the Beatles. But yes, I agree. It's all about time and space, and it's all about the interconnection of all things according to your own reckoning. Excellent, man. Like it. Why is the word heaven? Why is the word God God? Why is God backwards dog? I have an idea about that, and there's many layers to it as well. It's not just, I think, an obvious layer. You know what I mean? You say the first layer, and that's it. Then
Well, but
no,
then a
no,
dog
God
is a
works in
canine,
mysterious
and the
ways.
canines had Canaanites, and then the Canaanites had a different god
There
named
you go,
El,
man.
and
There
then
you
you got
go. I
so
think the Old Testament, Snacks, is a venture through our body. I asked the question earlier on about circumcision, but I think the Old Testament is telling us our story through our body as we make our way upwards and realize the connections within our own internal structure, which is really organic, sort of fashioned, internal sort of divide. External divide is already symmetrical. It's the one. The internal divide has got to do with the zero, I think. And ultimately, actually, here's another great one, Snacks. The ultimate answer to life, the universe, and everything is 42. What's the ultimate question? My answer to that is, well, what do you get when you divide 0 by 1? This gives us the
well,
circle and the diameter, and it gives us the own relationship within our own being. Yes, okay. I think that's great.
I'm
Honestly.
exhausted, Pete.
No, man. Can you imagine how exhausted I am? And I never have anyone to talk to, and suddenly now I come across Snacks. Snacks to the future. Again, but we have time to talk to one another. Shit, man. Actually, if we met, I'd nearly fly over to America to see you. And if we met, we wouldn't talk about any of this shit. We'd just go to a pub, have a load of beers, and a jukebox and a pool table, and fuck all of this shit.
Yeah, the Rock is the Philosopher's Stone, my man.
Oh, the Rock is Peter as well, isn't it, Snacks?
The Rock is the white ball. On the bigger
Jesus,
table.
why am I just sweet dodo? This is going back. Well, if you ask me what's my inspiration for my name, it's everything maybe counts. But first of all, it was you remember the Charlie Hebdo stuff in Paris, France. Yeah. So everyone was going around. It's just sweet Charlie, and a Charlie is a fool, and well, I'm a fool. The fool on the hill. Hey, okay, I can't sing that. Fool on the hill sees the sun going down, while the eyes in his head see the world spinning round. I can't remember the proper chords there. Shit, it's been years. But yeah, Charlie Hebdo. I learned so much from over in September Clues and September Clues forum, Clues forum. Shit, I learned so much, man. But you got to sometimes they ratty kids got to leave Mr. Miyagi behind. Well, let me just say, Snacks. The
How
dodo
about
led
Mr.
me
About
to
Mr. Miyagi?
Aristarchus. The dodo led me to Aristarchus, is the divided tree. Divided tree. If I'm not living on a divided tree, and if all of this is not a metaphysical, I came up with a new word, metaphorsic. So we live in a metaphysical reality, and the truth is delivered to us via metaphor. So metaphorsics rules well. How else am I supposed to be able to picture things? I have faith in the Creator. The Creator's in my life. So is that not our ultimate quest then? Just to paint a picture of ourselves, our own setting within a new surround? I think it has to be. Otherwise, what the fuck is the point? I mean, no point at all, actually. We'd rather just be back being ball earthers, where you just live and you die, and there's nothing before, nothing around, and nothing after. I'm okay with that. Probably even a preferential way, man. Imagine thinking living forever, Snacks. Forever encompassing our thoughts of forever now within the solar setting. But okay, you have the ability to live your own life a billion million times over, with just slight variations which will lead you to different outcomes. Now you have the ability to live someone else's life, not just within your own form, but within every form of life that's available. That's madness. That would drive you mad. I don't give a fuck who you are. Shit. A snail on the roof. Just took the snail. You're living that snail's life a million times over, Dan. You just took a different pathway that particular night, etc., etc. Shit. Give me nothing and I love it. Give me nothing and I love you. That's a great song title. Or to build on anyway. Promise me nothing, and you're mine. Something like that. Forever. That's if forever isn't terrifying for each and every one who's listening right now, flat earther and beyond. I don't know what to say to you. It's absolutely terrifying. It's the horror, the Rocky Horror fucking show. There's no determination. There's no power. You either enter this flat earth or on. And let me just say this, and I'm getting places, I'm getting there. You either enter this now arena with this new mindset that you are everything and you have control, or well, then you become lost. I think so. You get lost in these potentials. You're mad. Fill up forever. How do you fucking occupy forever, Snacks? How do you fill it up in all of its intricate um, delineations? How about that one? Shit. Let me tell you what I think the key is our reckoning of time. And because the sun, or as we come to flat Earth now, this isn't God's creation. This is God's destruction. The sun is not a natural thing. That's how we get outside of it. We understand that we're in a broken system, and as externally, so internally. Male from female, self from self, divided in a spiral aspect. And when you mentioned the analemmas of the sun, yeah, it's all about your own perspective, isn't it? Within the greater surround. I think the analemma could easily be changed into a perfectly straight line snack, just depending on your time evaluation. They do it purposefully. And when I said they're the clue givers. They're the clue givers. So it's not that they're trying to hinder us, they're trying to encourage us. That's what I think. And that greater encouragement is, well, God itself. God itself. Because you are that. In a forgetful state. And that's where to be or not to be comes into it. Like, look at the capital letter B on your keyboard, combine the inverse of it, you get the 8 and you get the 1. You get the 8 and the 1. It just depends on your perspective. Anyway, go ahead. Before you go ahead, I just think that everyone should be in earnest at this stage. Speak your truth. Speak your truth. As if it was your last words as you're being burnt at the stake or something like that. I mean, to be so dramatic there, but you know what I mean. Speak your truth as if you'd want everyone to hear it as your last words. Let everyone know where you're at this advanced or otherwise stage of your investigation. That's the best you can do. Fuck it. Go ahead. Before we go ahead, actually, we have the E. You think about ourselves in letters, right? So we have the central spine, we have the left right brain, we have the left right heart, the upper lower heart, and we have the left and right testicle, if you want, ovaries for the woman, right? Now, if we're born with the potential with the H at the very center of your keyboard, we can decide then via greater recognition to take things upwards or downwards. If we bring the two divided aspects together, the uprights of the capital letter H and lower the crossbar, then we get the L. So we're taking the H with the E in potential to the L and the L. So that's going us to hell. If we take the H upwards and we bring the two uprights together and the crossbar, raise it upwards with capital letter T, then we get the THEL, me. It's almost like Thelema in a sense. And someone actually mentioned to me, Madame Blavatsky earlier on. Yeah, so it's about our own internal motivation, recognition, motivation then. You can succumb to the physical, or, well, you can surmount. That's a better one. Surmount. So go ahead. Yeah, sorry about that. I know I talk a lot, but at the same time, your left brain controls your right eye. How can your left brain and your right brain hemispherical? How can a hemisphere and a hemisphere add up to a hemisphere, which is what your brain is? If you imagine it laid out on a table, there's obviously more to the story. Yeah, God has faith in us more than I think we flat earthers in general have faith in God. That's what I think. Anyway, go ahead. I'm after just rolling it. I'm just in the process of rolling a joint and going to the front window to have enjoy it. Thanks for listening. Sorry, I feel a bit embarrassed now. Maybe over impressing. Okay. Scenario. Exit stage left with a light.
What?
friends. We're all alive in the moment. Let's take it as it serves. We'll never lose our ventures. I was just thinking about music. Everything is about sound ultimately, right? So they tell us that light is a thing in itself. But okay, yeah, this is deeper conversations, shallower conversations if you want, and just considering the true reality, which is sort of obvious in a sense, but yet at the same time, there's a greater metaphor in play because something a part of the earth is moving to give us the skylights in motion. So yes, if we view everything in terms of a metaphor, well, we can come to some sort of greater grasp on our own reality, which is what it's all about at the end of the day, isn't it? There's you, there's me, there's you. You are me are you, me are you. Anyway, the reason I mentioned that was the song I'm going to sing. I think you'll like it. I want to change one word, and I think that's all I need to do to transform this into a flat earth song, if you want. I was thinking about the standard 440 discordant tuning and, well, how we got to go by our own sort of intuition. But anyway, as it's pretty silent here. I know it's generally American audience, so it's pretty afternoonish time. Maybe not now. What time is it? Maybe evening time. Maybe it's like after 12 here, I guess. But yeah, because it's quiet time. There's nothing to lose, nothing ventured, nothing gained. So let me sing this in the quiet time. And yeah, as I said, educational purposes. I didn't say that, but it is. But at the same time, for flat earthers here, I'm going to change one word in the whole song. So I wonder if you can spot it. All around me are familiar faces, worn out places, worn out faces, bright and early for their daily races, going nowhere, going nowhere. Tears are filling up their glasses. No expression, no expression. Hide my head, I wanna drown my sorrows. No tomorrow, no tomorrow. I find it kind of funny, I find it kind of sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. I find it hard to tell you, I find it hard to tell. Some people walk in circles, it's a very, very flat world. It's waiting for the day they feel good. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Make you feel the way that every child should. Set a lesson, set a lesson. In school and I was very nervous. No one knew me. No one knew I find it kind of sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. I find it hard to tell you, find it hard to take. Some people walk in circles, it's a very, very flat world. That's flat world. That's happy birthday, happy birthday. To feel the way that every child should sit and listen, sit and listen. At school I was very nervous. No one knew me, no one knew me. How teacher tell me once my lesson. Look right through me, look right through me. And I find it kind of funny, find it kind of sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. I find it hard to tell you, I find it hard to take. Some people walk in circles, it's a very, very flat world. A flat world. Let's say flat world. Let's have a flat and I find it kind of funny, I find it kind of sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. I find it hard to tell you, I find it hard to take. Some people walk in circles, it's a very, very flat world. Flat world. Let's have a flat world. I tried to create some sort of disharmony at the end, only to come back to the harmony. So, yeah, shit. You couldn't actually. Good question. Can you have harmony without disharmony? Can you have truth without lies? I wonder. I'm not sure if I'm coming true or not. I'm not sure if I shut down the room or not. Uh, By the way, the snacks, I don't doubt you 1 second, Brad. I don't doubt you 1 second when you were talking earlier on how you considered different things at a different stage. I don't doubt you for 1 second, my friend. Let me sing you a song. Actually, pertinent. Who knows? Emergent reality. Who knows what information? Because if there's people out there with advanced information, then you've got to ask yourself, what's the purpose then of this great endeavor? I was talking to someone today. I'll give it that. But I think this song is interesting because it sort of, as it's quiet, I was talking to someone today, and it's like what we read, what we're exposed to via musical influences or whatever other artistic sort of offerings. Well, that's fine. We can sort of feel and express a deeper appreciation because something sort of resonates with us or hits home, if you want, with a beautiful poem or a melodic song or whatever. But I guess the question is, are there people out there who have been led into greater secrets than you have been, and what do you need to do then to get to the core, the heart of matters? And is it worth it? Would you sacrifice for it? Yeah, go ahead, Jeremy. I was just filling the time, bud. Go ahead.
I was just wondering if were you talking to me that whole time?
I was talking to the room in general, and I'm glad to have a sort of interaction. But I was talking to the room in general. It's about our own quest for truth at the end of the day, Jeremy, isn't it? We know fucking long since what isn't, which is the spinning ball. It's been debunked a million ways to Sunday in our own brains, our collective brains here, right? But what does that lead us to think in terms of? Well, what's the greater truth? You know what I'm saying?
You gotta follow the clues, Pete. You gotta follow the clues. Flat Earth
Yeah, but
and
what do you
beyond.
do? What do you do? What do you think? What do you think beyond the ball Earth is? Is there a nothingness? Is there just a lie in place that you left behind?
We're gonna have to just figure it out as we go.
Well, you understand that the people who developed the lie and fed it to you, like you developed the lie of Santa Claus and feed it to your children, not you particularly, right? Your child, but yeah, that there's a greater mind in play, a greater knowing in play. So you either choose to, after Flat Earth and beyond, as far as I can reckon, Jeremy, follow the course to its fruition, or else, well.
Well, what clues are you finding in Scotland up there?
Scotland, yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you've heard of the deep fried Mars bars. I stuck me Mickey in batter and fried it in a deep fat fryer when I was in Glasgow once. Hot dog. Talk to me about hot dogs.
Is that
Hey,
one of
you
those
know I'm
British
in Ireland.
accents or?
That was a Scottish. You didn't even recognize it. I'm in Ireland. I'm king of Eire, bud. Eire is the whole of Ireland. You know England, Wales, Scotland. I'm the island next to it. You think about Florida and Cuba. Yeah, Florida is England. Cuba is Ireland, if you want to put it in that sense. Deep fried Mars bars are a thing. Actually, you know Mars bar. You might have heard this. Deep fried Mars bars are a thing in Scotland. Oh, you might have missed the joke. Yeah, you can go into a fish and chip shop, get a bag of chips, a bag of fries, fish, and a deep fried Mars bar for dessert. They actually get a Mars bar and they coat it in batter and deep fry it. That's what they do in Scotland. They don't do it over here. That's Scotland for you. Yeah.
Oh, we got deep fried everything over here. I'll get you a deep fried donkey dick if you want it.
Shit. Can you is that on a bun? Does it come with a bun and mustard and
I'm just saying, I don't know, we'd be deep frying everything. You got deep fried ice cream, fucking deep fried everything over here.
Oh no, but it's not deep fried ice cream. I've seen these TikToks. Yeah, you have to treat the ice cream. You have to freeze it first, and you have to sort of coat it in batter. If you deep fry it, then for more than 12 seconds or something like that, all of the ice cream melts in the center. So yeah, I know what you're talking about. But yeah, the deep fried Mars bar. Just type it into your own Google there. Deep fried Mars bar in Scotland. I'm not in Scotland, and I was putting on a Scottish accent, like yeah. So anyway.
Pete, you guys just got a deep fried Mars bar in Scotland, where you're at. We've been had that shit for years now. Like, you guys get shit way later. We invent shit, and then you guys get it later.
Yeah, but I'm not in Scotland, so I'm in Ireland, and I never heard of a deep fried Mars bar. Never got it here. Maybe we were too far into the past or too far into the future. I don't know, Jeremy.
I mean,
Seems like a
Scotland,
stupid
Ireland.
idea for
What's
me
you're
anyway.
really? Isn't Scotland and Ireland kind of like New Zealand and
Yeah,
Australia? I mean, you guys
yeah,
are pretty much in the same bag.
yeah. As if you didn't know better, you dickhead. Hey, this is a time now you have respect not just for races, not just for nationalities. You have respect for trannies, for lesbians, tranny lesbians. You have respect for 102 different gender designations. So yes, the very least, top of the layer, have
What are you saying?
respect for the country.
You got a Irish gender? Is that what you're saying?
I'm just saying. I mean, fuck's sake. I mean, I'm Irish first before I'm. Actually, I'm not. Yeah, I can't say that. I'm a man first before I'm Irish, but at the same time, I'm not Scottish.
Do you have any springs in Ireland?
Listen, Ireland is key
I
to
don't. Do you
all
have
of
any
this.
springs? This is an easy question. I threw you a easy pitch. You got any
Take it
springs
easy
in
with your
Ireland?
language. Don't call me an easy pitch. That's fine. Springs, as in natural springs, Irish water is the best water ever, bud. It's
Yeah,
the
is it? And
eye.
you got springs?
Yeah,
You can't answer a fucking yes no question, can you?
I just said it. I said
Pete,
it
are you
is.
a? Oh, you do.
Yeah, Irish springs are the best springs ever. The spring water come from Ireland, best ever.
I mean, we would just wash our body with that. We wouldn't. I don't even think
What do
we
you
would drink
strive
that.
for? What do you strive for to live till 80 as opposed to 72?
I'm just saying, Irish Springs. That's like we washed our body with that. We
Yeah,
would never drink that.
yeah.
Listen,
Sounds good.
Ireland. Listen, there's something about Ireland snacks. Listen, there's an Irish pub everywhere. Everyone loves the Irish, and I'm telling
Yeah,
you
you're a
about the
bunch of
Irish
drunk
land
fucks. We
itself. There
know.
are actual natural springs in Ireland that are purer and clearer than anywhere else. I'm thinking.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how drunk are you normally throughout the day, Pete?
Right now, uh, I would say which is actually. Hang on, I have to ask you which is better, which is worse. One is drunk as fuck, or 10 is drunk as fuck.
Come on, dude. You don't know how the 1 through 10 scale works, bro. Come on, Pete.
Yeah, but sometimes the more drunk you get, the more sober you feel. So to answer you in the typical fashion, then
Don't even answer
uh,
me. Don't answer me. I
I'm
don't
not
even
drunk at
care.
all. I'm not
No, I
drunk
don't
at
even care.
all. I'm probably
I don't
about
believe you.
2.5, 2.753.
He doesn't believe
I
me
don't
anyway.
believe you, and I don't care.
What do you mean? Ask me a question then. Ask me a question to test my drunkenness. Go ahead. Yeah, you see, you can't do it. You can't do it.
Why
Yeah,
we gotta
some
go through this rigmarole every time with you, Pete?
it's
You
fine.
can't just
It's
get it.
fine.
You can't just serve it to us straight up.
What do you mean? I actually tested someone drunkenness earlier on. His name was Hugh, and a great joke as well. But he didn't hear what I said. I said, "You're drunk again, aren't you?" He said, I'm a bit okay." Well, he was objected. I said, "Okay, answer me this." And I held three fingers before him, and I said, underneath my breath, "How many fingers can you shove up your arse?" And I just said it a bit silently, but I still made it clear. And he thought he just filled in the gaps. And how many fingers, because I was testing for his drunkenness, how many fingers can you see? He said 3. I said, obviously you're drunk then. I make the declaration because you didn't hear what I fucking said, which was the question, how many fingers can you shove up your arse? You won't catch me so easily, but I dare you,
I
bud.
feel like you're reading us encyclopedia sometimes. You just be saying mad words.
Yeah, but if you want to
You just
test
say
my
so many
drunkenness,
words, no one can comprehend it all. It's too much to digest.
you're kidding me. What are you talking about? You're
It's
crazy,
too many
man.
words, bro. You say too many words. Less is more, Pete.
Yeah, I got burnt out before Pete. I had to take like 10 minutes. I was got a
He was
Troy horse.
Snacks was mentally
I took
exhausted.
10
I
minutes
could sense
myself,
it.
snacks, and I rolled a joint and went out to the front window. I came back
You
really
talked for the whole
invigorated.
10 minutes, Pete. You talked for the whole 10 minutes.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the
Snacks
previous 10
took
minutes.
5 times 2, and then you talked times 4 of that.
But I mean, how do you evaluate the talking time of somebody? I mean, because I talk for 10 minutes, that could be worth 10 hours of Xanax or 10 years of fucking Xanax spiel. Because you've heard all that shit before, again and again and again and again and again. Isn't this the nature of this beast, Jeremy? That we just sort of Groundhog Day, we just go over the same things again and again. The Bible literalists come in on a daily basis. The ball earthers come in. The flat earth, the defenders, the intermediaries. Where are we going? Where do you hope to go, Jeremy?
We're going to flat Earth and beyond, Pete.
I think that's where I'm probably one of the only hopes here. I wasn't going to say allowed, but available. Because it is flat Earth and beyond. Earth
Yeah,
is not
you're our
flat.
only hope, Pete.
Earth is not flat though.
In a
Earth is
world.
not flat. If it's all about reactivating one's imagination, having faith in oneself, well, our
It is
imagination
flat,
is being
Pete.
hijacked by the
Pete, it's
spinning
flat.
ball Earth, Jeremy. Our imagination has been hijacked. So what are we going to replace that with as a picture? That's the question.
One man, one dodo.
Pete, it's definitely flat, though. We know it is.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Earth is flat
Dead
like
obvious.
Earth is flat like a tree stump is flat. It's not flat at all. Only a certain aspect of it is flat. They told us
What
that the
aspect?
stars were separated, Jeremy, ultimately from Earth, but they're not. The stars are part of Earth. As the Earth doesn't move, now all the stars and the skylights move in a certain unison. Well,
When does
that's
Earth
all
end,
part of
Pete?
Earth.
When does it end?
It ends when you okay. That's a good question. When does it end? It ends when you begin again. That's it. And if you've lost faith in yourself, do it for your children. You begin again.
That is a terrible answer.
It's not a
You're
bad
talking about the
answer.
stars. You're saying the stars are in Earth. Okay, when does it end? You go past that, then what's after that?
There's no ending, you see, Jeremy. The end is decided by the spinning ball Earth acceptance. So we have the heliocentric, the Big Bang, and we have the evolutionary pathway all laid down for us. So there's the fixed beginning, which is our birth. Or instigation, and our fixed ending, which let me finish here. But the fixed ending 70 years later with our death, and then there was nothing all around. You decide where it begins again. Go ahead.
I don't even remember what we were talking about.
Oh, you've been Ubering again? You've been Ubering?
No, I'm home with the fam, chilling. I'm about to get a lit up in here.
Oh, nice one. I'll go for that. But yes, where then you answer me if you're not happy with my answer. Where does it end for you? You've been in this a long time. Where's Brandon at? That's what I'll ask you as a secondary thing.
I don't know where it ends, and I don't know where Brandon's at. It wasn't my turn to talk.
Oh, playing dumb, are you, Jeremy? Everybody do the dodo. That's so funny. I get this.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, Snacks. Everybody do the dodo. The streets had this fucking song. They
Wait,
wrote this song. They wrote this song in 2008 about me. I'll post it now.
I would snap a towel at you right now,
It's okay, man. What the heck else are we gonna do?
like a dish towel or something.
Yeah, like sort of swirl it up and smack my cheek.
After Snacks does that, I'm gonna smack the back of your head like a beach ball.
Right. Smack the cigarette right at your damn mouth.
You're expert level. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Yeah,
After Snacks does that, I'm gonna tie your shoelaces together and throw them over a power line.
I'm like Mr. Miyagi with the towel. I can kill flies.
That was a wag the dog meme. They trying to shoes together, Jeremy, and throw him over a power line. That was a wag the dog. Which is the war that's
That's
going on in
not Dust. This ain't no Dustin
Ukraine right
Hoffman
now.
shit. P.S. No Dustin Hoffman shit. It's hood shit.
Yeah, well, you know that story. It's all telling us. Imagine everything was a game of clues. That's why I mentioned about the H being at the center of a keyboard.
The game of
Just
clues.
didn't realize the clues were everywhere.
The clue. Follow the clues.
Well, September clues, March Sergeant.
Snacks, break us off with a. Hold on, Pete. Snacks, break us off with a Pete impression.
Yeah, no. I'm not doing it.
Come on, Snacks. You're the impersonator.
Go for it, Snacks. Let loose.
You're pissed off, Snacks, Pete.
Oh, Snacks. I love Snacks.
No, you're
Never
pissed.
tried
It
to
don't
pick
matter
him.
if you love him. You're pissing him off.
Well, he's under pressure now because he's trying to give us a mated impression of P.J., and that's a hard thing to do. He would just sing one note in a beautiful harmonious tone if he was to summate P.J. in one expression, Jeremy. That's what I think. Saxophone, a C sharp major minor 7 at 13th, in one note.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go Hulk on you at one moment, and you're not gonna know it's coming, but it'll be there.
Okay, Snacks. I'm prepared. I've seen you do it before.
Like Hulk Hogan or Hulk the Green Dude?
Yeah, Bruce Banner, the Incredible Hulk. It's like I'll have enough like Pete Dodo radiation like sapped up. It's gonna trigger my transformation. Yeah, you won't like me when I'm angry.
So no leg drops.
I love you when you're angry.
I like put my
Snacks.
hand up
I
to
know
my ear.
you're going outside
Yeah,
of the
go.
bounds of your.
Something happened just
I mean,
now.
Pete, did you? If I said the word shenanigans, is the word shenanigans? Is that like an Irish thing?
It is.
You'd have to be here for that. Oh, here he's back. Oh, okay.
That's what I would use to summate you in one word, Pete. Shenanigans.
Shenanigans, I love it. A song. Imagine we all wrote a song for the next hour on shenanigans. Where would we start it off?
We ain't
It has
doing
to be
that.
an
We ain't doing
upbeat
that. I'm not
one.
even gonna imagine. That don't sound like fun.
Flanagans, full of their shenanigans. I like it, Jeremy.
I heard
Go ahead.
you
don't
did
like
a
it.
duet with I heard you did a duet with Johnny the other day, Pete.
Man, I have yes. We do you hear that, and Rob Noxious was in it as well. But yeah, it was Jem Panda was away, so there was a little free range, musical combination. It was great.
What does Rob Noxious cover? Hootie and the Blowfish songs or something?
He's great. Snacks. Johnny is an
He's not
international
great.
pianist. Johnny is an international
You're sore.
capable pianist. Rob Noxious, I think he picked out the banjo. He had a harmonica as well. So yeah, I mean, I'm talking about writing a song collectively. I said this before. If we
And
all put
Johnny
our
just
thoughts, Kosho, if we all fucking put overnight together now an effort, we would be a long ways in developing a flat Earth map. But there's no cooperation or amalgamation allowed in these deeper levels. And Johnny, of course, admits that Johnny's grandfather told him that the Earth was flat when Johnny was 5, and he's from one of the top families. He already tells you he's a Mason. So you know what I'm saying? I don't know what people know. I don't.
After
We
Johnny's
care to know. Yes.
Johnny's grandfather told him it was flat when he was 5, he's been drunk ever since.
Yeah, but don't dismissing Johnny. I mean, honest to God, fair enough. We get certain impressions. Johnny already tells you he's an actor on this stage. I have no problem with
You're an
that.
Johnny's
actor,
my
Pete.
brother.
Yes, but that's not to say that Johnny isn't an expert pianist.
Yeah, we
You're an
got you,
actor,
dude.
Pete.
Very funny.
No, but I'm
I wasn't,
Speaking
I
of
wasn't
Irish
even
he's
playing.
actors,
an expert pianist. He's an international capable piano player. What the fuck?
I got you, dude. Speaking of Irish actors, I have a trivia question for you, Pete.
Go ahead.
Who's the only Irish actor to play James Bond?
Pierce Brosnan.
That was
That was
too
an
easy.
easy one. That was an easy one. You already owe me $100,000. I didn't want to collect it at the Cold Show.
Pete, don't even bring that up. Pete, don't
Yeah.
even bring that up, man.
Yeah, but you
Don't even bring
thought
that
you
up.
won the
As a matter of fact,
$100,000
last
by just
night,
posting. You
listen to me,
posting a
dude.
different Copernicus versus Aristarchus. You thought I would bet my brother's money that so easily, you dickhead.
Why does he owe you 100
Okay, so
racks, Pete?
between
Yeah,
I don't
because
owe him 100 anything, dude. He owes me $100,000 and he knows it. I don't know what he's talking about.
no. I would have bet $100,000, even though all the craters look differently on the moon. The bet was you proved to me that all those craters are not one crater from a different perspective. You just thought that you could prove you could pose crater Copernicus and crater Aristarchus and so okay, obviously they don't look the same. Obviously, you're not going to win the bet that easily, though, bud. Yes.
Right, but Jeremy, did you hear what he just said? All I had to do was prove to him that all the craters on the moon were not the same crater, which he says they are.
Yes, they
Why would
are.
you
But
even bet that, Pete?
you have to understand that it's Jeremy. When he appeals to you, it's like every picture we see of a boat disappearing below the horizon proves a globe Earth. I'm saying we have to look at everything from a different perspective, and especially now as a flat earther and beyond, looking at the moon. So ultimately, the bet is that all the
is
craters
a
are one
clue.
crater, but just viewed at from a different perspective, so they give a different sort of visual. But yeah, Kosha thought he won it though by just saying that. Well, yeah, Copernicus here looks different from crater Plato or crater fucking Herodotus. Of course they fucking do. You fucking idiots.
When you say they, Pete, you mean the different ones, they,
Yes,
plural.
that's an obvious thing.
You
That's an
owe
obvious
Coach
thing.
100 racks.
Yeah, but how am I going to bet 100 racks? How am I going to 100 racks? Rack me arse. Why am I going to bet 100 racks on something that's
If
so
you ain't
obvious?
got 100 G's, we'll take the leg. We're coming for the legs. How many legs you got?
Well, lucky you have a spear leg on the way, so yeah. How about it?
It's his brother's money too. It's not even his money. He said his brother was with him at the time. He was betting his
Exactly.
brother money.
Exactly. So I
Well,
put deep
that
thought
makes.
into it.
I don't even want
I
to say what
put
that
deep
makes you,
thought
man.
into it,
That's
and
just
you put shallow thought into it. You thought you could just win the bet so easily with something I knew was
okay.
so
Well,
obvious. You come on,
let me
man.
just tell you, Pete. Ever since last night, so let's say we go to the moon before 2027. Okay, that will bring my total value up to the 3 gold coins that Hollywood owes me, the $20,000 that Witsit will owe me, the $100,000 that you owe me, and then if I do a Foucault's pendulum into Woods, I'll get $1 million from this guy that was in here last night.
Fucking hell, you're set to retire, bud. You're
Turn
set to
up. Pete, if
retire.
you ain't got 100 bands, we'll take 3 legs.
Oh,
He's gonna use Johnny's third leg.
well, you sound confident. What if the opposite proves to be true? Well, how are you going to pay up the bet, Kosho?
We're gonna give
Well, you
we're
already
gonna
said
give you
they.
extra legs.
Yeah, but what if I'm
You
not
already
in
said they,
Kosovo and all
implying
the
there is more
what
than
if
one
I'm not
crater.
Jeremy and all the
No,
all the
we're
little
gonna
craters
actually
actually
no,
kind of
no.
stop
We'll
you
pay
from
you
getting to
10 to
one
1.
crater?
We'll pay you 10 to 1. We'll make you a human centipede.
Oh, lovely! I'll take that bet.
What the
I'll take
fuck?
that bet.
Human
That'll give
centipede.
me $1 million back on my 100,000 investment. I'll take that bet, Snacks. And I'm fucking
No, but
7 years later on now.
the thing about Pete's bet and this dude from last night's bet is they didn't even make a bet. They just offered the money. They said, "I'd give you $100,000 if you can prove this." The guy last night said, "I'll give you $1 million if you can do a Foucault's pendulum in the woods." So I don't lose anything if it's wrong. You didn't make a bet, Pete. You just said you give $100,000 if you can prove that it's not the case.
I said my actual bet was all craters on the moon are one crater. Prove me wrong. That's my actual bet, and I chose the words very carefully. Remember, it's not just my own 100 grand. I've had 100 grand. It's my brother's 100 grand at the time, anyway. But yeah, I guess I choose my words carefully. So that was the bet. All craters on the moon, the assertion, are one crater. Prove me wrong. You just thought you could win it by showing me crater Copernicus versus crater Eratosthenes or crater Plato or crater.
All right.
Right.
Pete, we're friends. We're friends, and I would never collect. Even if you had the cash on you now, I wouldn't attempt to collect it from you.
You fucking should. You should, because I
Yeah, I
know
probably
certain
should.
now.
I probably should. I'm
I
just not
know
that kind of
certain.
person.
Well, but hang on, Kosho. I don't even know what you look like. What's your first name? I know it's not Kosho, which is
I'm
K-O
fat.
show. Yeah,
I'm very fat. My first name is Snacks.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a common, popular name outside of the
Hey,
water.
there's someone in the server right now whose name's Snacks as well. Snacks of the future.
Yeah, coincidence. Quinky dinky.
Very fat. I've gained a lot of weight. I actually really have gained some weight recently. I don't know
Remember,
what to do.
Yeah.
Kosho?
Whereas I have only lost weight.
Well,
congratulations.
you certainly gained brain mass. Oh, well, actually, you never gained or lost brain mass. Snacks, you were always up there for me. But let me say this, right, as a consideration for Kosho, have you considered a stationary, a flat Earth surface and the implications as we're in a sort of enclosed surround and all of the skylights move in unison, and our best clues for a sort of an enclosed reflective relationship is the sun and the moon? Have you considered that, and what do you have to say about that?
You know, I have because you're a friend of mine, Branch is a friend of mine, Johnny's a friend of mine, Jazza, a lot of these guys, and I can tell exactly how much you've drinking. I can tell
Yes, but
exactly.
I
I
can
can
tell
guess
you how
almost
much.
exactly to the T how much you've drinking today, Pete.
Yes, go ahead, Dan. How many cans have I had today?
At least 10.
You're fucking correct.
There you go.
Well, but does that mean what does that mean? Does the number of cans a man has have any declaration on how sober or otherwise he is?
How many cans has a man there? And
Well, but listen, what's that guy, the giant? You know, the giant in The Princess Bride. He could drink a
Yeah,
hundred
exactly. Yeah,
cans
yeah.
in a night.
Yeah, he could. I mean, I can. I don't want to toot my own horn, but yeah, I can drink in a lot. On a given day, I drink more than
Yeah,
Branch. I drink more than Johnny even.
right.
I probably drink more than you, and I can hold my
My
own
brother
rhythm.
could drink a slab of cans, 24 cans, and no problem to him. When I'm talking about, you're right, 10 cans. What how many cans? About 12 cans over the course of since about 3 o'clock, though. You know what I'm saying? So I'm perfectly capable. If you're trying to cast aspersions upon my ability to sort of reason or answer some sort of logical conundrum from your side, well, fair enough. I mean, how much you want to bet? Me a question.
Come on,
Challenge me.
Pete.
You know what I'm
Let's say
saying?
Pete. Let's bring it. Pete, let's bring this conversation to a something that we all can participate in. Okay. All right. What do you think about the
Okay.
Foucault's pendulum in the woods? You think it can be done?
I think the Foucault's pendulum. Gio mentioned this a few times, and I've also had my own thoughts. Well, I'm not a Nathan Oakley. I don't just shit on everything the ball has to present. There is natural phenomena in play, but it reflects the nature of the ether under this enclosed environment that we're under. So Foucault's pendulum in the woods, it doesn't even matter. It would work anywhere. You would show a different deviation according to your distance from the north. Fundamentally. So yeah, it would work. I don't.
There's an issue.
Yeah.
There's an issue with that theory that you just made up. Is if you just simply use the distance from the north, then just like the size, like Jeremy's concentric circles and the path of the subsolar point,
Yeah.
those would progressively get wider and wider and wider from the
Right.
North Pole as well. Right, but this is not what happens, and this is not what happens with Foucault's pendulum either. The Foucault's pendulum will, from the North Pole, it will become a slower and slower precession until it gets to the equator, and the precession should be zero, and the precession that
Increases
reverses
again.
itself and goes back up. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So it does
Yes.
exactly what the latitude. So this is what's crazy is the Foucault's pendulum corresponds with the path length of the subsolar point, which should tell you something. It tells me something
Yes, it
obvious.
does.
I don't know what
Yes,
it
it
tells you.
does. And it tells me that we're under. See, there's two barriers in a flat Earth reckoning, and the barrier we're under is at the highest point at the equatorial areas, if you want. So as it goes from one side to the other, then you will have this deviation in sort of reverse effects. But yes, there's a greater outer barrier than which the stars are all transmitted against. But that's a different reckoning. Have you? Let me ask you a question, Kosho. Have you considered if the Earth's surface was stationary, what the motions of the core emanation to give us the skylights would be? Isn't that exactly what you've done? Assume that the Earth is in motion, so by looking at the skylights, you'll attribute these different motions to the Earth's surface itself or the Earth ball itself. But yeah, have you considered an alternative? And how have you ruled it out if you have?
No, not really.
Yeah, 7 years. How many years? 20 years. You were born for this role, like Mark Sargent.
Yeah. No, it's not that I haven't. It's just that it doesn't make sense. There's like, so it's like I can make up a reason. Like, well, if the Earth were stationary, what would the stars be? Well, it could be many things, but they would all not make sense because I don't think they're stationary. So
Yeah,
you know what I
but
mean? So,
it's
like,
not about whether you think it or not. You don't think the Earth. The only reason you think the Earth is in motion because you've been told it. You don't experience it, so you can at least go along with your mind and your mind's evaluation with that notion in mind. So why can't you go with the opposite notion that you're on a stationary Earth surface that you're sort of familiar with? It's most strange, Kosho, certainly of a man of your own sort of caliber, status.
let me ask you a question. If I do, go ahead, Mr. White. Let's let this
Yeah,
White
I
Blue
knew
talk.
I knew you'd give way because it's a difficult question. Go ahead.
Come on, man. Let this guy get in. We're saying wet Lou.
Yeah, I was saying you should do the Nathan Oakley housekeeping questions for Kosher, and I'd start with the question: any evidence for mass attracting mass?
Yes. Next.
Okay,
What's
Kosho.
up, Carlos? I know that was you, Carlos.
1 second, Kosho. I remember Lou from the last time. Let
No,
me ask you a
Pete.
question.
Pete.
Yeah.
No, Pete. We got to remember. I got to remember too. We got to let other people get in and speak. Okay, so. But yeah, that's the answer. Mr. Carlos is yes. There is evidence of
There
mass
is.
attracting mass.
Perfect. What is
Yes.
it?
You can look at the Cavendish experiment. The many iterations and examples of the Cavendish experiment would be one evidence of the mass attracting mass.
Okay. 1 second. I remember Lou from last time, and with controversy we left the coast show. Can you answer me this because you don't know anything about it? If I was to drop an object, no matter what the mass was, from a stationary level, after 10 seconds, what would the velocity be? Can you answer me that now? Lou, don't come in now. How are you doing again? But Kosho, after 10 seconds, what would the velocity of that mass be? Can you answer me that?
After 10 seconds?
Falling from a stationary level, so initial velocity is 0. You're just dropping it from a height, from a cliff. After 10 seconds, what's the impact velocity? See, I have a great memory, Lou. So that's why I only mentioned that because of the conundrum myself and Lou. And I'll give you Lou's answer. If you don't give me an answer, I'll give you Lou's answer the last time, and I'll give you my answer. And I know I was correct, but what's your answer? After 10 seconds, what's the impact velocity of that object? A bowling ball dropped from a cliff top.
It would be like 981 meters per second.
Oh shit! You are close to Lou's declaration, which is 1,000 meters per second. So he just rounded up 9.8 meters per second. No, Kosho, it's 100 meters per second. Velocity is equal to u plus at, so a is 10, and you just multiply a, the acceleration, by the time, and you get 100 meters per second.
Okay.
Nice one. So both you and Lou were incorrect, and I hope Lou has accepted that. That's the only reason I mentioned that. You were as wrong as Lou was the last time, and Peachy the dodo was correct again.
Well, technically, I was less wrong than Lou. I was a little bit less wrong than Lou.
Yes, you were, but only because he rounded up 9.81 meters per second to 10 meters per second.
Is that a housekeeping question?
Kosho, you know that this is. Hey, Kosho, you're going to be
Hold on,
embarrassed.
man. We're on.
1 second.
Peter.
You're going to be embarrassed by your own answer, Kosho, because if you think about a marble and someone dropping it on your belly, imagine you were lying on the ground and someone up at a certain height dropping it, and it would take 10 seconds to fall. If that was traveling at 1,000 meters per second by the time it hit your belly, that would be like a bullet, right? So no, it's not. It's 100 meters per second, and you'll be able to bear it.
Thank you. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Just thinking quickly, but yeah, it's so I was order of magnitude off. Whatever.
It's okay. It's okay. When you're calculating the distance traveled by the projectile, yes, then it increases.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. That's I got you. Sometimes you ask questions, and you know what, Pete? You got to think about it to get. And actually, if you're wrong, if you were doing the distance, it'd be half that distance. By the way. It'd be half the distance of 1,000, so it'd be 500 or something. That's not important.
Can I big you up? Can I big you up and say something? You know, I'm a regular member of contributor to Gem Panda's channel. But the question was, out of all of the opponents, who would be the most capable? See, lots of people are capable in their own specific areas. I said you are the everyman.
Thanks, Pete.
Yes, I did do it, and I mean it.
Off.
You can cater all.
Off,
you can cope with
That's
all
enough.
manner of topics. You won't refer to anyone else. You'll deal with it and take it on your own fucking.
Thank you, Pete. Let's do the housekeeping questions, Pete. Okay. Let's let Carlos. I don't remember what they are. I know they're all stupid and they all have answers. But yeah, Carlos. So what are his other housekeeping questions?
Any evidence for Earth curve?
Absolutely, plenty of it. You want an example? Just use that arc of the 39th parallel. Okay. What's the next housekeeping question? You should tell these on Nathan Show when he does the housekeeping on the Cavendish. 39th parallel. What's the next one?
No, can't answer shit. Quantum Eraser can't answer shit. Go ahead, though.
Okay, Peter.
Go ahead.
What does he ask? He says, is there any evidence of a molten iron core? I know that's one of them. He says, is there evidence of, I think, pressure or was it gas pressure without a container? Is that one of them? Let's assume those are two, and then I don't know what the fifth one would be. Fuck, my ear hurts, man.
I'm here listening. I'm moving furniture. Sorry.
A Kiwi moving furniture, huh? Yeah, well, I don't know what the housekeeping questions are, man. I know. I think is it the ones I said. I don't know what the fifth one is. Molten iron core. You can use seismic data and S&P waves, I guess. Refraction from this from those uh, refraction from those seismic readings. Gas pressure without a container. Yeah, I measured it. So did Babs, Space Pope. We both measured. Um, we both measured gases being weighed without a container, so that counts. It's like the house is clean. Earache.
Yeah, you did not measure. You did not measure gas pressure without a container. I saw what you did, and you had a container.
Oh my god.
And if you did it on the flat scale, you didn't have a constant pressure. You didn't have a constant weight. You know, things falling on a scale is not what they weigh.
You're a logical person, dude. You're a logical person, so you do know that the reason why there's anything the scale's reading is because gases have weight. They're attracted to the surface just like everything else. If you agree with that, then the pressure is caused simply by that weight. That's it.
So it's pressing. It's from pressing down. So the gas is pressing down at 14.7 pounds for every square inch of a surface. The gas is pressing down on it. That's what you're saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying because that.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, it's kind of true, but it's also I wouldn't say it's pressing down at that rate. I'd say that
What do you
at
mean,
any
kind
point
of
near the
true?
surface. Well,
Hold on.
because
What do you
you
mean,
said
kind of
pressing
true? Is
down.
that scientific?
Yeah, it's pressing in every direction. It's pressing in every direction at that rate that you said, 14.7 psi. That's happening in every direction. It's caused by the weight of the gases above it. That's what's causing that outward pressure.
Yeah. So if you had a cube that was flat on the ground and no air could get under it, then it would weigh 14.7 pounds for every square inch that it had exposed to the air.
It's a good question. No.
Well, it would weigh less in a vacuum, surely. That same block that no air could get underneath.
All right, if there was absolutely no air underneath it, we did this already, dude. If there's absolutely no air underneath it and it was a pyramid, okay? Now, because we want to make sure that the pressure that's being applied to it is not working underneath it or working at the bottom up. So we use a pyramid or something, and it's just perfectly flush with the surface. Then yes, all the pressure is actually going to push that that pyramid to the surface. It actually press it to the surface because yeah, basically adding weight to it. Basically, this happens. I basically proved it at one point. All right, housekeeping's finished. There we go. In all honesty, though, I really do want to do that Foucault's pendulum thing. Maybe not in the woods, but if possible in the woods. But I want to do it during the eclipse. Uh, just to shut up as many people as possible, if it works. Yeah.
Well, I'm still waiting for the schematic or blueprint of the Foucault pendulum that gets its latitude on the first shot.
Well, yeah, that's also the thing. I'm gonna make sure I get it done on the first attempt, because I've done it before. I know what things can go wrong. I know how to prevent that. I know what to do. I'm gonna make sure that the first attempt is gonna be correct one. I thought of a really cheap way of getting the 360-degree pivot, and it has to do with what I did last time. I'm gonna get like a 6-inch column and drill a hole right through it, and then sort of fashion like a nice curvy opening. I'm gonna stick the thread all through it with so it's attached to attached to a ball at the top, but it goes all the way down that column that I drilled, and out the bottom where it's like the edges are fashioned smooth. So now it's got freedom to go in any direction without any sort of preference in which direction it's going to go. And then after that, I just need the weight, so it'll be a very dense mass, and then I'm going to have a way of measuring it. And I think that my way of measuring it is going to be just by using a camera. I'm just going to use a camera and record it. I'm going to keep the camera stationary, keep it directly above it. Oh, good, SE's here, because I'm going to do multiple Foucault's pendulums side by side. But anyways, I'm going to have them right next to each other, recording 20, for the whole 20 minutes or whatever. And then I'll have to afterwards take the video and determine the precession through that camera. I gotta say that is up for change. I might change how I record the data, but that method seems pretty cheap and inexpensive.
Well, that would be a good way to record the precession. I mean, you don't need to use ink or anything stupid, no dropper or anything. You could just record it and then draw a line where it starts. You know what I mean? A column between where the ball swings at its peak. You could put like 2 lines on either side of the ball in the video, and then you could run the video and see where the line, see where the ball ends up after X amount of time. Draw new lines, and you get your precession like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's probably the best way to do it.
carefully.
That's probably the best way to do it, because now there's no influences acting on the pendulum. If you're dropping something or something weird with the brush, like you could have some weird influence on the swing. That way, it doesn't influence it at all.
Yeah, I've thought of using like a laser or something like that, but it'd be all too like convoluted. I think that if you just have a camera, if it's positioned correctly, you can, you can actually determine.
It just needs to be a top-down view. That's all. It's gotta be a top-down
but it has to be
view.
perfect.
That's a what?
Perfect though. So I said I would do it right the first time. I would test because it's not easy to get a camera perfect. It would have to be perfectly, because the measurement you want to make, you want it to be perfect. And so the camera's perfect and it's directly over the center. But yeah.
What precession
I'm wondering-
exactly are you expecting? Where you're at?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the equation on the top of my head. I don't have it memorized or tattooed to the back of my hand. But I think it's like 20. It's like sine of the latitude divided by 24 hours, or maybe the other way around, something like that. That's a precession you'd be looking for. Yeah. Is that okay with you, Chief?
Yeah. As long as you get the desired results of what you predict. And you did say you were going to put one side by side, like I was saying. That sounds
I'd
interesting.
like to. Yeah, that's what I would like to do. Yeah.
Well, you might be the first one in history if you do it.
But SE, once again, Kosho, this great mind is incapable of thinking in terms of even the very basic levels of alternative, realistic consideration that we're living on a surface that is not moving, and by our knowledge of water is over the greater expanse flat. I know that you don't go anywhere beyond that, and that's fine, but I know everywhere beyond flat Earth is in the realms of ultimate speculation, but also there is a reality in play. So maybe there is some sort of positive to that explorative, renewed, yeah, I was going to say exploration, but yeah, Kosho, he can't even imagine fucking stationary Earth surface and enclosed Earth surface because the one, let me just finish by saying this, the one development from the establishment of a stationary surface and an enclosed Earth surface is that all of the skylights now move in some sort of coordinated manner because the Earth no longer surface moves in that way that we're told it does. So yeah, Kosho, what do you have to say about that? Honestly, bud, can you not
I
even
walked away, man. I didn't hear what you said, dude. I had to go talk to somebody.
Can you imagine an Earth surface? Can you imagine
no,
an
don't say it
Earth
again.
surface that's not in motion? And can you imagine an enclosed
Yes.
surround?
Yes, I can.
So what's your problem then?
And
What's your problem? What's the stopping point?
I can
What
imagine all
stops you?
sorts of things, Pete. I can imagine myself looking at myself in the
Yeah, you
mirror.
can imagine a ball Earth. I know.
I have four other arms below
Yeah, I
my
know you
2
can
arms.
imagine a ball Earth where
I
people,
can
I'm
imagine that.
at an alternative reciprocal zenith angle than what you are right now. I know that. You can imagine that. You can imagine a black hole. You can imagine a galactic setting. But can you imagine an Earth surface that's stationary? Is that impossible?
No, it's not possible, man. It's not
Right. So
possible. As a
when
matter of fact, Peter, that's why we do this, man. That's why we talk about these things. That's why we do a Foucault's pendulum. Okay, is because Foucault's pendulum, for me, is an example of a decider. Okay, it's a deciding test that will indicate to you whether or not you're on a moving Earth or a
right,
stationary one.
right.
That sort of test is designed
Yeah.
to identify that.
Let me show you
What's
then how
the
you're.
dimensions of the?
Yeah. One second. One second. See. Let me
Oh,
show him
Peter,
how it's doing.
Peter, let SC get in. He
Okay.
hasn't
Go
been here.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thanks. What's the dimensions, Kosho? How long is your line gonna be? What's your mass gonna be? For a lack of a better word, what's your weight? What's that gonna be?
Yeah, I
The
don't know.
mass
Yeah, he's
and
not
the
focal.
length of.
I don't know. The longer the better. But I was thinking about the camera setup. If you had a very precise camera setup, I wonder if you could do one smaller than needed otherwise. Like you could do one like in a 1-story room.
Okay. Okay.
I'll give
One
you a
You know,
second.
better
that wouldn't
idea.
like that, like lasting like 5 minutes long. But if you're
One
able to
second.
measure
One second.
enough,
Let's see. 1 second. Let me hand the Kosho here. Kosho. Focus pendulum. Well, this is the basis of the clock itself, isn't it? The pendulum clock. So, what was special about Focal's offering? He just had a weight at the end of a string, a plumb bob, if you want. So, what was special about what he had to offer? Can you please tell me what that, as opposed to the previous clocks? We remember Harrison's clock, which determined sort of latitudes at sea. So, what was special about Foucault's particular pendulum?
it's just supposed to be isolated from the elements, so that it's to be swinging freedom of all influence and capable of measuring such a subtle precession that you'd expect if the Earth were rotating. Yeah, that's it.
So he's pretty much he just.
Geo's posted. Hold on, Geo's posted something, man. Let's talk about Geo's posted real quick.
Well, go ahead. I'm not looking at. I just tend to get involved in the chats because I think they're valuable. But go
No, it
ahead.
just popped up on my YouTube stream. The shorts. It popped up. Elon on Joe Rogan's podcast talking about the
Is it
Starman
new?
thing and how it looks fake. Boy, the body language is just such a dead giveaway. Elon's such an actor,
Hold
such
on,
a
though.
liar. He says, Rogan brings it up and says, these, car and space pictures. And yeah, Elon instantly, like an actor, like a script, instantly says, well, it looks fake. That's how you know it's real. And then he kind of laughs.
Yeah,
It's
I
almost
saw
like he's
that
making
deal.
fun of himself from the first time he had said it. It's just all so see-through, so transparent.
Hold
But
on.
yeah, so, and then Rogan was even kind of questioning. He kind of said, so like what took that picture, And Elon said, oh, there was a stick on the side of the car.
Yeah,
And then
stick. I have my
Joe
camera on the
smartly
stick.
I gotta just mute this guy. And then so I can
Peter.
speak. Yeah, Pete,
Yeah, go ahead.
please don't laugh and interrupt in the middle. I'm just trying to get this out real quick. Anyway, so then Rogan said there was a stick on the side of the car, and sorry, okay, Pete totally threw me off. Elon said, there's a stick, like a selfie stick basically on the side of the car. Then Rogan was like, well, that didn't rip off when it launched out of there. And then Elon kind of uncomfortably said, no, we thought it might. And then Rogan said, so how'd you get the pictures back? And then Elon just said radio, which was pretty awkward too. So yeah, that whole thing is pretty funny. It was like a whole second round of the Elon saying it's, it's real because it looks so fake.
He's got Asperger's, man. But hold on, is this from the original interview with him, or is there a new interview with with Elon Musk and Joe Rogan show?
I'm not saying this is new. I doubt it's new. Actually, I didn't look at what date the show was from.
Let me see. I want to see. I mean, that'd be cool if he's on there again. But yeah, he's got Asperger's, man. He's got like he's got like autism or something like that. Which is there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm just saying, his whole interview with Joe Rogan was awkward.
Autism or not, that clip shows Rogan basically like bringing up the car. Elon uncomfortably, with all the body language of a complete liar, sort of squiggles in his chair and says, oh, it's fake because it looks so, like instantly says the word fake. So it's just bizarre beyond belief. But anyways, so he instantly says it's fake. And then Rogan kind of like is looking at him funny. And then Rogan asked how they got the pictures back. And he just said radio, which was awkward. And then he said there's a stick on the side of it that didn't get ripped off when it, came out, launched out of the capsule. It's just funny. You can just tell that Joe Rogan has he's got at least some truth discernment. I mean, back in the day, he was pretty good with the moon landing stuff. And so, I mean, he does have a certain level of discernment, although I'm sure money, and he's been told not to talk about these topics, is enough for him to sort of cuck the other way for the money, of course, because he wants to be as wealthy as he can. But you can tell, even when he asks him, you can tell like there's a body language. You talk about the body language of Rogan. Rogan's like questioning, and you can tell he's got that truth in his eyes, kind of energy.
Gio, 1 second, Gio.
Bringing it up.
Yeah.
Hold on. Okay, so so this isn't
like his
a new
body
interview.
language is that he's questioning the validity in a way of truth. That's what I mean. Joe Rogan's body language is in a way like obviously this looks fake. Is Rogan's vibe?
I mean, he does that, but this was a second interview, but it was still 2 years ago. But it wasn't the one where he smoked weed or whatever. That's why I was like, it looked different, but it's not like new or anything like that. But yeah, I'm gonna watch your video again, the short. But I just remember it's like, I don't know. He says it really awkwardly every time. Like it looks so fake. That's how you know it's real. Like he says, it's so awkward. I don't know why he feels like he has to keep saying that, but
because it
is
looks
true.
so absurdly fake. Like that one was so bad, dude. I even have friends that are like one in particular that's a very strong globe earther. I mean, he's one of these that just tweaks about flat Earth. You bring it up, and he just kind of has a conniption, like he can't even take it, much at all, and he's just completely triggered. And even he, when that Starman car in space thing happened, even he had he actually couldn't even defend it. To me, he couldn't do it. So even he was like, yeah, there's got to be some other explanation. I mean, even he admitted it. Just so that's why, I mean, whether that's a purposeful thing, because when they put that out, it did look so fake. And obviously they decided to go, I think it was a bit of a litmus test, and then they figured, they do the reverse psychology. So they would write into Elon's script to have him say that, which makes everybody kind of laugh off. Like, for what I'm saying is everyone, when they look at that, is going to think this looks fake. And so if Elon is the head man saying, well, like mixing the word fake with real, it kind of gets people to chuckle and laugh. And it's just a psyop kind of psychological thing. Because once they chuckle and laugh, they're more likely to be less defensive. and therefore less thinking about how fake it looks. So it's just a little reverse psychology trick to just say, oh, it's real because it looks so fake, and then in people's minds, it's enough for them
Right, but
to
Gio, where does that
dismiss
leave
their
you in your
actual
yeah?
questioning how fake it looks.
Right, so Gio, where does that leave you in your advancement? You're asking Kosho here, he's a bowler defender to the death, right? Kosho is a gladiator for the ball. But yes, if we're to think in the deeper layers of the onion, how many steps ahead are they from us, or do we think we're steps ahead of them because they slipped up and we saw their embarrassment? He's the richest man on the earth. Come on, man. That's what I'm saying. How many
He's up
different
there.
layers
He's up
are
there.
there
Dude.
of this deception?
Dude, even your upside down retarded picture. No offense.
That's a brilliant picture.
'Cause I'm not gonna
Elon
respond.
Musk knows his pinch.
I'm not going to respond. Okay.
Elon
They
Musk
look
knows
like
his
two different
pinch.
upside down heads. Is what it looks like.
Shut up out of it. Go ahead. That's not the Gio. What do you think though? That everything that we find obvious, you're trying to convince Kosho here, a great mind, in terms of the oppositional overall sort of play, right? But yeah, how many layers do you think that the billionaires are ahead of us, and they're going to
All right,
predict
well,
every step? You know what I'm
I didn't
saying?
want to.
How do we decide what's really true as opposed to what's presented to being true as we decode it? Yeah.
Okay, so I didn't want to interrupt you, but at the beginning of that, you said something about me wanting to convince Kosho of something. Just to clarify, I'm not trying to convince Kosho of anything at all. I actually presented this footage on the Joe Rogan show, Elon Musk talking about the Starman photos.
He saw it.
Starman,
He
the
saw it,
carbon
Gio.
Hey, hold on,
So I
Peter.
admit to doing
Hold on,
Kosho.
Peter.
I don't know what you said after that, Pete, exactly, but I don't know if it's even Pete. I
That
don't know if
triggered.
it's even in line with the combo. Kosho, does someone else want to respond to the actual topic, or?
You got triggered, Gio, that he said that. You try to convince me of something.
Yeah, because
Why you
I'm
got a
not trying to
problem with
convince anyone of
somebody
anything.
thinking?
When somebody just slanders and says something false, then yeah, I would want to clarify,
All right.
because he tried to announce that as if that was a thing. I announced this footage and then was talking about it, and then Kosho, you were just
All right.
responding a little bit to it, but it wasn't a debate or
Right,
anything.
right.
I'll just bring it up.
Fair
how
enough.
funny
First of all,
that Elon Musk's body
much.
language and what he says is such a dead giveaway as to how fake his script is for that whole footage.
Hold on. Stop for a second. We got somebody dying. Somebody's dying on mic. Pete,
My
Pete,
bad.
hold up a second. Jeremy might be okay. I thought he was okay. I thought he was dying.
No, my bad.
No, yeah, it's fine, man. But yeah, Gia, I thought for a second you were offending me by saying that you weren't trying to convince me, and then you went back to say that I was responding. Well, not really responding to me, but you said, I'm like, okay, so you are kind of offending me, Gia, but it doesn't matter, okay? It doesn't matter because the point is,
No, I said I posted that and then was talking about it. You were the one who responded, so I just said you were responding. Pete made up something, said I'm trying to convince Kosho of something, which is not the case at all. And then he went on a whole thing about how Kosho is a hardcore globe earther and he's never going to change. It's just all sort of irrelevant because it's not even what we're talking about.
fair enough. Me and Gio are good friends, okay? So keep that in mind. He's not trying to convince me. Yeah, and he also doesn't think that I have a stubborn mind, I don't think. Okay? I'm gonna speak for Gio and say he doesn't think I have a stubborn mind, okay? and, anyway, so with this, I mean, I've always thought that like it was awkward the way he does it, like the way he says like it looks so fake. That's how you know it's real. Although I think that he might just be saying that because he is aware that it does look fake to the common person. Like this kind of looks like not authentic. Like he probably knows it looks like that. So I think it's like he's like a nervous tick almost. Like it's probably because he talks to so many people and they probably tell him it looks so fake. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know. Obviously, we have two different perspectives about what's happening.
Kosho, what I'm trying to get to the nub of the matter. So he's interviewing with Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan has already said, so he knows. Actually, let me make this connection, Gio. Joe Rogan, Eddie Bravo, Eric Dubé, Dell from Scotland, right? So it's not as if they're unaware of the topic. So we're here we're flat earthers separated from the rest, trying to see through the theater in a sense, if there is theater. Kosho is the ardent sort of defender of all things official. So that's what I was trying to point out. As Kosho, why are you pretending as if you haven't considered that, well, maybe Elon Musk is a faker, or maybe it's all
Uh,
not a setup. I mean, that's
Go
all
show.
I'm
using
saying.
are you using push? Are you using push to
Do you
talk? Go ahead,
admit?
Bob. Go ahead, Bob.
Do you admit that it's a really bad argument at the very least? That that's how you know it's real is because it looks so fake. Like, in no way is something looking fake ever a path to knowing that it's real. Like, that's not. It's not even remotely close
Absolutely.
to a good argument in any scenario.
Absolutely. However, I think that you're using the word argument inappropriately. I don't think it was ever used as an argument. I think
Well, it
that
is
it's a
though. It's his
statement.
argument as to
No,
That's
but
what
no,
he's
but it's
saying. He's
not.
saying
No,
that's
no,
how
but
you
it's
know
not
that
his.
it's
He's not
real.
making an
That's an
argument that
argument.
it's
That's an
real because
argument
it
for its
looks
real,
fake. He's.
the realness.
I know, but he's making that state. He's making that statement as like an offhanded, like throwaway joke. Basically, it's not a. It's not an argument that this is how you know it's real. Like this is my way of proving it's real is that it looks fake. He's not using it as an argument. He's using it as a throwaway comment.
Okay, so you're saying he's not saying like literally the words. He's not actually meaning the words that he's saying. He's meaning something else.
No, he's meaning the words that he's saying. He's not using them in the context of an argument. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but he's not being put on the
But
spot as well. It's an
he says the
orchestrated
words. That's how
interview.
you know it's real. So like that.
Yeah, but
That sounds like he's trying to say that is one of the things you would be able to use to clarify its or demonstrate its realness is because of how fake it looks, which doesn't seem like a good claim. It doesn't seem like a good argument to make for verifying the realness of something. Is that because it
You're
looks
right.
so fake? That's how you know. That's
You
never how
you're
you know that
absolutely
something is real.
yeah. You're 100% right. That's not a good argument to convince somebody that something's real by telling them that it looks fake. He's not using it as an argument. He's not using it as evidence to show that it's real. He's making a throwaway comment, basically a joke that is probably second nature to him at this point because he's probably said it so many times with so many people, let alone Joe
right,
Rogan twice. You know, so it's just something that he just says. It's not. It's his argument for convincing people it's real. I don't think he's trying to convince anybody that it's real. I mean,
yeah,
well,
but one second,
no,
one
I would
second.
say it is.
Yeah,
It is because he's basically saying, okay, people look at it and all know it's fake, think it looks fake. So that it is like his rebuttal in a sense because he knows that he's in public. When Joe Rogan brings it up, Rogan's obviously bringing it up like, yo, this looks really fake. When he's in front of a whole press audience or when he did that first one, everybody's like thinking in their minds like, God, that looks fake. So it is a rebuttal in a sense. Like it is an argument in a sense. Like he's saying, you know, he even asserts it like a statement. You know it's real because it looks so fake.
right.
Or it looks fake. That's how you know it's real. I think that's
Now
what he
I
said.
have a better explanation, Gio, which is
hold
that
on
you.
before you give your better, Peter. Peter, I gotta go get ice in a second. Do your explanation. I go to get my ice real quick. When he responds to Joe Rogan, when Joe Rogan says it's fake, he says in jest, "That's how you know it's real," and then he laughs. Okay, he obviously is saying this because of the statement that he previously made live in front of everybody. Okay, so he's laughing. He's not using that to prove that it's real. He literally laughs right after he says, "That's how you know it's real." He's
Right.
obviously not using that as evidence for his argument.
Yes, I'm with you there, and I'm with Kosho on that one. Yes,
But
it's obvious that that's the case, right? He was making reference to a prior statement that he made, and here's my point to Gio, not to you, Kosho. Do you think that, in a sense, Gio, that he was put in the spot by Joe Rogan? Do you think this is all just a sort of organic interview? Just come in, Elon and Joe Rogan, and put you on the spot, embarrass you? No, so I'm with Kosho on this one, but I'm saying the whole thing is a fucking setup. It's a setup within a fucking setup. Yes, and he knew the questions, and he answered the
don't you?
way. Yeah, he knew he was going to answer. I think it's a joke on us. That's what I think. Kosher will disagree, though.
If he was making that, if he said that as a joke, Kosho, don't you think it's a bit disingenuous or dishonest of him to state it as a joke like that, but then not dive into something to help clarify why it is in fact real, instead of like seemingly like you're describing, deflecting with a joke and then not getting into the details? Like that him answering with a joke like that doesn't explain away Joe Rogan saying that it looks fake. So like, are you arguing that he deflected away from that and then just didn't say anything? Because that also doesn't seem like a very honest conversation that he's having then.
Yeah, that's well said.
But Gio, do you understand what I'm saying? We understand Kosho because he's the epicenter now of the opposition. But Elon Musk, the richest man on
I was
earth,
getting nice.
appearing on hang on Kosho, appearing on Joe Rogan, who is already suspected as sort of turncoat, as if we can't imagine different layers of the onion. Do you know what I'm saying, Gio? You know what I'm saying? If it's
You
all
don't
a
have to.
setup within a setup,
You don't have to
Kosho,
yell at me,
we already
people.
know where you land, which is a
Well, they asked me a
defensively
question,
efficient
dude.
story. Go ahead.
They asked me a question. Gio said it was a good question that he asked me. So I was getting ice.
No,
Gio
I just said
takes
it.
a
No,
long time to get back.
I said it was well said, is what I said.
Okay, thanks,
Not
Gio.
really
You got a
focused
great
on.
memory.
I'm not really focused on you. You like either trying to, but I think Bob did direct something your way. So Bob, do you want to say that again? If Kosho was AFK,
Go ahead, Bob.
I was just.
Such a team player, Gio. Thank you.
It seems like it's a bit disingenuous or dishonest of Musk to say that like you're claiming he's saying it as a joke, basically in deflection of what Joe Rogan just said to him, and then not jump into details after he's done laughing about the joke he just made. It doesn't. You don't get to make the argument of he was just telling a joke when that's all he did was he said the joke and then never got into the details of here's how you actually know that it's real. It seems like that then what you're saying is he actually wasn't having an honest conversation with Joe because he deflects with a joke and then doesn't fix it.
Heard the question before. I'm saying the clip is 31 seconds long. The joke and the response to Joe happens in the first 4 seconds. After that, he goes on to answer Joe's questions about the realisticness of what happened. That is what happens. He does go on to tell details about how it's real. He starts by making that joke and laughing. He goes on to respond to Joe's questions. A very appropriate response given this scenario.
You're correct. He is correct.
Does he give
correct.
answers about how it's real, or does he give answers that explain exactly what you see happening on the video?
You mean you have to elaborate? What do you mean?
He elaborates upon
What I mean is, does he
Bob.
actually explain how those things are verifiably real to Joe Rogan when he answers those questions? Or does he just reiterate the things that they showed you in the video that you can watch in the video to begin with?
Well, he went on to explain how the images were taken and how they were sent back to Earth and stuff like that. He's like, he says, there was a camera on the edge of the car and they got sent back by radio signals and yada,
you know
yada,
what's
yada.
funny? At the very beginning of
it.
Oh, go ahead. If you want to respond.
I was just going to say, so that's, I don't know if you see it, but him going into the details, someone says that looks fake, and then he makes a joke and then goes into details on how it was sent, how the images that look fake were sent. That still doesn't address the thing that Joe Rogan was saying about how it looks fake. You can say that he went into explanations about how it was real, but that's not an explanation of how it's real. That's an explanation. That's a story about how they say they got the images that Joe Rogan has already said look fake.
Yeah.
But do you understand?
Yeah.
He's got no obligation to explain to you why it looks fake. It's obvious why it looks fake.
Well, let me.
It's obvious
I want
why
to
it
just
looks
read real
fake.
quick.
That's true.
I want to just read real quick the words that are said. So this is what Joe first says at the beginning. This is the transcript of it. It says, "I've seen the images of it." So Joe starts saying, "I've seen the images of it," which they're obviously talking about the car in space. "I've seen the images of it with the," and then Elon literally interrupts him right after that and says, "That looks fake." So he says, "I've seen the images of it with the," and then Elon just interrupts and says, "That looks fake." And he says okay. Elon says the words, "It looks fake. That's how you know it's real." And then he kind of chuckles. He makes a very awkward chuckle. And then I guess Joe asks him like, how did it take a picture? Because it's, from like next to the car. Then he tries to say a stick or whatever. And then they talks about the radio. So I agree with what Bob's saying. I mean, Rogan brings it up. The first thing that his interviewer says about it, who's apparently the guy who owns the company that sent this car to space or whatever, the first words out of his mouth are, "It looks fake. That's how you know it's real." And then, like Bob said,
here's my point.
Hold on. He didn't really actually explain why it looks fake and then why it actually is real. They just talked a little bit about how it takes photos. So Bob is correct in what he's saying. He didn't actually even back up what he even said.
Okay, well, here's my point, dude. If Bob is saying that that's a weak argument against the claim that it looks fake, that's not an argument that anybody made but himself.
No,
Musk himself
we were
said
past
it
that
looks
part.
fake.
He
That's how
already
you know
said.
it's real. That's how you know. That's how you know it's a catchphrase because Elon Musk said the whole thing. He's not arguing against somebody saying it looks fake because Joe never even said that. He said it himself. He's saying his catchphrase that he had said earlier, dude. That's you guys gotta admit that's obvious. That's all he's doing. That's why he chuckled at it. He's not using an argument to say that it's real.
Yeah,
Like, come
but
on.
it's too obvious though. It's a goading sort of tactic, Kosho, because he already said it. The flat earthers. Geo, have you heard about when Tim Osman blocked Elon Musk and suddenly Elon Musk gave this little delivery about penguins and the southern bounds? That's a different matter. But yes, okay, it's obvious that we're being played here, isn't it? It's obvious that we're being played here, and that Elon
It's
Musk
kind of
agreed to
like
the interview.
it's
Elon
kind of
Musk
like if
agreed to
ever
the interview, though, in order to present this more so in the face and the opposition for flat earthers to cling to, Geo, isn't it? Oh, I'm going to bring this now to Kosho and the likes because, well, it seems more and more obvious that they're all fucking taking the piss out of us. You know what I'm saying?
it'd almost be like this, like if Mark
No,
Zuckerberg,
Bob was next. Hold on, you guys. We gotta be respectful. Bob, go ahead, Bob.
So, well, I thought we'd moved past the part where we were thinking of it as him making an argument. I accept that he was, you're saying he was telling a joke, and I don't think that it's an honest conversation if he goes from the joke into not covering the point that was just made. And yes, you can say he said the words himself, it looks fake. Joe Rogan didn't correct him. Joe Rogan didn't say, no, that's not what I was going to say. It seems like the implication here is that Joe Rogan is going to get to, and Elon Musk already knows he's going to get to, the phrase, it looks fake as crap, or something along those lines. Not necessarily word for word, but something along those lines. And Elon Musk cuts him off. Just because Elon Musk cuts him off and says it for him does not change the point that it seems like Joe Rogan would have been trying to make. And it doesn't change the fact that after he makes his joke, he still doesn't necessarily address that point.
can I go next, Gio?
Yeah, unless Kosho was going to respond, but because if that was directed at Kosho.
Well, let me give a point for Kosho to talk about. So it's kind of, and if you guys can stretch your mind a little bit, it'd be like more like Mark Zuckerberg being interviewed saying, "Yes, we collect data. We just don't collect your
Right.
data," and then smile
Right.
afterwards, right? Yeah, right. Okay.
Nothing
That
like
would
that.
be it would be akin to that in a sense.
It's not a good analogy, dude. It's simply somebody. It's like if I had footage of something that was incredible, but it looked bizarre. It didn't look real. And I was watching it. I was watching you guys watch it. I know that you guys watching it thinks it looks not real. I agree it doesn't look real. And it's sort of like
Oh, no, you're full of shit,
Not about the
Kosho. Go ahead.
footage.
he's just making a comment of how it doesn't look real. And then
Wait,
also
hold
his
on.
comment
Kosho,
was
so
like,
you're
I can't
saying
do
you
anything.
also did
Hold
you just
on,
say
hold
you also
on.
don't think it looks real?
Yes, I don't think it looks natural. It looks bizarre. It doesn't look real. He doesn't think it looks real. Like no, like naturally, intuitionally, doesn't look like anything that would look real. And that's his point. He's just making a joke. He's like, okay, well, it doesn't look real to me either. But it's kind of how you know it is real. It's like if we were gonna make something to pretend it was real, we would probably make it look real. We wouldn't purposely make it look not real.
What do you
Which is
think
only
about
something
the
that would
idea that
happen
we're moving at
in
60,000 miles
reality,
an
which
hour on
you
the sun,
couldn't
Kosho? Go
do
ahead.
anything about.
That,
He's
that was
obviously just making a comment about how it doesn't look real.
Yeah, I agree with Kosho. But was that India's excuse as well?
I didn't see India's thing. I know that like that's the
I
thing.
mean,
Like
Coach,
with I know China's footage. Go ahead.
You're painting a narrative here that hold on. You're saying that you're saying you think it's real that this car went to space. Is that what you're saying? And you think that it is so real in your mind that just for some reason it looks fake, even though you think it's real. Are you telling me you actually believe that?
No. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying to you is that the logic behind either me or Elon Musk standing on stage making the same statement is that, yeah, I'm looking at the same footage you're looking at, and I agree. My intuition tells me that this looks fake, However, we don't know that. Let's say that they wanted to fake this. It's just it looks fake because we know that we could fake things that look more real than this. So it's like it looks fake, and that's how you know it's real. It's kind of like a joke. It's not at all evidence, but it's a joke stating like, yeah, this looks fake. This doesn't look real. That's how you know it is real, because if it wasn't real, we would have just made it look real, right? Like we have the tools to make it look real. So the fact that it looks fake tells you that this wasn't altered or anything like that. I think that's the logic behind the joke he's making.
I'm going to say one thing. I think that they fucked up and they didn't do a very good job, and he's quite disappointed in their CGI and all their effects. You know, I think he's just disappointed.
What I would say, my overall theory on it would be that at that time, a lot of people were questioning NASA. Like, it was getting out of control. Like, every single message board was just flooded with people being like, this is fake. They're not going to space. The Earth is not a globe. So it came at an interesting time where things were peaking in that way. And a ton of people were starting to question NASA. And this was also, like, they did all the censorship after this as well. But I think what this was a purposeful type of psyop to put out footage that was going to look fake, even more so than the other stuff. A lot of the other stuff they do looks very fake too, but some of it is more real than this, obviously, or at least more realistic. And I think that they knew it was going to be on the edge, as it were, of even looking more fake to the average person. So on that level, it was like a litmus test for them to do something so absurd, like a car in space, but then also have it look fairly fake, because that's such an odd idea in the first place. Like, car in space kind of makes you go, what? Like, even if space was real, the idea of a car out there, because we're also used to cars driving around on the road. So the idea of like a flying car around a globe. So they kind of caught people with that. And then I do think that it is in a way purposefully made to look not very real, like in a sense, like even, I think they could have done even a better job is what I'm saying. But I think they did that on purpose, because there was like a shock value, and then people were questioning NASA and space so much that they did this. And then in addition, even Elon Musk having that little quote between fake and real, it's real, real because it looks so fake kind of thing, is even more so of a psyop, like I said before, because people are already questioning things. And if you kind of put something out that looks fake, and you have the head guy is basically twisting those words. I know it seems like very simple black magic. Like, how could this work? You would think on like, how could that convince the masses? You would think that most wouldn't. But I guess we're just in a day and age that people are that malleable, and the need to bow to these authorities, like spiritually, will make them believe anything. And a little mind trick like that, like something that looks even more fake than what they usually put out, and having the head guy of the company mix that, it's real because it looks so fake, that together was the psyop in order to kind of get people back into, on board with the general, the general agenda.
That's exactly what I was talking about, with the different layers to the onion, and Elon Musk and Joe Rogan being
you got to give me time
in this
to
scenario. Go ahead.
After you.
Yeah, but I don't think Rogan's
so
like on it like Elon is. Elon is part of their actual family network.
Rogan is part of it, Gio. He went from being a moon lander to a not a moon lander. Go ahead.
All right. Well, instead of
that doesn't matter.
I have my thoughts. What I'm saying, I don't think Joe Rogan's part of their family line.
Okay.
But anyways, go ahead, Kojo.
Okay, Gio, I appreciate what you said. However, I'm gonna post this. Somebody had posted this already. Okay. Oh man, I don't want to do the wrong thing.
Yeah, you're trying to bring Kosho off the brink. We're talking specifically.
It stretches the boundary between fake and real. When they're already putting fake stuff out that everyone's catching, if they put something more on the fake spectrum and then have this guy being like, it's real because it looks so fake, that's kind of the idea. It's like stretch people's mind into what they will be able to, and that's why it was like a litmus test in a lot of ways for people. Like
for sure, Gio, think about this: if I was the richest man on earth, Elon Musk, and I was making an electric car, trying to push the EV technology here on Earth, right? Think about the marketing. Like, I'll send a car to space and it's good, right? And think about that.
That's the point, man.
Marketing too, right?
That makes
the
sense,
level of marketing, it's just marketing, Kosho. It's marketing. It's not real.
Well, exactly, but
Aaron, it's more
no. That answers the question of what it was. It definitely was marketing. He owns two companies. One of them sends things to space. In this case, it would be an arbitrary block of cement. and another company makes cars. So he has
I'm
the
not sure
opportunity
he
to do
sends
both, but it
stuff
doesn't
to
matter.
space.
We
But
want to talk about. Listen to me. Hold on. I don't. That's not the argument I want to make. I want to argue against
we'll
what
make
Geo
the
said.
argument, Coach.
I'm
All right, I'll be back.
Okay, I want to ask you.
Good
So I'm
point,
going to
Coach
post a
O.
GIF. So thank you, sir. I'm posting a GIF. The GIF got fucked up. The whole thing was fucked. Go ahead, face one. Just go back into it. I'm going.
No, I made my point. I was just thinking about,
No, you did. No, you did. But Gio is
Make it
talking to
longer.
Kosher. 1
Elaborate on your
second,
point
please, while
for
Kosher's
a
looking for his
second.
link. Gio is talking to Kosher, trying to convince someone who's inconvincible. He's inconvincible, Gio.
You said it again, man. It's not. No, I never said that. We're
1
having a
second, please.
discussion.
Can I finish? That
No.
Joe Rogan and Elon Musk, it's all a setup. It's all a fucking setup. Go ahead.
it very well could be, Pete. Very well could.
You know it is. We know it is.
How about this, Pete? They're all, including all the Masonic astronauts, and the whole lot of them, they're just not very good liars.
Or good
They're great
CGI
actors.
creators.
Yeah,
Or
they
good
fail
CGI
deliberately, bud. You think you figured it out? They fail deliberately. They're bad actors deliberately. That's why
All
Joe
right.
Rogan and
Fair
last
enough,
thing to
Peter.
say, man. That's why Joe Rogan and Elon Musk made such a haphazard sort of attempt for us truthers at sort of representing the truth in inverted commas. It's all an act.
It
Go
is an
ahead.
act,
You'd
and they
almost
are.
call them the Dukes of haphazards.
Yes, it's double duped, though. It's double duped. You know what I'm saying? It's duped by two.
Okay, listen. Hey, Face One, I don't want to interrupt you. Face One, if you wanted to finish up what you're saying.
No, I'm good. Go ahead. Sorry, I'm back.
Okay, there's my presentation. Okay, here it is. For you. This is a picture of a Lego man that someone sent to space. Okay, and what they did was they attached the camera. They attached the camera to the Lego man, so the camera was fixed on the Lego man. And the only difference between what I'm about to show you and this is that the lighting from this image comes from the sun. So there wasn't a fixed light on it. And obviously we know that in modern footage, like if you make a movie or something like that, you're going to have lighting and the camera together so that there's not a continuity with like the light shining on something. It'll look weird. Like it'll look like there's like light going around something. And so anyways, here's the Tesla, where you have the light and the camera fixed at a single point going around the Earth. And the only thing that looks different between this and the other picture is that it's further from the Earth. All right, wait for it to load. But yeah, it's further. Hold on. There it is. Yeah, so it's further. It's further than from the Earth than the other image, but it's the same light. It's like the camera's fixed on right on the same thing. It's got this. It has lighting from the sun. It also has lighting that's coming off of the camera too. So it's like you see these similarities in these things that are real, but in both scenarios they look fake. If someone showed you the Lego Man in space, you might have said that looks fake, but it looks exactly like this other thing. So I think that's the only comment that he's making is that, yeah, it looks fake because it looks, unfamiliar to the other things we look at, but it doesn't look like in reference to what it actually should look
No
like.
one fucking believes you,
Obviously.
Coach O. No one fucking believes you at all.
Also, at that moment where he was going the car in space, he's only about 170 miles away at that moment, which is closer than the ISS, and you can see the entire Earth. Now, also, what about the moments? I don't know if you guys talked about it because I've only been listening for 10 minutes. What about the part where the Earth was glitching? And then also, what about the fact that why don't the tires explode? Because the air in the tires should be trying to escape. And he said he didn't do anything different. So even if the air in the tires was at zero pressure technically on Earth, that means that they were still at 14 pounds per square inch. Right? So therefore, when those tires went up into space, they should have exploded.
Yeah.
How far the
Did
Starman
you
was
say
in
it
that
was
GIF.
100? Hold on, let's go to the first one you mentioned. 170 miles, you said?
Yeah, as far as what I've seen, at that point where he was taking, where all that footage came from, he was only about 170 miles away.
All right, all right. Were you responding to that?
No, that's my.
Because there's
Yeah,
3 points. The
that's my
tires,
question.
the distance, it's supposed to be closer, he was saying, than the ISS. And you can see this whole oddly shaped, misshapen, globular, wobular thing behind there, whereas the ISS doesn't look, it looks a lot closer. And the ISS is supposed to be 250, and he's saying 150. And then he's talking about the glitch when the Earth glitches and the car doesn't, and the pressure in the tires.
Okay, well, thank you for saying all of his points also, but the first point specifically, the question is, are you sure? Like, so where are you saying he was at 170 miles? Like, what footage specifically?
time.
For the thing I posted, or what exactly?
Fucking waste of time. Hey, Gio, do you know that the star, the mobile, is on the way to the
No,
sun
Pete.
right now? I'd like Kosho to explain how it's
All right, well,
maintaining it.
Pete,
it's
come on,
totally
dude.
derailing, man. We can go to that topic if you want after, but we're in the middle of conversation.
Yeah, oh, good. Sorry. Yeah, as far as what I've seen, he was during all that initial footage, he was only about 170 miles away.
The initial footage. I can't be sure about that. I have to look into it to see if that's true. I do know that the camera was on for quite a while, so I would agree with you. It would be weird if it wasn't taking up a bunch of the picture, but we can look at the amount of Earth that we can see in I don't know, the GIF or whatever. You should be able to see about 3% from where the ISS is. So I see a picture here where it looks like you can see the entirety of Australia, which I would say already would be impossible from 170 miles. But then again, like I said, I don't know. I can't tell you the height of these different things. So we'd have to look at maybe I'll go find the footage for right when he opened the capsule, because we couldn't tell you what height that was. And so yeah, we'll go from there. Hold on.
The other main parts are the Earth glitching and the car not glitching. And then the tires should have exploded, because we all know what happens to a balloon in a vacuum chamber. So if there's any form of
Tires.
air pressure tires, and there would have been air in those tires, that air should have been trying to escape.
All right. Well, I don't know what kind of car you have. Let's say you have a normal car, and let's say you keep it at 32, perfectly normal. You can keep it at 29. That's not safe. I've known people to keep them as high as 40. Regular tires, same tires, above 40. I filled them to above 40, above 45. So you see what my point is right now? My point is, if he had regular tires that were regular pressure, like 32 degrees, or 32 psi, I mean, and then he took them to space, all that would do would be like, it'd be like increasing the pressure inside the tires by 15 psi, which wouldn't be enough to burst the tires. And I'm telling you that they didn't even have them at that. They didn't have them filled up like 32 psi. They had them a lot less than that. And all that taking it to space is going to do is increase the internal pressure by 15 psi, which isn't going to make the tires burst.
Yeah, but that's an assertion that you're saying that it would only increase it by a few. It wouldn't increase it by a few. We're talking exponential. It's trillions of times different in air pressure or in pressure from something like 30 psi down to 10 to the negative 64. Like they're not even in the same ballpark. You just take a
Yeah, I
balloon
agree.
where you can feel the balloon. You go.
No, I agree. I agree with you saying that if you look at it in that way, it is exponentially orders of magnitude different values. This is 100% true. But this isn't the way that pressure is compared. Pressure is compared by difference.
Does it go by
So
orders of magnitude or does it go by pounds?
that wouldn't matter. That's not my point. My point is that it's not a question of what's the ratio of these two values. The question is what's the difference of these two values. And a difference problem is a subtraction problem, not a division problem, which a ratio problem would be. So it's actually a question of what's the difference between these two pressures, and you subtract one from the other, and this will give you the absolute pressure difference.
Well, when you think about it, it's a pretty easy thing to test. We could just get even like a bike tube, put that into a vacuum chamber at about 20 psi, stick it in a vacuum chamber and see what happens to it. Drop it down to -6
Coach,
and see how much expands.
Coach, I think your idea is probably true until you hit 1 pound of pressure, but below 1 pound, I think you go into orders of magnitude because it takes an exceptionally greater force to lower the pressure below a pound.
Okay, I can explain that in two ways, but let me just say Godric actually is my teacher with stocks and bonds. So it's always weird for me to explain something like this to him. But no, it's not the case. It's not, even if we were dealing with something less than 1 psi or 1 less pound, it doesn't become exponential at that point. What becomes hard, the thing that you're talking about is creating a vacuum. Creating a vacuum becomes exponentially more difficult because not because of the force that's the force, like the difference of the force between the two. It's because now you have to remove even less, material or gases from this space, which you can't do in the same way just by pumping it out. You have to find these creative ways of pulling a vacuum to a less and less and less environment. But I guess that's just a totally different problem. So it doesn't have anything to do with the strength of the vacuum. The strength of the vacuum is simply there's no strength in the vacuum. Vacuums don't have strength. The strength comes from the pressure. And as you said, the thing that's going to cause the pressure, there's going to be 3 things that cause the reaction. That's the 2 different pressures, so the pressure on each side and the size of the cavity or the size of the opening or whatever. Yeah, so those 3 things will, but the maximum difference is still only the difference between the 2 pressures.
Okay, so what happens to a high altitude balloon, like a high altitude weather balloon, when it gets too high? Once you reach a certain
It'll
point, what
expand.
happens?
It pops.
It'll expand.
And what?
Yeah, the balloon will expand.
Balloon
And
will
then what?
expand,
It'll pop. Yeah, it'll pop if it's
and then it
not
will.
strong enough, or
Yep.
it'll float if it is strong enough.
So therefore, then why would the tires have not expanded?
So why is it expanding? You're saying? Yeah.
Why have
Why
they
would
not
the
expanded?
Well, yeah.
tires?
Well,
Would the tires not expand just as every other
all
type
right.
of device that holds air in?
Well, hold
expand
on. That
together?
wasn't my answer. That wasn't my answer. My answer was that yeah, they would expand and pop if they're not strong enough, or they would just expand, and that's true. That's why they typically don't make balloons that pop. Like the ones like Felix Baumgartner, the one he had, it didn't pop when he got up there. It was strong enough. Uh, and typically that's typically uh, it'll expand to the point. It's like a rigid material. If it's not rigid, it's going to expand and explode. You make it with some rigidity so it could stand a certain amount of pressure. And it turns out that street tires can take more than 45 psi. I don't know what the maximum psi they can take, but I know that uh, I know airplane, at least airplane tires can take like hundreds of degrees psi. I don't know what the maximum that a street tire can take, but if it increases by 14.7 psi because it's now in the vacuum of space, I don't think that's the maximum psi.
But Coach, why would airplane tires to be able to withstand hundreds of pounds difference when,
But it's
according
not
to
just
you, it's only
increasing by
about
it's
30 pounds
exponential.
different?
So go. No, let's flat. Let him respond real quick, Carl. Godric, if that's okay.
Couldn't you just use regular tires? Why do airplanes need special tires, Coach?
Well, they fly at 500 miles per hour and land at 120 whatever with I don't know how many tons of weight on it. So my guess, I'm not a plane engineer, but I would assume that it has to require that because it has to take so much more fucking force. Like when it lands, when it's flying, the speeds it goes, it's not, you can't put a bike tire on it, right? Why can't you use a bike tire on it? Why can't you use a bike tire on a car? Because a bike tire is not made to withstand the forces and the weight of the car, right? So I think that's the answer.
They gotta be able to take like a whole plane plus all the passengers, and then at that speed, when it hits the ground, lands, I don't know, 100, 200 miles an
Yeah,
hour, however fast it's going.
yeah, but think about that. A bike tire can withstand that. And if a bike tire can't withstand it, that means that there's at least a threshold to the type of tire that can withstand it. I would tell you a car tire would not be able to withstand it. So it turns out it's just the reason they use the type of tires they use for planes. And actually, the planes I was talking about are F-18s. Because that's I used to when I used to work in with squadrons. Uh, there was a story actually that somebody had done that. Somebody had overinflated the tire or something like that, and then somebody dropped it. Somehow it actually pierced, and like uh, the amount of destruction that did was crazy, dude. Because it's gonna go around like a ricocheting bullet, but it's like hundreds of pounds, like 100 pounds or something. So it's
Kosho, can you entertain the opposing idea? So you're talking as if like this Starman and Elon Musk stuff came out yesterday. Can you oppose can you oppose it official acceptance idea with the idea that it's faked? Can you give that up idea? This is 6 years later or
you're at
5 years
15.
later.
You at
Yeah.
15 now, Pete? Are you
No,
at
but hang
15
on. I'm
now?
not at 15. I'm at my final point because I'm sick and tired of this.
Uh,
You're just talking now and defending a story as if it just came out today in the news, and you're saying, well, this could be possible or that could be possible. Have you entertained that it's all faked or not? Have you entertained that possibility? Yes or
that's
no?
that question. Even though I think that question is irrelevant, Pete, I will say I like to entertain that idea. I it's fun to entertain that idea to see what that
How
would be
far have you
like.
come with it,
What
Dan?
or what are well no, I just mean like there's no reason to entertain that, so I don't do it often, or there's no reason to do it. So, but
Someone
the
is
thing about
pissing on my leg,
hold
Gio,
on,
and telling me it's
Pete,
raining. That's
Pete,
what I think. Go ahead. I'll leave
Pete,
it
hold on,
there.
Pete, yeah, Pete, yeah, leave it there, dude, because take instead the opposite, where you're entertaining the idea that it's real. Entertain for a second, actually everybody, entertain the idea that this is actually a real thing. That Elon Musk owns a space company and was testing for the first time the rocket, and everybody knows that the standard, uh, the convention when you're doing that is you put bricks or cement, which is dead weight, as your test because you're not going to put real equipment on there. You're going to test that you're shipping something else. And all he did was he decided instead of using dead weight to use one of his cars for another company that he owns just to promote it. It's like free promotion. So in the idea that you're just entertaining for a second that's reality is real, doesn't it makes I mean, doesn't everything make sense? And then I showed you the GIF for the Lego man. Doesn't it look like that's probably what it would look
It's
like?
fine. It's
And if it
fine.
does look like
Might
that,
make sense.
wouldn't somebody say, yeah, that's how you know it's real because it looks that fake? I
Right.
mean,
I'm with you
everything
on this
about it,
one.
yeah.
I'm with you on this one, but I see I have my own point of view here, and I pissed so many people off. I pissed the ball earthers off, the flat earthers off, the intermediate people off. But I will just say this to you: fair enough. It's possible that it's real. We can entertain that possibility and all of its sort of justifications. Now, equally, we can entertain that it's faked. And what's then beyond that? Gio is talking to you
He's
as
such
if
an asshole.
One second, please. Let me finish. Gio's talking to you as if, well, okay, he's trying to convince you that there's a possibility that it's fake, and now he's talking about Joe Rogan's interview with Elon Musk, but he's not talking to you about that because you already think it's real. So you're not going to think in terms of what I'm talking about, which is just different layers of fakery all the way through because it was fake from the start. Even though I know
I'm
you're
gonna be
capable
listening,
of doing
Pete.
it.
Thank
Go
you. I'm gonna be
ahead.
listening.
Go ahead.
I gotta do the dishes,
Go
Pete. I'm
ahead.
gonna be listening though.
Go ahead.
You know what I said,
Go ahead,
guy?
Kosho.
Pete,
Okay, sorry. When you
listen
come
to me,
back,
Pete. Are you listening to what I'm saying? I'll be
yeah.
back. I'm gonna do the dishes. I'm gonna be listening. All right.
Okay. All I was trying to say
Okay,
just
when
to
you
make
come
my
back,
point. Yeah,
Kosher.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry, I just want you to think about this. Okay, so you just mentioned about the aeroplane tire exploding and doing a hell of a lot of damage. Now, then, don't you think if they were sending normal tires inflated normally into space, that they would have checked it in a vacuum chamber to make sure that when they open those doors, etc., that all 4 of those tires weren't going to explode and damage the car. Now, with that being something that you would assume to be something that they would have tested, there should be video footage of it somewhere, tires being tested in a vacuum chamber, because we all know that as men and human beings, we love to explode shit. So we would actually go look to see if those tires would explode in a vacuum chamber. That's what makes sense to me, and I'm sure that would make sense to most people, that as men, we would go, let's see if we can blow up tires in a vacuum chamber. That's what we do.
Yeah, my bad, man. Listen, I'm gonna be doing the dishes for about 10 minutes. Let me look this up real quickly though, because I am curious. Plain reality, okay. I am curious, plain reality, what the maximum tire pressure for a car is. Okay, I know they didn't keep it at that pressure because we looked at this a long time ago. But let me find out. Hold on.
Your girlfriend's making you do dishes, Coach.
Yeah, I'm in the doghouse. Been in the
You
doghouse
can't
for
just
a
tell
few
her
days
like,
now.
you can't just tell her like, woman, get in the kitchen right now, woman.
I know. I like doing the dishes, man. Let me look. Maximum tire pressure for a car. Tire.
Yeah, maybe
It
anyone else
says
can comment on that as well. Okay, so you got the maximum pressure, but what about the fact that, well, don't you think that they would have tested in a vacuum chamber to make sure that those tires weren't going to explode and damage the car, and maybe even damage the spacecraft while it was inside the
but
spacecraft, while it was inside the rocket?
they
Wouldn't it
didn't
be a good idea to test that?
they didn't have them at regular pressure, first of all. But it says that your car, like your sidewall, might say 35 psi is recommended, and the maximum safe pressure is 44 psi. But that means that the 44 psi, you can still drive on the road, but you have risk of your sidewalls being blown out while you're driving. But 44 psi, not driving is not going to do anything. I don't know what the maximum, like I haven't seen a test where they see like exactly like how much pressure it can take when it's not on the road. But if it can take 44 psi while sitting with its full weight on it, it can take much more than that. And like I'm telling you, if it was let's say it was street legal 32 psi, you'd only add 15 psi to it, so you'd only have 47 psi that it's experiencing inside. So it's not. I don't even think it's near enough to do damage. And I'm also sure that they didn't have it at 32 psi. They didn't have it anything close to that. It wasn't on the road or anything.
But no, I think I'd have to have a look into it, but I don't think it would be going up by just 15 psi, because that would be like saying, okay, going down, 30 atmospheres is just slightly different than going down 4 atmospheres. Like they're not the same thing. It gets exponentially
Oh yeah.
worse. They'll always be going
Well,
down.
that does.
It just gets Well, then why isn't it different? Well, you're saying that it's different when we go up? When you go from
Well,
14
no,
psi to 0, there's not an exponential difference?
no, exponential is actually not the right word, but it when you go down, if you say 4 atmospheres and then 34 atmospheres, that's an order of magnitude difference, but it's not exponentially different. Exponentially different would be like if every time you go, it's like the Richter scale is is exponential, isn't it? Regardless, it doesn't matter. It's not the difference between any two pressures is just the difference between those two pressures. It's like a vacuum cleaner. Like to make a vacuum cleaner suck things up, it just changes the internal pressure by something like 13 psi or something like that. And so just because it's 1 psi lesser, there's like a sucking force in the vacuum cleaner.
Go show.
But
But let's say you have a needle, right? You know those big needles that like you can shoot like frosting on the cake,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And let's say you pulled on that needle, but you were gonna pull in air, but you pulled on the little I don't know what you call it,
the pointer part, and you put your finger on it.
Yeah, so you're making a vacuum, right? But so
Yeah.
eventually,
You try to pull shit up, and you can't pull it up.
If the needle maintained integrity, you would create a vacuum. But if you kept pulling, you can actually that tunnel, the barrel of the plastic needle will actually cave in if there's enough vacuum. Correct?
Yes. Why?
So what if you use like a steel?
Well, hold on. There's a reason. There's a sucking force in the first place. It's because there is no sucking force. The needle's not sucking anything. The needle caves
Right,
in
but
for
what
the
if you
same
had a
reason.
steel barrel and you had a high integrity situation where you can
Material.
yank on it
It doesn't
with a lot
burn.
of
Yeah.
pressure and it create a
It
vacuum?
doesn't close in.
Eventually, that steel barrel will cave in also if you can pull it
Oh
hard
yeah, but you
enough.
just said it was. You said they had a lot of integrity. So what
Yeah,
is it?
yeah.
Does it
In
have a lot of
theory,
integrity, or is it?
hypothetical. So it would take an exceptional amount of pressure to cave in, let's say a steel barrel, but it would happen mathematically. It would happen eventually.
Yeah, mathematically. Let me
It
tell you
had
the
enough.
mathematics.
It had enough
The
oomph.
mathematics that you would use, the mathematics that tell you when it's going to cave in, have to do with the tensile strength of the barrel, the force. So it's like, let's say it was a perfect circle. So it's like a barrel, like you said, and it's got the equation of the top of an arc, right? The strength of an arc pushing inward. So you would need to determine what is the strength that's pushing inward. And there's actually a perfect unit for that. And it's a pound per square inch. So you can tell how much pressure on any point in that barrel is pushing a pound. I mean per square inch, how many pounds is pushing against it. And it turns out that the atmosphere of the earth, the thing that's actually pushing in the barrel, is what's doing that entire sucking. Like there's nothing that the barrel's sucking up. It's just the pressure pushing in on that barrel. So if you take out the uh, air inside the barrel and there's no pressure pushing outward, that makes that pressure inward much stronger, which is why it collapses.
Right,
If it collapses.
but if you look at NASA's vacuum chamber, supposedly the biggest one in the world here in the U.S., the specifications, I believe, were 8 inches of steel and 3 feet of concrete. Why would they need 8 inches of steel and 3 feet of concrete for 40 pounds, or however, or if according to you, it wouldn't be much pressure at all. It wouldn't be even barely enough to pop an egg.
Oh yeah, it's 14 pounds per square inch. So it turns out that the bigger the wall that you're requiring, the stronger it's going to need to be. Because for every square inch of that wall, you're increasing the strength acting on it by 15 pounds. Or every square inch, you're increasing it by 15 pounds force. So if you
So
have
you
a
would need a
massive
less
wall,
integrity container if it's smaller, but a stronger container integrity wise if it's a larger
yeah,
room, a larger
yeah,
chamber.
exactly. The force is much stronger or much weaker when it's smaller because the force increases per square inch. Exactly.
Okay,
That's exactly.
how much vacuum do you need to pop an egg?
Huh?
And how much
Oh
vacuum
shit!
do you need to pop?
I'm supposed to do dishes, dude. Hold on, man. I'm supposed to be doing dishes. I totally forgot. Hold on.
And then when I pop a soda can, since it's science, it should be should have numbers on these things. And then we'll put it out in the minus 17 torr and see what we can do. Maybe pop a watermelon.
I still just think that it's something that we would have tested. Like there should be footage of tires in a vacuum chamber, like in a normal car tires in a vacuum chamber, on video showing that that's not going to explode when it's inside that rocket, because clearly the last thing you want is 4 tires just expanding and exploding inside your rocket.
But we can't get negative 17 torr on Earth. There's just no way we can do it. We
Yeah,
can't
but
get
isn't that
anywhere
first
near.
part?
We can't get anywhere near the claimed space vacuum on Earth with the vacuum chamber.
Yeah, no, we definitely can't. But if you're talking going only that first, like, couple of 100 miles, and it's only around -4 or 5 or 6. Not at -17 yet by that stage.
Its
But I
ability.
still think.
Sorry, go on.
Oh, no. Sorry, I was just going to reiterate. I still think that, like, we would have tested it. You would make sure, would you? I mean, isn't that just what you do? You make sure that shit isn't going to go wrong. You're not going to explode something inside your tens of millions of dollars worth of rocket just to make sure that it's going to be safe. It's just a natural process.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. The arguments about the testing the spacesuits in a vacuum on Earth, all that what we've heard before, that's a pretty good argument. The one about they built the ISS up there and it just worked and it's all very fantastical. I think that's a very good argument. This is a bit of a silly argument if you ask me, because if it is as they claim what they are doing, then they will have measured every variable that there is, wouldn't they? They'd know every little detail. So it'd be silly to think that they wouldn't know that, in my opinion.
Right, exactly. It's like if they're gonna put a car in space that they don't know the. That's a good point, though. They're not gonna make a foolish mistake like that. But the tire pressure did not need to be on the road. All they gotta do is set it to something. I mean, it doesn't have to be deflated by much, like 20 psi or something like that, and there's no worry about it. And actually, I read um, the things that they would not worry about, the things they would worry about, and so it's like you think for some reason like a car in space there'd be something to worry about. The tires would be fine, the windshield would be fine, but the things that would be damaged over time are like the organic materials, like if they had like leather seats or uh, any sort of resin or something like that that's in the material, like that shit would start to degrade after like years and years and years. But the basic metals and the air in the tires, they wouldn't create a problem. The tires eventually would create a problem, just like I said, because of the material, but that would still be like hundreds and hundreds of years.
Well, if you think about it, though, even the seats would have had air trapped in them, and they're all sewed up, so the air would have had to escape. And it wouldn't have been able to escape fast enough out of the seats. So even when you think about that, the seats should have expanded at least a bit while the air is trying to escape out of the seats. But like you're saying, yeah, they would have looked at all the contingencies, of course, and then that would have meant testing the tires in the vacuum chamber to make sure. I mean, you can do the mathematics and say, well, we don't think it's going to happen, but maybe we should just test it just to make sure. I don't understand why they wouldn't have tested it. Just purely going by, well, the mathematics say that, so we should be fine.
But
no experiment.
It's not a worry. If they didn't have any reason to worry, is what I'm saying. Like, if they didn't have any reason to worry, then like, what's damage? Like, there's no fear even.
Coach, I just hear it in your voice trying to defend these criminals. Does it ever get you down? Like, does it wear you down at all? Do you feel? Does it get to you at some point? Like trying to defend these guys?
Yeah, it does. No, it doesn't. No, I'm fucking around, man.
Well, that was like it looks fake. It's it's real kind of reaction right there.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm hiding it, but no, it's not that, dude. Honestly, I'm one of the only people. It brings me joy to know how stubborn. I mean, honestly, I said I had a conversation with Jim once. I was about to call all you guys stubborn, but I had a conversation with Jim, and I said, imagine Jim, like we think that they're all so stubborn, like everybody in this room but me, basically. Really, everyone in here but me, I would have to think is fucking stubborn, and I'm the only one who's not. Right? That's what I have to think. So what if, like, I was talking to Jim, I said, what if they have to think the same thing as us? They have to think that we're the stubborn ones. And so in either case, it's like one of us is like these extremely stubborn people who don't realize they're wrong. And I was asking Jim, I said, what if it just happens to be that we're in the other side of the situation? Like we think that they're stubborn, but we're the ones that are wrong, just like we think that they are. You know what I mean? It's kind of a weird thought to have because it's like it's a surreal feeling for a second. You're like, I mean, the same thing I'm imagining you must be going through is possible for someone to go through. So it's just as possible I'm the one going through it, right? I'm the one who's sitting here wrong.
This is a very
Stubborn
healthy thought
argument.
process. I love what I'm hearing. This is a very healthy thought process.
Yeah, but I mean, it gives you it's a surreal. If you honestly go through it, you can get a surreal feeling. But I recommend even guys. I mean, you guys go through it. When I said it to Jem got it. He was like, "Okay, yeah, this guy's kind of weird." And but yeah, man, I mean, just try it for a second, see, because I mean, it has to be true. Whatever you think that I'm going through, like the way that you think that I am, and how wrong you think I am, and all that kind of stuff, and stubborn, and whatever else, naive. What if it were the case that you were that one, and
It's possible.
right?
Yep.
I'll go
But I
with
think
whatever the evidence says, Kosho. If this is what I was saying to the guy on this other server, I went into that politics server. Not much happening in the 24/7 flat Earth thing, so I was like, oh, just go into this other one, see what they talk. It was like theist. Can't remember what it was called, but it was something like that. So I go in, I'm talking to the guy, the main guy. He's holding court. His name's Darth Dawkins, right? This is a smart guy,
Fucking that guy, dude. That
Yeah,
fucking guy.
yeah.
You
He
like
knows
him?
well. Let me finish the story. He knows his logical fallacy. He knows what he's talking about, and we know we're agreeing on a lot of stuff. And I want to get his take on what he thinks about the Bible, obviously, because I love that topic anyway. And then but he somehow it spurred off into evolution, and I was just like, he was very eloquent talking about that, and I was like, this is great. Yep, I'm in total agreement with everything he's saying. But then he started talking about the like philosophical ideas and why we are where we are today. So I was like, sort of, well, maybe the flat earther in me couldn't help it, but I was like, this is why they went to the moon. This is why they did all that fake moon landing stuff. And that was it. As soon as I said that, he's like, oh, you're not a flat earther, are you? I'm like, well, I'm not seeing any evidence that's concrete for this globe. Let's put it that way. And they just muted me. He's like, go over to the flat
I
earth stuff.
imagine, yeah.
Yeah. But how can he talk so eloquently on this one topic? Well, we're talking about
Come on,
evolution.
man. That's
No,
Darth Dawkins, man. Dude, that's
What's-
what he does, man.
Hey,
That's
can I
that.
get a link
That's
to the server, please, if possible?
it's politics. Oh, yeah, I'll
well,
send you a thing.
if he's how long ago was that, man? Because he used to
Today.
dominate a certain room in politics. That was today.
Yeah, that was
I think he
today.
got banned from there. He's been okay. Well, he's been at it for years, dude. Darth Dawkins. If you've never heard him before, it's definitely a show, but it's nobody to revere in any kind of way whatsoever. I mean, I can understand you give him the respect because he speaks eloquently, but he uses what's the fucking argument called? Um, God damn, what's the name of the argument? Regardless, he uses this pathetic argument. It's a very weak, logical.
Looking over here.
Say good. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm clicking full. I just left the room. Sorry. Carry on.
Called what's
his
that called? The
argument?
basic name of the what's the name of that? It's a style of argument. I just can't remember what it's called. Hold on. Right.
Tapper, wasn't
it? Go ahead, Joel. But
Invite.
you only heard him for the first time today. Today's the first time you heard Darth Dawkins, or you said that
I've been in. It's the first time I've had a back and forth with the guy. I've heard him like a while back. Did that go through, Tapper? I think it should have. Yeah, it did. Okay. Yeah, I've listened, but I this time I was like, because you know me, I love the God conversation, and that's what the main conversation was about. So I was like, oh man, yeah, this guy seems to know his stuff. I'll pick your brains for a little bit. But then, yeah, it's a little bit like SE says, you know, the flat Earth thing. People, they just don't want to even face it. It's like, oh, don't start me with that. And I did the same thing. I did exactly the same thing, so I don't blame him. So yeah, but it was a quick mute. It was like mute, and I just thought, oh, okay. So I can imagine, and he'd muted about 6 guys before that. So, but to be fair, most of them
Is it a good
trolls.
server? Is it worth listening to?
There's a lot of traffic in there, so
Yeah, but I'm seeing is it
Politics
worth
is a high
you
traffic
know,
server.
what? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt someone.
Oh, it's high traffic server, dude, and they actually used to dedicate. They used to partner with 24/7 a couple years ago. They did like a very brief, maybe like 1 month partnership with 24/7, where they had like a flat Earth room in their server, but it wasn't very popular, and it was actually just kind of lame, to be honest. So they shut down. But regardless, the difference between them and their servers, they have a lot of traffic, but they don't have very good moderation in most of the rooms. So it's like
What's the
most of
population?
the topics in there are fucking retarded.
Well, what's the population like? Is it Glovers, Flatties? Like, what's their vibe?
it's a mix of all. Like there's like I say, there's a 24/7 one in there now, and it's like pretty popular. I mean, there's like regular 25, 30 people in there. But then just above it, you'll see they've made another server because you can make anyone you want. As far that's what my understanding is, you can make a room and call it whatever you want. And somebody's made a room above called something like 24/7 queer or something, something
My
like
room. Wait, but for real, like, is it worth listening to and like peeking into a lot? Because, like, I mean, I love this room, but this room's way better than anything else. So I'm curious if that one is
yeah,
worthwhile.
it's not in
No,
this league.
it depends. Yeah, it depends. Like we like that's what I'm saying is like in this room, in my opinion, sometimes because of the things that get brought up, we can talk about some shit. There, I think what you get is you get these arguments that are very surface level. It's like stuff they almost like the arguments are from people that watch like basic cable. You know what I mean? So it's like that's what those arguments sound like. The difference though is that yeah, there's always content there. So that's kind of like the difference really. It's like watching basic cable news arguments versus like this kind of depth, like deep stuff you probably never hear anywhere else. The only difference is over there it is happening all the time. They got bigger traffic. So
Because I'm not gonna lie, I do miss 24/7. In particular, I miss like their little like sections of like content. You know what I'm saying? Like the little like not talk chats, but like it's text chats where you can post stuff about any given topic. I miss that a lot. But yeah, so
other people, because I forgot what the name of the argument was that Darth Dawkins does, but it's presuppositional. That's what it is. He's a presuppositional. So all the arguments he makes, they sound like they're like, completely foolproof and whatever. But every single one of them has a presupposition that you have to use as basically an axiom to be able to move forward to the next one.
dude,
That's
I'm
all.
looking at their
I've listened.
channel
I've listened
right
to him.
now.
I've listened to him for hours. I've listened to him for hours, dude. So I mean, he's not. It's not. It is interesting to listen because
So
I
what
think
channel do
he's.
you listen to most? What channel on there? There's a ton of channels that are all full. I'm amazed, honestly. What do you go into?
I'm in this one a lot. This server, I like this server a lot. I like
No. I mean
Geo
within
structure.
the politics channel, which
Oh,
voice chat.
I don't go in there, dude. I don't
Okay,
go
okay.
in there, dude. So I used to go in there, and often I might like my girlfriend. I got her in Discord. She goes in there sometimes. Branch goes in there, and so I'm familiar with the rooms. But they have most of their rooms are bullshit, and like they're just like side chats where people are like basically allowed to like roam. It's basically I'm a Branch is my boy, but it's basically like rooms where Branch can like fucking unleash. basically like a room where like that can happen. And then the main two rooms or whatever, like the politics room, they might have like just a controversial discussion on birth control or just fucking something like
The
mainstream or
Iraq
whatever.
War.
And yeah. And like I said, sometimes you might get somebody intriguing in there, but it's not different than watching mainstream news because it's like
Yeah.
the intriguing position. It's still something it's like stuff you see on TV. It's not the stuff you hear in here.
Hey, Coach, outside of flat Earth, what are your like general opinions? Like what's your archetype?
I don't know. I don't know what you mean. I can maybe ask him politically or something because
Yeah, like abortion,
yeah,
religion, like fucking
okay.
environment, like global warming. The
I'll say this, dude.
general hot topics.
I don't want to make this all about me, but I'll tell you that this is the reason me and Gio are friends because back in the day when we were both on 24/7, that's how I got invited to 24/7 is because a lot of these topics that you guys are talking about, even flat Earth really, but a lot of the other topics, I used to be a huge conspiracy, and I've only discarded ones I thought are not true now at this point. And flat Earth was almost a conspiracy theory that I was looking into to see if it was true. And that's how I met Geo and 24/7 all of them. I wasn't really trying to debunk it. I was trying to find out more about it at that time. So that,
Wait. So what's the limit of conspiracy? You know how there's like it's kind of a conspiracy theories are almost a spectrum. Where do you stop on the spectrum?
yeah, that's a good question, man. And that's the spectrum. I would say it like this: there's probably JFK, 9/11, and then like deeper stuff. Like you just go deeper and deeper. But I used to tell them in 24/7. That's how you should gauge people. You just go like see what they feel about JFK, see what they feel about the moon landings, see what they feel about 9/11.
Nah,
But
fuck all that shit, dude. Nah, doesn't matter. None of that matters.
why you say that?
Because listen,
You say that.
that's all conspiracy stuff you can get lost in the weeds about. Earth not being a globe is demonstrable. So we don't have to care about what would have or could have or didn't happen at JFK. Whatever. No one cares, and no
That's
one
a good
should.
point, man. Good point.
Listen. I agree that's a way to gauge. Sorry, I agree that's a way to gauge someone's understanding of I guess fringe topics.
Okay.
Sure, but the globe things to me it's mutually exclusive.
Well, you're right. Actually, I agree with you about that. That's all I meant, by the way. Though that's a good way to gauge somebody's like where they're at with like truth or media or something like that. And that's all I meant. But you're right what you said. Like the flat Earth. I think if all those things were true, flat Earth would be in a league of its own, where it would be like a thing that was like like it could be personally seen or to be true. That's like an actual reality of nature, whereas the other things are sort of just events that did or didn't happen or whatever. But regardless, all I'm saying is that's how I would gauge like somebody's like political or conspiracy, or whatever. It's like looking at those things. And even though I now think the moon landing is real, 100%, I do think I have opinions about JFK's assassination, and obviously I don't think I know for a fact that the way that they tell about 9/11 is not true. Like the narrative for 9/11 that they give is in no way true.
Wait,
Coach,
so
how do you-
what's your view on 9/11?
About that.
Quick, I'm not
Coach,
trying to
how
get
do-
into it. Sorry,
I
I'm not
just-
trying to get you in the weeds. I'm just curious.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I didn't want to get in. I didn't want to get into it. That's why I said it like that because I didn't want to get into it too much. I just say that I know that it was not the people they said that did it or the way that they said it happened. There was Israelis and Saudis and our own government that had at least more knowledge and participation than they originally said. So I'll just say that.
Well, what do you think of Tulsi Gabbard?
Is that the lady? Which lady is that? Is that the lady got shot?
No, Indian lady who's no longer in politics. Really,
Oh, yeah,
she
yeah,
was like a young, attractive Indian lady, or like relatively young for at least like presidential politics. You know what I mean?
And
Yeah.
they wanted to. They were talking about her running for president possibly in 2020. Yeah.
Yeah, she ran for like a Democratic Party and stuff, but like she didn't get past that.
No, yeah. I remember. There was people that were really into her. I know Elijah talked about her a lot. But yeah, generally people like that, they're not going to really have a chance in politics. So in American politics, Actually, I think that we have the only opportunity now that no one's ever going to take advantage of. But because the people participate more on the internet than they do on channels like CBS or ABC or something like that, or Fox News even, they participate way more on the internet that you can actually promote a candidate for even your own. You can create a new party, and it would actually become more popular than either the Democratic or Republican Party because the only people they have promoting them are those networks, and no one's taking advantage of this. And this is probably the only time that you'd ever be able to do that. It's kind of crazy.
I have a question.
Dude, third parties aren't gonna work, man. I mean, like libertarians or like Green Party. Honestly, I think most
Right.
FE is honestly Green Party, which I didn't realize for a long time. But yeah, I don't think it would ever work, man. It's either
I have a
Democrat or
question.
No,
Republican.
Face One, you ask your question, Face One, but just real quick, what you're saying about third party is true, except for the fact that what I'm telling you is that the only reason that's true is because the parties, every news network has a rule that you can't even participate in the debates unless you're 15% or above in the polls, and so they only use Democrat or Republican. But that's what I'm saying to you is that the internet has a much bigger presence than those news networks, and could easily so in by virtue of that, they could create a bigger dominance in just those networks. But anyway, Space One, I didn't mean to take away from what you said.
No worries. Hey, finish your convo with your guy. It's okay. Just when you guys are done, I have a question. That's all.
Wait, what's your question? Just go ahead and ask it, and then we'll
Well,
decide.
it's definitely totally. It's not political based, right? It's more
That's fine.
scientific based. Okay. All right. So earlier, Kosho said that we know gases have weight. That's what he said. And I was just wondering. I was going to ask Kosho or anybody. How do you measure the weight of gas?
Yeah, Face One, it's always good to hear from you. It's a long time, but it's a question from such a long time ago.
I know, but
I know
you guys have never
you're a
answered
wise
it.
guy, dude.
So
You're a
go
wise guy,
ahead,
dude. It's
go
not.
ahead,
I know,
go
but
ahead and
I'm
answer
just
it.
saying it's not. I'm just saying it's not. You gotta have a little bit more awareness to realize that a question like that from hours ago, like,
But why
it's
would you
not
give the
gonna.
answer then that we know gases have weight?
With a
That was
scale,
your
Face One,
answer,
with a
right?
scale. You said, how do you
Okay,
measure it?
so
You
give
measure it
me
with
the
a
scale.
scale. That's
Give me the
how you
scale.
measure it.
Okay, so and what scale is that?
When I was in the Navy, we used to have a massive scale you can set giant pallets on. You can tell how much they
Okay,
weigh.
I
What
want
I
to
would
measure
do
gas. I want to measure
if
the
I wanted to
weight.
measure
How do I
the
do
gas,
it?
I'd probably
I'm
put a
not talking about
tank.
the Navy, Kosho. How do I do it?
I'd seen them set tanks on top of the scale, tanks full of gas on top of the scale, and you can use this to measure both the mass of the scale, the mass of the tank, and the mass of the contents inside of it, which would be the
What's the
gas.
pressure inside those tanks? Because remember, when you pressurize a gas
I don't know.
so far, right, it becomes a liquid, which is weight. We can definitely measure liquid weight. I understand that. But what if those tanks were filled with helium or something, or hydrogen, or
Good question.
any gas lighter than the scale?
Let me ask you a question, Face One.
Go ahead.
A gas. You got water, you got ice, you got steam. What is it about the steam that gives that same material no mass? It had mass when it was ice. It had the same mass when it became water. Now that it's steam, it now no longer has mass. What is this mechanism that does
Wait,
that?
steam has mass? A little bit, isn't it?
Well, I would just definitely
Steam
I
has
would
the
love to
exact same
address
mass
your
as the ice.
question. I
He
would
wants you
love
to
to
say
address your
Bondi.
question real quick. I would love to address your question real quick, and that in the change of medium, which the water you put through, right? You put it through a temperature down there to make ice. You put it to room temperature to make water, and then you put heat to it to make steam, right? So there's definitely a differential in temperature to change what we call H2O, right? Okay.
Fair enough.
And the gravity is nowhere in there.
Can I tell you something kind of ironic? is
Yeah,
you have
absolutely.
ice, you have water, you have steam. You have
Mhm.
ice, you have water, you have steam. You have
Mhm.
exactly the same mass between all of these things. The only difference is you have different energy levels between the ice, the water, and the steam. The steam has the most amount of energy. And so, therefore, actually, if you
Mhm.
compared the ice, the water, and the steam has more mass than the ice did. Isn't that
Well,
crazy?
actually, if you actually think about it, the ice that you made and you put in a cup of water, the ice will float above the water. So, you know what I mean? Even the ice has more energy, right? It's wanting to get out. It's wanting to get out of the cup, right?
What are you talking
So,
about? That's a good
well,
point, man.
ice floats in water, just so you know.
Like hope floats. But yeah, ice floats, yeah. But I
Okay,
play
so carry on with your
I'm up playing.
idea. So,
Let's let Plane get back in here real quick because I like what you're saying, Phase
so
One. But
how did we measure gas's weight?
come on,
How
man.
did we measure that, right? And you can't say that
With a
when you're
guide,
in the Navy, we
with a
put some
goddamn
tanks on
scale,
a
Phase One. Let
pallet.
place
Like this. Like, you can't do that.
Plane or
Yeah.
Face. You simply use scale. You use a scale. Let's let Plane get in though. Come on.
What kind of scale? How do we
Yeah.
measure gases?
I actually, I just wanted to go back to when you were talking. Sorry, I've been trying to get in for a while.
No,
When
you're
you were just
fine.
mentioning before on how you were talking to Jem on like, well, hey, what if we're wrong? What if we're the stubborn ones? Now,
Yeah.
kind of the way I look at that as well is that if let's say I'm wrong and everyone on the flat side is wrong, the implications of that aren't that bad. We just sit there and go, everyone calls us a bunch of idiots. Like, look how stupid you
Yeah.
were. Come on, man, get your shit
Mm.
together. But if you guys are wrong, the
Yeah.
implications of that are just massive.
Huge.
And then what's
No, you're
going
right
on
about that,
then
man.
what would be actually happening is that you are defending your slave owners. You're like literally keeping everyone else enslaved.
Okay, I see what you're saying too. Also, so what you're saying is not only is a difference in magnitude to what we'd be wrong about, so it'd be a bigger upset in our mentality and all that kind of stuff,
If you were to
paradigm.
admit the
You're also
truth,
saying
there
that
would be a bigger
but he's
upset.
also
Sorry,
saying
go ahead. Sorry.
that the penalty of us doing that, so the consequence of doing it, the consequence of him right now being wrong about the flat Earth, or otherwise me being wrong about the globe, the consequence of me being wrong is actually worse than his consequence because I would actually be aiding and abetting some sort of like you know horrible fucking bad guy or whatever, whereas he would just be wrong and that's the consequence of what he's doing. That's what you're saying, Plain?
Yeah, pretty much. Because, like, I mean, if you think about the fact that, let's just say we're right, okay, then that means that there is some kind of, and I'll use the word global because that's what's used. There is some kind of global cabal. There is a lot of very nefarious stuff going on, and the implications of that are just massive. Like, I mean, if people woke up to that, we could change it in a day. But while we have people defending their captors, basically it's Stockholm syndrome, then we'll never get to the bottom of it. So if we are right and you're wrong, you're in Stockholm syndrome. If we're wrong, we're just wrong and we're a bunch of idiots who should,
Right.
you
No,
know,
you're right.
bow
You're right about
down
that.
and say sorry. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, go on. That's
You can call
No,
it
I think
schizo too.
honestly, skits. Well, wait, hold on. Skull. Call who schizo? Flat earthers or globers?
But if we're wrong, you can call us.
Oh, okay. But you're right about that. But even with that, it's like, and that's actually, to be honest with you, I'm just saying like this. I think this what gives me a different perspective is because I don't see myself as an enemy of flat earthers. Whereas like there's people who really see you guys as enemies. But I honestly understand that. I understand the difference between the consequence of both us being wrong, and I understand that from your perspective. And so from my perspective, almost like it requires that obviously I would be more patient than I expect you to be almost. You know what I mean? Because it's like I would almost expect you to treat me like I'm doing something, heinous or something, if that makes sense.
Well, hold on. You're trying not to be a turn. You try not to be a turncoat, but you know the Earth is flat. Let's just be honest about what we're hearing right now.
No. I have a problem. I lie about something sometimes when it benefits me, but in order for me to, I'm not good at lying at stuff like that. So it's like I would have to be
Mr.
convinced
Kosho,
in the same way
you
in the
said,
same way you've been convinced in order to believe that.
Mr. Kosho, you said that you know the way to gas, or we know the way to gas. So my question was, how do you know the weight of gas? And I didn't get an answer. I did get muted, but just how do
It's
you know
almost
the
like
way to gas?
it's almost like you tagged out with Pete, dude. Imagine that you and Pete tagged each other. He tagged you in, dude. That's not a
Oh,
good
because I
thing.
love Pete. Pete's a good guy. All right.
He is a good guy. I love him too.
Okay,
Maybe
so
he
we're on the
really is an
same boat.
asshole.
Everybody's fine.
Go ahead, man.
So how do
What's your
we
question?
know the weight of gas? How do we know the weight of gas?
Maybe
Because you said we know the weight of gas.
Maybe you tagged Pete out, Kosho.
Hey, what? What? I love that, Gio. You just come in and
I'm
say
just
that shit like that. Make me feel fucking bad, dude.
I'm just joking. Well, hold on. So let's get okay. I know you did talk about the weight of gas. You guys did go through that, to be fair, and now you're kind of derailing back to that. Although I hear you, that was maybe still something, but he said a scale. But if you guys want to go back into that, but the thing is, what Plain
No.
Reality just said, the second part of what Plain Reality said though is pretty huge, Kosho, because it would then mean that you and others who are then defending the globe or trying to suppress the the truth about what the Earth is, essentially, that you then are like defending your own captors, and you're even defending the
Yes.
captors of the rest of humanity to keep us in
Word.
enslavement, all of these different, being deceived, controlled by money, having to pay taxes, all the whole, arguably even the root of most suffering on Earth is from these
Okay,
guys.
I get it, dude. I get the point you're making. You don't gotta go to the most extreme. Listen, Gio, I'm telling you, I don't know if you've been paying attention, but I've already agreed with him, dude. I've already said that I understand that actually. That's kind of why I have more patience than other people. Other people act like you guys are lying or like it's an evil if people are wrong about something. Whereas I'm understanding that from your perspective, we would actually be doing something or aiding and abetting to something that's kind of evil and wrong. Whereas from our perspective, you guys would only just be wrong. And so from that's what allows me to be more patient. Not like it would be weird for me to get angry at somebody just because they're wrong. In that case, you know what I mean? And my
All you have to do is
never
be
even
right,
forget my fucking
Kosho.
point.
Mute me, Gio. Sorry.
What
Quite
was
interesting, man. Like I actually have a newfound respect for you, Kosho, from what you've just been saying, because it's a very honest opinion. Like you're being
I
very
mean,
honest there. And it's like,
I'd have to be.
sorry, go.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. No, you go ahead. I was just I would just have to be fair, because that's how I would have to understand it. So it's like that would only be fair to me. If it would make sense to me to treat you guys like you're doing something evil when in fact we actually would be doing something evil if we were wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
No,
for sure.
that's
Or at
not
least
what
aiding and abetting.
I don't think that's what you're saying. Sorry.
Well, Coach, I guess you could flip it just to play the full other side, as it were. I guess you could
Yeah.
flip it and say,
Right.
I mean, just just because you guys are talking in this way, that like if, like I'm not proposing it myself as an if. I'm just saying like that. You guys were saying if either way. So I mean, the thing is, Coach, you could even say though that if folks that are saying the Earth is not a globe are incorrect, then I guess you could say that you're like doing a good thing or something, right? Trying to kind of clarify
Yeah, that's not true.
and help out these
It is
people that
doing
are incorrect, basically.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's unrealistic. It's like there's people that do trick themselves and say that, but I don't think those people are correct. Like people who say that you guys are doing something wrong, and by teaching the globe, you're being like a good to the world. I think that's bullshit. I think that even if you guys were wrong, you guys aren't doing anything wrong to the world. You know what I mean? And so I don't think by countering that is doing something good to the world. So it's like that's what I'm saying is that the consequence of what you guys are doing is null, and the consequence if you guys were right, what I'm doing would actually be criminal, right? So
No, not criminal. Not. Sorry. Go ahead.
I would
I
think it
mean,
was.
it
I know.
depends on whether
I would. Yeah.
you're doing it wittingly or unwittingly, I suppose. Like if you really are
No,
deceived,
even
That would be
Sorry, go ahead,
different.
Jim.
Than if you really are deceived, then that would be different than if you actually truly think something different than you're letting on to be.
No, but what would that matter, dude? If you're fighting Nazi Germans or if you're fighting whoever, if they're convinced that they're right,
What?
it
What?
doesn't
What? What? What?
matter.
What?
It
what
doesn't. No,
World
but
War
hold
II
on. It
has
doesn't
nothing
matter.
to
It
do.
doesn't matter if
Come
they've been
on.
tricked.
Come
Is what I'm
on.
saying. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, man. Go ahead, Facebook.
No, World War II has nothing to do with this. Please. Okay, sorry, Gio. Go.
Talking about God damn it, dude. No, it's talking about World
Just
War
using
II.
it
What I'm
as an
saying is,
analogy, man.
yeah. And what I'm saying is, it doesn't matter. There's people who are agents in something. So it's like, let's say in my case, I'm wrong. I'm arguing this as like a sort of a pawn on their side, or like I don't know. It's like an unwilling.
Minion.
Yeah, exactly. Well, unwilling minion, like someone just because I'm convinced. No, but honestly, it's like I'm convinced by their narrative, and so that's why I'm arguing it. It doesn't necessarily make me a bad guy. It's kind of like I had family who was in Germany,
No,
who were
Kosho,
on the
you're
German
never a
side.
bad
They're
guy.
fighting on their
You're,
side. They're not really aware that they're the ones doing bad. You know what I mean?
you're never
Remember
a bad
this?
guy.
Remember when we talked about at one point the idea that, like, let's say you believe a lie, and I'm not saying it has to be you, Kosho, just somebody. Somebody believes a lie, and they actually really do believe it. They think it's true, and then they go and repeat it to other people. Are they then a liar? And now I know some would say no because they don't know it's a lie. Some would say that, but when we were actually looking at the definitions of lie and liar, it would fit that like a liar is like someone who tells lies. So if you are telling the lies, then are you then a liar? Maybe it's not an intentional lie because you were actually convinced of it. But so I'm just saying, Kosho, like, even if you are fully like convinced by this and that is the actual truth, even if that was the case and you're pushing it, it could be said then for your own karma, it could be worth
Whoa,
considering
dude.
for you what that actually does represent.
Hey, thank you, by the way, for putting my karma in check. Okay, but let me just
Well, it's
tell
your
you.
I mean, it's something to consider
I
because
got you.
if you're
I
defending like huge deceptions that are like enslaving humanity, it's got to have an effect.
Listen to me, dude. I agree with you actually, and I do appreciate it honestly. Even though I think it's sort of like slapping your friend in the face. You slap me in the face, okay, and I get it.
Well, let's flip it the other way. Let's unslap it and say this, because we're doing the if thing. We're doing the if thing. So let's say it is the globe. There are some that think that they are playing like a duty. Oh, and also not only to like help people that don't know or something, but actually also some of them say that they think that the idea of the Earth not being a globe, and or being stationary, having planar geometry, etc., that they would claim is misinformation because they say the Earth's a globe, obviously, and that they don't want like this misinformation to like invade humanity, like infect humanity. Like more and more will keep thinking this wrong science or whatever. The Earth is this globe and we discovered it, and then now there's this. They do that in the news articles. They'll say, "Oh, there's a resurgence of these, outdated, archaic ideas," and but I'm just saying, Kosho, you've seen that like part of it though, right? Kosho, you've seen that part where they're like basically saying that they're trying to like stop the misinformation. And I think there's some even, amongst these in the community that think that they have to like stop the spread of misinformation to reinsert the globe. So I'm just saying, with all that being said, if that's one way that it, the big if thing that we were saying or whatever, that like, is that, I guess that's one possible positive, because we're talking about these other negatives if you're wrong in that sense, but I'm just trying to at least give a consolation, even though it's not the case. So you'll never get it, but it's at least could be worked into what your actual intentions are. Perhaps you could consider.
Okay. So sorry, hold on. I'm choking on this. One second.
Yeah. So can I just say that I don't think that the implications, if we're wrong, are zero. Obviously, because it's affected a lot of people's minds. People are thinking a particular way. Now we're going to have to come out of that paradigm. We've tried to do it to, we've may have mentioned it to other people. Maybe we caused some bad relations with certain people. So our implications aren't zero. But I just think that the implications between if we're wrong compared to if the people on the other side are wrong, then it's a completely different ballgame.
I agree with you, but here's gonna be something that's gonna blow your mind. You might even think I'm bullshitting. I
Okay,
think
give it to
that
him.
you're right. I think the consequences are not zero if you guys are wrong. I actually personally think the consequences are positive in either way. There was a priest. There was a priest. He was a flat earther, and he had these two sons that he made them flat earthers, and then he switched. I forget who this guy was, and some of you guys might know who he is, but he switched back to a Glober, and people like he was very sad that he had done that for a long time with his family and stuff. But then I saw what it done to his family. Like his kids probably learned. He probably learned a lot, and even people as Globers arguing against you guys. He actually learned a lot
Get
in
to
the
the
process
point,
of just
Koso.
talking
I'm
about
sorry
that.
to interrupt you, but
My
come on,
point
get to the
is,
point. Come
Dick
on, come on.
Cheese, Dick Cheese. My point is that this topic in general, regardless if there's people who are wrong on one side or the other, it's getting people engaged in a subject that's actually like it gets you really like you gain an in-depth
Enlightening,
knowledge for a lot of different things, dude.
for everything. Yeah.
It's because it's true.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't matter
Exactly.
if it's
Because
true,
the
Gio. No, but
enlightening means
Gio, that's hold on,
truth
hold on. Listen,
based.
guy. This is what I'm saying. You get past the level of Pete, man. It's crazy. But it didn't happen. It didn't happen that it didn't take too long. My point is though, Gio. God damn it. As make the point you just made, Gio. I
How
was
do you
responding to
measure
you.
gases, Pete?
Damn it, dude. I have a
Okay.
bad memory.
Say your point.
No, what'd you say, Gio? What
I
was your
said it's
response?
because
Like, what
it's
did you just
true.
say?
It's because it's true. That's why it's such
Okay,
an
that's right.
incredibly rich
That's my point.
wellspring. That's why you were
Thank
talking
you.
about how incredibly rich of a wellspring it is of knowledge and information and creativity and heightened intellectual.
But that's my point, though. That's my point. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter though who's right, who's wrong. That's what I'm saying. Is even in the case that you're right and I'm wrong, or I'm right and you're wrong, the fact that there's people like me and I'll say me and Witsit, for example. And I know Witsit will admit this because he'll bring stuff up that I never thought about before. Right? And then me and Sean G used to do this back in the day. Me and Sean G, like we would be in the middle of a debate, and somebody would bring something when he was a flat earther. You bring something up, and you both are like researching this thing, like hardcore, something that you thought you knew about, and then now you like like a bunch more about it because you're arguing against this opposite side. So like in that case, it doesn't matter who's right or who's wrong. Both people actually end up learning a lot about that subject. So it's like it ends up being like a very positive thing in any case. You know what I mean? If that makes any sense.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Basically, at the end of the day, in a way, through this flat Earth movement, we've taught people more in a way about science than the average person would have ever known. I mean, just look at all the different things, even just seeing something like sprites and stuff like that, all these little phenomena that people just would have never known about these kind of the average person. So more people know about basic science now than probably what they did before.
Yeah, I would say the people in this community that have been part of this community know more than probably most people with basic shit. I've seen allegedly Dave beat astronomer or astrophysicists or whatever in debates, and yes, whoever I think is smarter, I'll leave that aside. But I'm just saying that like Scott Veach has been to college for 15 years and his PhD in computer science, but he's also admitted that in this community he's learned more than his entire like in his entirety of being at school. He learned more in this community, and I'd say I same true for me. Like I used to be into quantum mechanics and like computer science and all this type of shit. I was into a lot of shit before I ever got in this community, and I'll admit that definitely in the length of time I've been in this community, I've learned more than the entirety of my life before that. And I thought I knew a fucking lot of shit. You know what I mean? So.
Right. So what I'm
I think
saying is
that's
that
true.
energetically, what's underlying that like the main focus of this community you're referring to, of that the Earth is stationary, it's not moving, and also the planar geometry at the foundation of it. If like for you to have that level of intellectual like solidity of learning more and having that much mental stimulation and intellectual stimulation than any other time in your entire life, what I'm saying is that what's underlying that is a truth, not a falsity. Like that
No, but
energy
that's
you're
you're not
describing,
getting. You're
that
not getting what
energy,
I'm saying.
that energy is not founded by just some false idea, some outmoded idea that the globe just overtook. There's
See,
something.
see,
Yeah, it's the energy
But
underlying
Dan,
it because truth has strength to it, a lot of strength.
absolutely, dude. And Dan, before you get in, because I'm gonna let you jump over. I'm gonna jump off for a second. So I'm just saying, Gio, I think what's incorrect with what you're saying is, I'm not saying that my side is right and your side is wrong. I'm saying what perpetuates this learning and the reason why we're wanting to learn, the motivation in learning these things is the fact that there is absolutely one person who's wrong. There is absolutely somebody who's right, and there absolutely is somebody who's wrong, and we both think we're the other person, and the other guy's the other guy. So that is what perpetuates this, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that my side is right.
As in art, we're fascinated by contrast and symmetry.
Yeah, that's really what it is. It's contrast. It's absolute contrast because of the fact that there is a binary between one of us. Like one of us has to be the guy. One of us is right. One of us is wrong. And that's it. I think that's what drives this. It's just like we think we're that guy, and we think the other guy's the other guy. You know.
And replace truth with balance, because that's kind of we'll come together in a balance zone. In other words, you could call it truth, but sometimes that's pretty subjective what the truth is, especially if we're both wrong. Oops.
Well, there's only one. There's an
Well, that's
objective
right.
truth, though. I would have thought, don't you?
Say it again, Andy.
The objective
Absolutely. That's the
truth.
whole. That's the reason why we're arguing, dude. That's
No,
the
I know,
reason why
but
we're arguing is because there is an objective truth. And that's my point, also, dude. Science. If there would not be investigation and there wouldn't be argument if it weren't for the fact that there was an objective truth. So there is
and
absolutely an objective
and it
truth.
stands up to all scrutiny. That's why it's so brilliant and powerful, and worth dying for as well. Let me add.
Yeah, I think we're more stuck in ego and posturing. I think when we get down to the science, it's a little easier. Really, I don't think we get to it that much.
Well, like Coach, I would say like you're not going to find like concave type of ideas or even like hollow earth or like none of those are going to have the type of strength that this community has. So what I'm saying is that something that let's say is false, which I would say like the idea that the earth curves concavely, I would say is false. I don't think we have concave curvature in that sense. I do think there's like a toroidal, spheroidal nature to the entire magnetic field of the earth and everything, and in that sense, we are kind of within a system here, but concave Earth is actually trying to say we're on the inside of a sphere. I would say that idea is false. So what I'm saying is that there wouldn't be the ability within consciousness to like create an entire community based on that and have it be what you were describing, as that you were describing how this community, how you've learned more in this community than you ever had previously at any time in your life, and it's been the most advancement you've made in terms of your entire life in that sense. So that's kind of a comparison. Is that what I'm saying is that the reason it has that kind of life-giving, intellectually stimulating energy, like an electrical energy in that way, like if you look at it through electrics, is because it's based in truth. The core foundational part that the earth isn't moving, etc. Because that's what you're saying. Like the main, when you're saying this community, you're talking about in general. If we want to use those terms, flat Earth, globe Earth, as it were. Like you couldn't build a community like based around something false and have it be have that potency to it for this long of an amount of time.
You know what though? You ever the Jimmy Crack corner? I don't care. That's kind of what I feel like, dude. I don't know how it's perpetuated this long. And Jimmy Crack corn, I don't care, dude. Because to be honest, I'm just a fan. I'd be devastated if the persistence died.
Well, good thing for that because the truth does not die.
Honestly, it doesn't matter what the truth is. I think honestly, you know what this kind of tells me is
That's why I'm here for the truth only. But continue.
But think about anything.
If the dark side
hold
hired
on,
you,
hold on. I just had no, not yet, dude. Listen,
if the dark side hired you, would you apply?
How much are you gonna hire? What are you talking about? What are you gonna give me?
That's
Are you gonna give me something
your
substantial?
first
Yeah, of course.
Is how much?
How much are they going to give me?
How much?
Yes.
That
What are you
answers
talking
everything.
about, dude? I'm a realist, man. I'm a realist.
I would
What are you gonna
sell
do
my
about it?
soul to the devil.
A realist that works for
I'd
the
sell
dark
my
side.
soul. I'd sell my soul to anybody who. I'd sell my soul to a midget on the streets. You know why? Because I don't think I'm selling him anything. It's like selling real estate on the moon or something like that. Imagine you sold your soul to some midget on the streets for $20,000, and some people would make fun of you for doing that. I'd make fun of everybody who made fun of me for doing that. Because I just made $20,000 from a midget for giving him something that nobody has any way to measure or anything like that. Like,
Coach, let me
what's
ask you
the?
this. Well, you were going to say something before as well, but I also was going to ask this.
No,
If
I'm just on the streets, but go ahead.
you realized that the Earth wasn't a globe, in this community, as it were, would you be spending your time to help in more productive ways than you're currently doing? If you knew for sure, would you be
Answer.
like? Do you think you'd be able to actually contribute, or like, would you actually be contributing something
Yeah.
productive rather than just kind of being the oppositional voice?
Can I
No
say
offense,
something real?
no offense,
Can I
but
say something
that
real?
is ultimately on Google.
Can I say something real for a
But you're a
second?
lot more than that as a
Take
person.
these.
I know you are. I'm just saying in the arguments of the globe. I'm saying that part of it.
But it's
But go ahead.
fine. But can I say something real? Can you? Mic check. Can you hear me? I'm gonna say something real quick. Okay. Can you hear me? I
Dude,
pressed the button. I don't know if I missed
we're
it.
ready for the realness. Hit us with it.
All I'm saying is that hold on. Let's see.
You're in
My
love.
computer's
You're in love. You're weird when you're in love. You're totally in love. You're like all giddy. It's so funny. It's cuter.
No, my shit. Hold on a second, please.
Go to her. Get the fuck
I
out of
deal.
here. Take a shower. Get the fuck out.
Say, Gio, say what you said real quick one more time. Somebody messed me up.
No, it was all
Say the
time.
last two words you said.
It was
Let's
all
say the
perfect.
last two words you said.
If you knew the Earth wasn't a globe, would you be able to provide something that could actually help us and help get the truth
Right.
out?
That's
Either get the truth out or do experiments, research. Could you actually progress things in a way that would be productive? That was my question.
and that's my point.
Would your overall contribution compared to whatever you perceive it as it is now, but if you knew it wasn't a globe, would you actually be doing things that would help the overall truth and the whole process of humanity going through the process of realizing the globe was a deception?
I got you. That's what I'm saying. For instance, what Witsit was doing, I thought was like that's what I'm saying. I can put myself in a perspective. I can see myself as Witsit's wrong, in which case Witsit looks like an asshole. But if Witsit's right, what Witsit's doing is actually like if I felt like I was right, Witsit's doing. He put his life on hold and went on tour and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like that to me, it's saying something. And when I was a bigger conspiracy theorist in 2009, 2010, like right when I was joining the Navy, if there was a group like this, I would have been just I would have if there's opportunity to do what Witsit was doing, I would have felt just as compelled and would have done that and more. Absolutely, because I felt like I've known something that most people don't, and that is detrimental to most people, and that you know sharing that or whatever would be beneficial, right? So yeah, absolutely. If I knew what you guys knew, and I was thought I was right, I'd be doing something different. I would think it would be the right thing to do. Yeah.
Yeah,
If that answers your question, yeah.
Whiskey got arrested at Mount Rushmore, dude, for freedom of speech. Well, I suppose it was
I
for
think
voting.
rightfully so.
But either
Rightfully
way,
so.
in front of the founding fathers, Kosho, I mean, I know that don't mean much to you and your brethren, but to some
What?
people it
What are you
does.
talking about, dude? Dude, listen to me. Let me tell you something. Let
I'm
me tell you something most people don't
joking.
know.
Come on, we know.
Let me
I know
tell you
you. I know
something
you,
most
Dellinger.
people.
Come on.
Let me tell you something most people don't know. John Adams, the second president, and Thomas Jefferson, one of my favorite presidents, one of my favorite people. Thomas Jefferson and John Adams both died on July 4th, 1926, the 50th anniversary of July 4th, 1776. They both died on the same day, thinking of each other. This is a true story, okay? So somebody tells you that they don't appreciate the founding fathers more than I do. I do, okay? I like these guys. I like Thomas Jefferson very much. Man. He's a big fan.
I'd love to talk to you about that thing that didn't happen in World War II. That I can't talk about at all. I'd love to talk about that
with my family members.
Oh, okay.
I was
Well, I
kidding.
certainly
You
can't
know
talk
what? I'd
about it.
like to
But
know,
you're a
Andy. You
clever
know what I
dude.
like about you, Andy? You like
What?
those people. You like Larry David. You like other people like that.
Oh, I love
you're
Larry David.
Yeah, I know. And you're also a realist, dude. You agree with a lot of stuff I say, and also, I mean, you did the stuff you disagree with me with. I feel like you're being a realist. Like you, I feel like you're a realist. To be
It's
honest
just
with you.
about evidence, Kosho. That's if you go look up David Irving, and I suggest anyone in the audience listening go look up David Irving because he had more evidence than anyone I've ever listened to, and so you must go with the evidence. That's if you're a truther, anyway. You must face it without any fear.
I agree. I agree with that 100%.
And what's worse is that the terrible victim mentality that they gave to those people, to the rest of the people that don't know, and so that with black people as well. And yeah, it's an awful thing because, and don't get me wrong, there was people then treated terribly. That's what David Irving talks about. He talks about how badly they were treated in some cases. I mean, they were made to work, for God's sake. Sorry, I don't want to. Don't get me started. But what I want to say is, shut up. What I want to say is, dude, is that you think about what they've done with this idea of conspiracy theory, how they've muddied the waters, and that's one of the biggest ones. That's a huge liability shield for these people to commit horrific, horrible things, dude. And I think you know about this because you're smart enough to know about this. And the way they muddy the waters with everything else, it's very clever and devious. It's amazing.
Genius.
David
goes
Irving
back
has a
to
lot of good stuff.
Goes back to Theodore Herzl. Dude, I know the history of this shit as well. Exactly what the plan was. It's it's amazing. I just wish I could talk about it without talking in code. If you know what I mean.
Have you seen
another room?
Have you seen? Is it a documentary called Firestorm or Hellstorm? Have you seen that one about the bombing of Dresden?
Oh, yeah, I've pretty much seen everything on. I would have thought.
Was it called Firestorm or Hellstorm? Do you remember the name? Because I'd recommend people go watch that. Let's just get down to the nitty gritty. And there was no good guy in that war. There was no good side in World War II.
Nope. Some people
Neither side
win.
was a good side.
Some people win, but not the boys and girls, right?
Brothers, never forget Dresden.
And it's kind of true, though, right? You know, you send your boys and girls out there, and
Dread.
Kosho, do you think you could, at the end of all this, do you think you could end up essentially like repenting and then actually help out in the end?
Or answering my question.
Repent, brother, repent.
Listen, asswipe. Not you, flat. I like you.
Maybe you'll
was an
design,
asswipe.
like maybe you'll help design a really good test, for example.
No, let me tell you something. The one thing I know about myself my whole life.
Gio, what
I know
about
this
my
is.
original question?
I'll change my opinion 180 degrees. I'll be one guy one day and another guy 5 years later. I'm like, wow, I used to think that, and I would think that thing. And I wouldn't be surprised. I'll just say that. I wouldn't be surprised if that happened to me. I'm not saying I'm not saying I'm easily swayed. I'm just saying that I have noticed I've changed my mind before, completely. So.
But you still don't believe the conspiracy theory of 9/11. You know, the conspiracy theory that 19 hijackers, got away from the greatest security system on Earth and flew into two buildings and took down all those buildings. You don't believe that conspiracy theory, do you?
Oh, see, Andy said the best, dude. Andy said the best was that he's an evidence-based guy. Based on the evidence I have, There's no reason I believe that. I've seen things. I've seen probably the same thing you guys seen with Zeitgeist and like Fahrenheit or those movies like the Loose Change and stuff like that. But I've actually seen DEA reports and the Gerald Shea memo. It was the point. I know details about 9/11 that tell me evidence based what it can be and what it was and what it wasn't. And I look at all the other evidence and I look at what had happened because of that, and things start making sense to me, right? Uh,
Well, the plane
and that's
disappearing into a hole. Show. Come on, that don't make any sense.
like I said. That's where we disagree because I changed my opinion. There was a time maybe 15 years ago I thought rockets had flown into buildings and blah 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 planes. But based on evidence I know now, and this is the same thing with the moon landings. Moon landings is another example where I look at things now, and the more stuff I know, the more valid those things look like. The more valid it looks like planes actually hit those buildings and the buildings collapse due to planes. No joke. Like the more I know now, it looks like planes crashed into those buildings and the buildings collapsed due to planes. What doesn't look real is that it was the people that claimed that did it in this business and all that. But even if it was rockets that hit the buildings like that, the physics behind all the explosions and the building collapsing, it's actually in line with the structure of the building and the physics that exists.
No, it's
Yeah.
not.
That's
No,
why I do
Building
those stuff
7
in
just
war.
fell down, dude. Really.
I trust me, dude. I was with you for the majority of my life. Majority of my life, I was saying what you're saying. It really wasn't
Oh,
until I was in this
look,
community
dude.
that I learned
With all due
otherwise.
respect, Coach, this is like a form of gaslighting to me. That's the way I see it. So, perhaps we should just change the topic because it's so obvious. I just, ugh.
Let me ask you.
It's
Let me
like
ask you. When you say that,
you're grinding my gears a little
you
bit.
mean
I'm just going to tell you that you're
no, no,
grinding
hold on.
my gears.
Let me ask you. When you say that, do you say like what I'm saying about how I used to see it, or are you saying just about the subject itself, like about Building 7?
I'm saying I
Is
see through the
that is
chutzpah, Kosho. Jesus,
okay?
I
Fair
see
enough.
through
Fair
the
enough. Fair enough. I'll
chutzpah.
leave that. Fair enough. Fair enough. Listen, Andy, I'll leave that out of it. How about that? Let me ask you though about
Okay.
Building 7. Building 7. I have evidence that Building 7 could have collapsed based on what they said it collapsed by.
I'm
What about
saying
it?
I know more. I know more about the human condition than anyone you've ever met, and I know the game that you're playing now, and it's fucking
You
annoying.
think it's a game?
I just want to grab you
You think
and
it's a
slap the
game,
shit out of you.
Andy? I'd slap you too. You ever see those two monkeys slapping each other?
Let's
Two
fight
monkeys
it
slapping
out.
each other. That'd be me and you. I'd be slapping you for the same reason, Andy. Because for the same reason. I'd be disappointed at the same thing you're disappointed at. And I'm telling you, I'm not doing no monkey games. And I know you're not doing any monkey games. So we be doing it thinking the other person's doing some monkey stuff. And I'm not trying to fool you. Okay.
Okay. A building fell down due to a couple of office fire floors.
No,
But the
listen to me.
first time in history,
Well,
the last time in history, a plane disappeared
Me.
into a fucking hole,
I
Coach
watched.
Show, with
Listen,
no wreckage.
I'm
You
from
know.
New York City. I'm from New York.
can I
I'm
just throw
from New York
something in there
City.
quickly?
Go ahead, Blaine. Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, I actually know like personal guys that I used to teach martial arts to, structural engineers, um, mechanical engineers, probably close to a dozen guys who really deeply went into everything that they said. Because they were, they looked at it and thought to themselves that no, it doesn't really make sense to them. So they went into all the information, and every single one of them said there's no fucking way those things were brought down the way they said that they were. And these are like, these are personal people that I know in my personal life, and not one of them came to the conclusion that they were brought down the way they said they were.
This is what I'm saying, dude. This is why it's so hard. This is what's so crazy about being me and being you. Is I feel it's like the Elon Musk thing. Like it looks so real. It looks so fake. That's how you know it's real. I have to believe that in order to go on with what I'm saying. So it's almost like I could be just as stubborn as you are, and I could be the one who's wrong. But regardless, in this case, sorry, I just had a quick brain fart. But yeah, in this scenario that you're talking about, where uh, uh, say again real quick. Last thing you said.
Sorry, I was just saying that, like, I personally know engineers, like actual structural engineers, mechanical engineers, who went through it, and they just said there's no possible way. And now, as a person, am I going to trust people that I personally know who are, they're right up in that field, they're experts in their field? Am I going to trust them, or am I going to trust people who wrote a book? I'm going to trust these guys in NIST who I don't know, and I don't know their motives. I don't know if they were paid. I don't know anything about them. I just know these guys, and I know that there's no way that they would lie to me about this. They have nothing to gain to lie to me.
Faison, please go ahead. I had a lot more whiskey than I realized I had. Faison, go ahead, please.
Wait, you're on the Whiskey Co show.
You're not going to respond? I thought he just laid something out to you.
No. I
Why
mean,
do you
everyone
respond to
can
whiskey?
respond. I was just muted for the
Why would Gio
last
do that?
hour.
Gio, why would you do that? What kind of guy are you, Gio?
Come on, dude. I know. Why would you mute somebody? I was just listening in,
I just
was
had a
muted the whole
personal,
fucking time. So
realization on Facebook. I feel really disrespected. I had a personal realization. I just realized I drank most of the bottle of whiskey I just bought. And
don't worry about that.
Does that to me.
Don't worry about that.
It makes you feel bad a little bit.
But don't worry about it. That's what I'm telling you. It's okay.
We can talk about that as well if you like.
Yeah, we can talk about that later. Continue with your conversation there with the very intelligent folks on the other end, and we can later talk.
Yeah, if you want to ever talk about that co-show in a separate room, I'd be more than happy to. In fact, I'd feel obligated on that topic. In fact, both topics I mentioned to you, I kind of feel. But then again, I think you know about that one that didn't happen, that supposedly did happen.
I had what's your name, sir? The guy that was just speaking right there. What's your name, sir?
Andy.
Nick, my name's Aaron. I'm from Texas, America. Obviously.
So where was the topic?
My original question to Kosho was, a while back, probably about hour and a half ago. He said, "We know the weights of gases." Like he proclaimed that, right? We know the weights of gases. So my question to him is, how do you know the weights of gases, right? Like, how do we know that, right? He didn't answer it. We ended up here, which is, I still want an answer, but I don't want to interrupt your conversation with him. So, where are you from, Nick? Roughly.
Where's roughly? That was a weird answer.
Well, roughly was like a question mark. Like roughly, okay, Dan. Thank you, Dan.
People don't like it when you get too personal. No, you did that the other day. You go, "Where are you from? Where are you from?" Then you go, "Okay, I'm Nick." I was like, "All right, Nick from where?"
Yeah, I'm Northeast Texas. We call it Dallas. Okay, I mean, U.S.
I heard. It's awful out there. You said. No, you said.
I mean, Kosho did respond to your thing. He said you use a scale.
Yes, but he never responded because Gio, you jumped in with rightfully so. Gio, you jumped in and changed the whole topic into, the idea of, Gio, you did your best, and I love you for doing it. But he didn't get to answer my question directly.
Well, I'm saying he said a scale. That was your question.
But I also responded with a scale of what, right? And he said a scale on a Navy ship. And I was like, okay, Navy ship, what are you weighing, right? You know what I mean, Gio? So I don't know, Gio, if you want to know how we weigh gases or not. I mean, if you do, then we should ask Kosho because he knows the definite answer. He said, we know the weight of gases? I was just wondering if Kosher would answer that, or any Glober could answer that. Or any flat earther could answer that either. How do we know the weight of gases, right? Exactly. Do gases have weight? Let's just ponder that.
Is there any information online that says how they weighed the gases?
I have not looked myself. Yeah, I'm one of those guys that just asks questions without looking. So yes.
Well, it's kind of weird when you think about it, because obviously if you put the gas into a container and you fill it, now it becomes a liquid inside the container until you obviously turn the nozzle, and then it becomes a gas when it comes out. So it is an interesting question on, how do you actually weigh a gas? Because is that right? Am I right in saying that when it's in the container, it becomes a liquid?
Depends on pressure and temperature.
So the lower, if it's not like, if the gas container is not full, there is more gas inside there. It's not liquid, just the liquid's at the bottom of the gas.
It also depends on the container. What container are we using? Okay.
Okay.
What are you talking about? My girlfriend's mad at me.
Talking about weighing
she likes
gases.
stuff.
Sorry, go ahead, please.
Cool shit that you love to talk about.
You're right, man. Sorry, you didn't get my Simpsons thing there.
Plain. Well, you from Australia? Can I guess? You from? I don't know. What part of
No,
Australia?
sorry, bro. Australia doesn't exist. Didn't you know that? Flat earthers don't believe in Australia.
So my mother lives in Australia. My mother and my little brother live in Australia.
They've gone through a dimensional portal, man. Australia doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's not the real.
You sound like you're on the west side, though, dude. Are you on the west side? Are you on the west side of Australia?
No, man. I'm in South Australia.
Okay.
It's on the East Coast,
Almost nobody's on
Perth,
the west side.
South Australia.
Well, it's my family lives in Perth. That's why I said that. My family and
No,
Shepard.
he's
live
not in
Perth.
Perth, is what I said. He's not.
No, he's not. He's in South Australia. Almost everybody lives in South Australia.
Oh, man. No one lives in South Australia. We've got like 1.5 million people here. Melbourne's on the East Coast.
Melbourne?
Yeah, Melbourne's on the East Coast.
Hold on.
Just
Do you live where Coober Pedy is?
Yes.
See, Coober Pedy is the coolest place in Australia. That's where, like, if you were Batman, you'd build like a bat cave, like a giant, because it's all underground cave, and you just build like an underground place and put like a shed on top of it, and pretend it's just a shed. And it's like an entire underground fucking network. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, Coober Pedy is the place to get rid of bodies, because there's so many mines there that are just now closed off. So there's just hundreds of them. People just dump bodies in them.
Do you live near a park? Do you live near like a national park or something?
No, not a national park, but I mean, none of them are really that far away. I could probably drive
Well, that's
for
what I think.
20 minutes and be at one.
I think of Perth, and I think of like Eastern Australia, like Melbourne,
Not
and then
Perth.
Sydney,
It's
all
not
that.
Perth. Not Perth. I said the word
No,
Perth.
Perth on the other side. No, yeah, Perth's on the west side. That's the only city I think of on the west side. But on the other side, I think like Melbourne, Sydney, and Brisbane, all that stuff. But I'm saying is that middle part, all I think about is Coober Pedy and like national parks, and so that's why I don't know. It's like, I don't know any other cities like in that middle area besides like national parks. I've never been to Australia, so I can't even really say.
Yeah, it's a nice place, man. It's just unfortunately, like everywhere else, we have shitty government. But we're all under that. We're all under that spell at the moment.
What's the typical population? What's the typical population of a city or town in between the east and west coast, like somewhere in that middle part?
20,000 kangaroos is the population. That's what.
No, I'm being serious. Like, no, what's the real typical population a town or something like that.
14 million big ass
I'm
spiders is the population. Okay.
I guess it depends. All the small towns in between the actual major cities, they'll range anywhere from probably hundreds of people to, maybe just a few thousand.
still, though, even a few thousand. Go ahead, Gio.
What? I just had something from the topics from before, but
You go for it, man. We're just
real quick,
talking shit.
Real quick. Yep. No, but no, real quick. Even a few thousand, dude, is small numbers. Like that's why. So I imagine like any of those towns be like one of those like closed lit towns. But no, if Gio's got some shit from some similar time, let's go for that.
Yeah, good, Gio.
Well, my question was going to be, Kosho. So even though you would say you currently believe the Earth's a globe, right? It's a sphere.
A spheroid, yeah.
Spheroid. Okay, and you're on the outside of a spheroid. The land is on the outside of it.
Thanks for fucking clearing that up, dude.
Just making sure. All right. So, but you admit that evidence showing lack of curvature would change your mind, right?
That question's difficult. It would really depend on what you mean when you say that, and what it was.
Okay. Well, here's my ultimate
Obviously.
question. Here's my ultimate question. If there was a team that built something physical, tangible in the real world that you could go visit, this whole team already built the whole thing, and it was going to show you a very, very direct measurement of the surface of the Earth. And indeed, it does show no curvature. What would that test be? So you're arriving there that day. You're like, I'm about to see this thing. What would that test be? What?
Let me think
Even
about
if
it for a second.
even if your response is in the realm of like brainstorming, what basically the question could also be said.
No, that's
like,
what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to think about what it would be.
It's kind of like a what physical, actual, tangible thing could actually change your mind that there's no curvature. If
That's what I'm trying to think about.
See it in that way, if you want.
That's what I'm thinking about, dude. Because honestly, I learned about refraction from this community. I didn't even know what refraction was before.
Well, that's the thing. We're cutting out refraction because we're talking about something tangible. And even if you want to view the question as showing curvature, because if you believe there's curvature, I guess either way, however you want to phrase it. But the question is, what would that test be? Like you're arriving that morning, you're about to go check it out. If you could envision what that would be to show the surface geometry of Earth, you could even leave out whether it's planar or curved. To showing that you were going to go and be there, what would that test be?
That's a good question, man. It's hard to say, dude, because it would depend on
notifications. So we'll wait for
Dan,
that.
your mic's open.
Yeah, Dan, you hot mic. You listen to something.
That's me. You're right. I don't know what started. Sorry, man. I wasn't paying attention at the start.
It sounds kind of cool, actually, but we can hear it. That's the point. And no, yeah. So I could think of something, Gio, but you know what? I don't know, man.
It just has to be some kind of line with deviation underneath it that's long enough. Something like Brian Leakey's measurement to bloody LIGO. That's a good example. Or bloody, I don't know, 10,000 drones all fixed together and stuck at the same altitude. Okay, that's silly. But you know what I mean.
No, that's a good one. I like that one.
It needs to be something like concrete that we can say, that's it, that you can hang your hat on. And if there is that deviation underneath, hey, I'm going to have it 24/7, and I'm going to tell them all. I'll be like, shut it down. Shut it down now. Because that's what I'm like. I'll just go with what? That's what the evidence says, that's what it says, Kosho. That's simple.
What about something like... Sorry.
Yeah, give me 35 seconds. I gotta unclog this vacuum cleaner stuff.
Gio, what are you getting at with Kosho? You're so close, right? Like, at least in my mind, right? You're so close to, like, asking the very, very good questions for him to, but he won't, right? Like, what are you looking for with Kosho?
Plain reality, were you gonna answer it? I'd be curious to hear your thought.
Oh,
Oh,
sorry.
it's just an open.
I was just going to ask Kosho something else as well. I was just going to say, well, how about something along the lines of hundreds of observations of the same objects? You know, like how convincing would that be? You know, like over day after day after day after day. You know,
Yeah.
because obviously that's got to hold some weight, doesn't it? Especially
I would
considering
say.
when, you know, like if you're looking at the same things over and over and over and over and over and over daily, and the only time those things are showing even remotely close to what the globe says is on days like inferior miraging. That's the days when we see the worst. When you have the worst atmospheric effects is when you're actually seeing closer numbers of what the globe says. But when you're having clearer days and just, you know, like when the water is flat, you're seeing further. And it should be the other way around. If you're on the clearest day, then shouldn't that be where it's showing the closest to the globe measurement? Not on the highest refraction days?
Hey man, I'm sorry, Flan. I'm listening to you because I like you. I'm playing. I'm sorry, playing. I like you. My girlfriend's got me tearing this hair out of a vacuum cleaner, and I got no choice but to do it. So I'm listening
Have
to
you
you,
got
but I just
a have you got a powered vacuum cleaner, one with a wheel at the base, the turbo vacuum cleaner?
she's got a robot vacuum cleaner that she calls Carlos or some Mexican name. Roberto, that's what she calls him. She calls him Roberto, and she gives him
Roberto, yeah.
she loves him more than she loves me. So I got to go clean the bottom of it out real quick.
Just get worried if she starts riding it around, man. Starts sitting on it and just riding it. Then you get worried.
I'm gonna tell you, you said that. Hold on.
Especially if she's screaming Roberto while she's doing it.
Well, because that question of something tangible that could show the lack of curvature, I think is what's ultimately going to be the turning point for humanity for this entire situation of the shape of the Earth and the cosmographical
But it has to be,
truth.
and it kind of has to be done over the ocean though as well, doesn't it? Because I mean, I guess it doesn't really have to, but we'd have to find a space that's kind of flat enough where you could get, say, I don't know, 1 foot above the level of one section of the land, and just go for like, you know, 3 or 4 or 5 miles and keeping it at that level, keeping it actually level the entire way, and then seeing where it is 4 miles away. People have thought of the fishing line and stuff, but is that going to be strong enough to, you know, extend over a few miles before it breaks? What could we do apart from maybe welding metal all the way across or something and keeping it level the entire way? And that would cost, God, hundreds of thousands of dollars to do. So what would be the test? How could we do that?
Well, yeah, because either like measuring water or measuring land that is already level. That's at the same elevation, I should say.
Yeah, that's what I think. Like, say, if we were to get, like, we know that there's a stretch of land that even on the globe model they say, okay, yeah, this is flat, even though their version of flat is all the same elevation from the center. Doesn't matter. They consider it flat. So then we get something, and let's say we just take it 4 foot up, and we just get a beam to just continuously go. And a metal beam's obviously going to be the best because that's going to be the thing that we know would be the straightest compared to wood. Wood will always warp. So if we can get that beam to go for like 3 miles and we just keep putting a level on it all the way, and we're still continuously always 4 foot above the surface of the Earth, then we would know there's no curve going on there. But if we had to, obviously, if it kept getting up higher and higher and higher, then we would have to I don't know. I guess we would have to turn around and say, well, something's going on, isn't it? Like, you know, if after 4 miles now to be level, it's like 20 feet above the surface, we'd have to be going, shit, well, it seems like there is some form of curve or something's going on here. We would have to start admitting that. But it would cost a lot of money because, you know, even just 6 meters of steel is, you know, a couple $100. Now do that for miles. So what other sort of tests could we do to have something that's flat and that we know is going to be flat and level?
Why doesn't let's just say organizations like NASA or the government, quote unquote, right, do those things for us, right? Where they're taking our money they're already taking our money up to space, right? You know, boom, wham, there goes your money. How come they don't do that onto the Earth too? Just like the experiment you're saying, right? You know, like, why not just say, well, here we go. These are our best engineers, the best steel fabricators, and we're gonna make a 2-mile long beam, right? Just out over flat water.
Yeah.
Right? How come
I
they
agree
don't
with
do
you, man.
that? You know.
Yeah, I agree. I think they should. But it's the same as
But you-
Jaron's, you know, like from Jaronism, it's the same as his thing. Like, well, okay, we're sending all these things. They just sent Artemis to the moon, supposedly, right? So why not put a probe onto the moon with a camera, turn and face that camera towards the Earth, and stream the Earth 24/7? Like they just did it. They just had one right there. Couldn't have taken that much more to put a rover on. Why didn't the Indians just do that? You know, and then we would have the Earth 24/7, seeing it rotate, watching the sun go in between it. Like it'd be the greatest thing ever.
I want to see the Earth rotate exactly.
You know, like
Earth,
I don't get.
the moon is stationary, kind of, right? You know, it only rotates once every 30 days. So if I was on the moon, I could see the Earth rotate 3 times in one day, right? Right? Isn't that kind of how the math works? Where if I was on a stationary object, right, that only rotated once every 30
No.
days. Okay, well, I
Crazy
would
countries,
still see
no. That
rotation.
cannot happen like that.
Okay,
What are you talking about? If you're on the ISS,
No,
you can
not
watch
the
the Earth
ISS. Okay,
rotate
Kosho, we're on
16
the moon
times.
now. Kosho, we're on
Yeah,
the
if you're
moon.
on the moon, you're gonna watch the Earth
Kosho.
rotate once. You're gonna watch the Earth rotate once every 29 days. That's what you're gonna witness from the moon.
The Earth rotate once every 29 days. Wouldn't you just watch the Earth rotating daily?
What did I say that?
You said every 29 days. From the Earth, we would watch the moon rotate every
It would
29
take
days.
like 9 hours.
Hey,
for
you're
us
right
to
about
see
that. Yeah,
rotation.
sorry about that. Actually, I was wrong about that. That's true.
No, Kosho, you're partly right. You're talking about the cycle that it takes from, like, let's say you were, in theory, on a moon out in a heliocentric thing. And let's say you're on the face of the moon, the part that's facing the Earth. Then, yeah, the Earth would be directly above you. It would be at like high noon, right above you. And it would be 4 times the size that the moon is to us from Earth in their model. It'd be 4 times larger. So it'd be like the way the moon looks, but then imagine that times 4. And then that would basically, then when you're looking at the Earth, you would see it rotating every day. But the 29-day part, Kocho, is like if you were looking right at, let's say, Europe from the moon at the beginning, then at the same time of the night, it will take 29 days for Europe to come back to position again at that time, at that same time. Because that's how long it takes to move through the entire zodiac.
I'm sorry.
In one lunar month, as it were.
I might take a picture to show you. So go ahead, man.
Oh,
I got to clean the pubes out of this vacuum cleaner right now. It's my girlfriend's hair. I ripped it all out and put it on the floor. It looks like my floor has pubes now. Blonde
Well, Coach,
pubes
what
all
if
over the
like one of the
floor.
final like lessons in life is that you have to be able to pick hair out of a vacuum cleaner and pay attention to a very deep discussion at the same time? What if that's like the
Hey,
ultimate
well, asshole.
final stage of the game, dude? You have an opportunity right
I
now
got
to
news
get
for
to
you,
that
dude.
level.
I did both. I did both, Gio. Okay? I did both. So
Then
here's the
I'm
point.
expecting a top level response right now. Then that is that it's going to blow my mind.
Absolutely. That's the only thing I would expect too. So
I'm
it's
just
perfect
kidding.
that you expected. Let's just listen. Hold on. Say the last word you said before that. Before that. The last, only one word. The very last word you said way before that. Any
Last
word, Gio.
word.
Come on. The last word that you said, just so I can respond to you. I said, I gotta respond. I said, no, the very last word you said was. I remember what you were saying.
About the moon's orbit thing, moon cycle.
Yes. The moon's orbit. That's right.
Because it goes around the Earth every
Moon's
day,
orbit.
but the moon's orbit. Yeah, but for it to come back to
That's
the sun,
right.
it
Thank
starts
you.
in the zodiac, which would then be related to the ground and the fixed star positions.
You're a genius. You're a genius. I thank you so much. That's exactly what we were saying. What you were saying. And right. So from the moon, if looking at the Earth, right? Actually, it is true. On top of my head, I'm not very good at math, but I do know the equation would be something along the lines of 3 divided by 23. 3 divided by 24 times 100 or something like that. Something stupid like that. And what I would tell you is how far the Earth would rotate in 24 hours. Because it wouldn't fully rotate once in 24 hours. It would be something slower than that. It'd be 3% slower every day. And so at every 28 days, it'd actually rotate 29 times instead of 28 times. If that makes sense.
Gio, I want to
Right,
talk
though.
softly while Kosho is still thinking. Right. So if you're on the moon
Go ahead,
itself,
asshole,
right?
please.
If you're on the moon itself, right, and you're watching the Earth, like you're on the moon, like Neil Armstrong, all the guys there. The Earth would rotate much faster than you are, obviously, right? I mean, that's kind of the thing. So we don't need to get into the math, Kosho, is what I'm saying. But there was no pictures of this rotation of the Earth, right? So let's just say they were on the Earth for on the moon for 9 hours, right? Let's just say they're on the moon for 9 hours. They took one picture. They didn't take a picture when they left, and we're just wondering why not. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Gee whiz. Gee whiz. The Earth should have rotated in 9 hours. I mean, gee whiz.
But even if that rotation should take 24 hours, let's just say it does. I haven't done the math of what you were talking about, so I'm not saying that you're wrong. But even if it is rotating every 24 hours, even from the moon, we're going to see that if a camera's put there. And it's not about, hey,
Exactly.
NASA doesn't have to shut up the stupid flat earthers. And it's like, well, no, why doesn't NASA just provide something to the world? This is something that it would be groundbreaking and just be insane. A camera pointed straight at the
Awesome.
Earth from the moon. There would, like Jaron has said,
Let's
Coca-Cola would pay money to advertise on that. So would every other organization. They would make money from having that. Plus, we would see the sun be eclipsed by the Earth. How that would be some of
change
the
the
most
tune.
amazing footage ever.
Yeah, that would be available
Let's
if it
change
was
the
real.
tune just slightly.
If it was-
Go ahead, Gio.
That would be standard. If this thing was real, that would be standard footage that we'd have right now. 100,000,000%.
You would think
Let me
so,
ask
wouldn't
my
you?
friend. Let me ask my friend Plain. Plain, let me ask you,
Yeah, bro.
please, because let's say you seem like the guy that we would ask. Okay, let's say that were the goal. Let's say NASA and the federal government are talking to flat earthers. You're the liaison. And they say, flat reality, or I'm sorry, plain reality. What is the test? Like, what should we do? What were the things that you would say they should do? Like, what is the one thing that you would say they would do? So it's like if there was like create a thing on the moon or create something somewhere else. Like, what's the one thing that you think that they should do in the sky to kind of just like answer the question for everybody?
Well, I guess if they did have a camera on the moon and allowed people, or like did allow in some way people to see and go, okay, zoom in, and if they're zooming in, we can see the exact clouds at the exact moment in a certain area. Because obviously cameras have good zoom powers, right? I mean, I have 3 P1000s; they have amazing zoom power. So why couldn't we put something like that with good zoom capability on the moon, and we would be able to zoom into the Earth? We're not going to be able to see people reading a book or anything, but we'd be able to zoom into the Earth. All right? It would be hard if it's running 24/7 and it just kept going. There's no way we could sit there and say to ourselves, "Oh, they're faking everything." Like that would be near impossible for them to fake 24/7 footage of the Earth rotating from the moon and see like that would be the ultimate.
But they
Obviously,
have
that would end it in moments.
Let me tell you something. You won't believe me.
They don't
Or
have
maybe
it,
2
Coach
cameras.
They don't
Listen,
have it.
Face One. You still live in Texas? You still live in Texas?
I'm still here right next to you. Exactly.
Good man. That's a good man.
Mhm.
Now listen to me. What are you saying? Give me a second. Let me take my glove off.
I'll meet you in Dallas. We'll go to a bar, do whatever, go to
I'll
a
say
coffee
you.
shop.
Yeah.
Okay.
What was Plane just saying? Doesn't respond to Plane. It's gonna be
At the camera.
very good.
Why don't
So
we
you're
have
saying
a
that they actually have a
24-hour?
camera? Sorry, you can repeat it.
No.
Please
Okay. Why don't we have?
don't let Face One. Don't let Face One go. What were you saying? So saying? Go ahead.
No, well, at the end of the day, it's like, well, I mean, if they have, let's just say they do have that, and it's a secret thing that they have. Why aren't they just showing everyone? Like, I mean, what footage do they have 24/7 from the moon? I mean, that's obviously not something that
That's
anyone's
what it
going to
was.
see. If
That's
that's
what it
the
was.
case.
That's what I was saying. Thank you.
Yeah, go.
So
No.
okay. So there's two things. There's there's the Himawari, which is a Japanese camera. It takes a picture every 10 minutes, but it does it from 22,000 miles away or something like that. So it gets a whole picture of that side of the Earth, Japan.
Also, the Himalaya
Um,
is 1,000,000 miles away. A million.
no. See,
What
that's thank you. Thanks for the opener, Face One. But that's my next point.
The
Is that
ISS is
the
240,000
no,
miles away.
hold on,
Everyone's saying
sir,
yes. I mean, come on.
sir,
I think it's
sir.
the Epic camera.
Check this
Epic
out.
camera's 1,000,000 miles away. The
Thank
Himalaya
you,
is about
sir.
what,
Plane
10,000
knows what he's
thousand?
talking about.
Okay, I could be wrong.
Plane knows what he's talking about. The Epic Discover, the Discover, and the Discover is 1,000,000 miles away, 4 times further than the moon. Plane, that's correct. Face One, get your facts mixed up, okay? So don't correct me.
I just throw in, I don't believe it's 1,000,000 miles away, but that's what they say.
Of course you don't, but I'm saying, of course, that's what they say, and that's also my point.
ISS.
Is that what is so your requirement a minute ago, Plane, about having live footage from the moon, and this and that? Why don't you include the Epic Discoverer's footage to be in the same regard? Because it does take pictures of the Earth rotating and all that.
Because that footage can be easily faked. I mean, it's been shown the green pixelation around the moon from the footage that they have from the Epic, from that footage from the Epic Discoverer. So, I mean, obviously we've got to, excuse me, sorry. We've got to hold that. We can't hold that with great weight when there is evidence to show that maybe that could be doctored, and that could easily be doctored, same as the Himawari. They say they take a photo every 10 minutes, but they don't release it every 10 minutes. Sometimes it can take half an hour, sometimes it can take 50 minutes, sometimes it takes 20 minutes. So they don't release them all straight away. We know that they have all of the data necessary to be able to create the clouds and put the clouds on there. That was all shown by Paul on the plane. And I'd actually gone on and done that myself. And since then, they've taken those parts of the servers down, so you can't get to those same files anymore. So, you know, when they're basically hiding the files from Himawari now, after Flat Earthers point out, well, have a look, go here, do this, do this, do this, and this is how they're faking it. And then they take those parts of the servers down. Doesn't that make you question things? At least go, why would they now hide that information?
To be honest with you, I'm on your page with that thing, dude. That makes a lot of sense, to be honest. Paul on the Plane, you said showed that? I thought that was somebody else. Was Paul on the Plane? Oh,
Yeah, it was Paul on the Plane. Paul on the Plane showed the Himawari and that they were using Doppler radar to get the cloud thing, that they were just using the standard blue marble to get the actual Earth itself, and going into different servers from the Himawari.
Witsit uses that argument too. Yeah, Witsit's got a very similar argument. He says something like that. I was interesting. The Himawari uses the. Oh, it came from Paul on the Plane. Okay.
Yeah. Paul on the Plane is the one that actually showed that. So when that actually happened, I sort of jumped on and I did what he said to do, and you know, it was all there at the time. But now those same servers aren't there. I haven't checked it, but so from what I've been told and from what I've seen, people have shown that those servers are now no longer there. You can't go in there to get all their cloud data and everything for each day. You can't go in there and get to the actual data anymore. But so you just gotta say to yourself, well, why, when flat earthers keep pointing these things out, do they then all of a sudden get rid of it? You know, same as like the null school. Why all of a sudden, when Jaron and everyone started going into nullschool.com and showing how that the flat earth map on nullschool.com seems to make the most sense, so then they get rid of the flat earth map. So you can't go on there anymore.
This brings me back to what I've been saying all night, though. What if the tables were turned? And what if, let's say, it was the other way around, and I was right, you were wrong, let's just say. What would null school's role? Because that's always bothered me. Like, null school, it did kind of change that effect. Although you can go back and you look at the, you can look at the, what's it called? The shit where you go back, the Wayback Machine. You can look and you can see that it actually was different back in the day. You can use that version of it. And they say, oh, yeah, we changed it for this reason. It is odd that they changed it. You know what I mean? Especially at a time like that. Yeah.
I've got an actual genuine question, Kosho, for you, because I was wondering this the other day. You know those like deep field is it the Hubble that does that? I'm not even sure. I think it's the Hubble, right? The telescope. Hello? Kosho, you still picking up the
One more
pubes?
time. My girlfriend's asking about the vacuum cleaner again. Go ahead.
I'm doubting this girlfriend. I'm just going to tell you that as well, FYI.
All right.
I'd like to hear a voice, but anyway, never mind.
I'm cleaning
I doubt
right
everything that
now.
comes out of your mouth, just FYI. But how do they take these deep? Because it's a long exposure.
Hello, everybody.
Hi. It's falling around the Earth, and they're taking this long exposure in this one spot. How do they do that?
We thought. Oh, you're talking about?
I mean, look, I'm no expert in optics or photography or anything like that, but doesn't that go against everything we know about photography?
But how does what do?
Are you
what?
talking about the Himawari, or are you talking about the Epic Discovery?
These deep field images where they focus it on one spot in space from a telescope.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Why does that go against what you say in photography?
Well, because it's hurtling around the Earth, isn't it?
No, dude. So if you're talking about the Hubble in a deep, like the Hubble deep field, what it does is it fixates on a single position in the sky constantly and takes a long exposure shot of it, like you just said.
Yeah, how does it do that if it's hurtling, though, if it's moving at this incredible speed?
Oh, I understand what you're saying now. I understand what you're saying. Right.
I mean, it doesn't seem to make any sense to me. I don't know. But maybe I'm just being an idiot.
No, you're not. That's actually a good question. I'll tell you this much. you wouldn't be able to take a long exposure shot of Pluto or Jupiter or Venus or Mars because it's too close. What they're doing is they're taking long exposure shots of objects that are so incredibly far away that for the time that they're looking at those things, the position is not going to change at all. They're talking about things outside our galaxy. So if you're talking about the relationship between things within our galaxy, they can change within 100 years or within a year, whatever. If you're looking at things inside of another galaxy, outside of our galaxy, or like just galaxies away from us, they're so far away that throughout the scale that we're going to be looking at it or taking a long exposure shot, they're not going to change in relationship to each other. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that's right. I imagine that'd be your answer.
Can I just ask then, Kosho, with something like when they supposedly got the image of a black hole, I mean, that thing was 50 million. No, sorry, wasn't that 1.5 billion? No, that's the gravitational waves. I think the photo of the black hole was 50 million light years away, which is 50 million times, almost 6 trillion miles. I mean, if they're off by, if it just somewhere they're off by 0.0000001 of a degree, they'd have to be missing it by a billion miles. How could they keep it focused on that one point and never deviate? I
Honestly,
find
I'm not
that
an
hard
expert.
to believe.
First of all, one of those pictures were a galaxy that far away. I think so. But one was, as I remember, Sagittarius A, which is the black hole in the middle of our galaxy. So regardless which one ever they used, um, yeah, I mean, I couldn't tell you how they were able to focus it. I do know they use something called like they use like what do they call that? Interferometry. So it's the same kind of the same sort of interferometry that those LIGO uses, right? But they use like interferometry throughout the entire planet. So they'll look at something from a distance that far away, and it gives you a more accurate picture of what's occurring. But I just gotta say, I'm not an expert on those images, so or how they were taken. It's actually it was. I know that the black hole picture, that was the most data that was ever collected for any picture ever in history. So there's no picture ever that has more data than that single picture. I hope that's your question.
So, Kosho, we were asking earlier, I was just going to say to you, like, when it comes to sort of evidence of the curve, now, if we take my thing as an example of where I now have hundreds of days of examples of filming the exact same things, and the only time that it ever gets even anywhere close to matching the globe is on the clearly highest of the refraction days where we have a really high inferior mirage or something like that. But then when we have the days where the ocean is dead flat, is when we see the furthest. And like, so just 2 days ago, I had my camera at 6 inches high and I could see a shore break at 15 miles away. And the shore break is at most 4 meters high, so 13 feet. I had the camera 6 inches high. There was meant to be well over 100 feet of curve from that. Now I do that consistently. It's not a rare occurrence. Any single day that the ocean is dead flat without an inferior mirage, I will see that. It's not always 6 inches I'll see the shore break, but maybe only like 2 feet I'll see that shore break. And that seems to be the actual consistent measurement that's made. And any time that that's not made is normally because of an inferior mirage, or maybe the waves are just a little bit too high. So from low, it won't be seen. So therefore then, if that seems to be the norm, then where are we going to pick up this curve when looking over water?
Well, that's the question is, that's what makes this interesting sometimes, is that if you use that kind of evidence, we both could use that kind of evidence and prove the opposite thing. I could prove to you it's a globe using that same level of evidence, or that same type of evidence, even, right? Um, it's the for some reason things of that nature, like things when it comes to refraction and observations of the horizon and things like that. If we use this, we can come to either conclusion, and that tells me not that it's one way or the other, but that tool is not a useful tool to determine what the case. You know what I mean? To determine whether it's a sphere or a globe, we shouldn't be using this as a tool because it can tell us either thing. Is what my opinion is.
And then in that example, then on the globe side, we have nothing but people continuously posting pictures of a ship halfway missing below the horizon and going Earth curve. And then when they get challenged on, well, how far away is that? How high is the observer? They just go, it doesn't matter because it's halfway below the horizon. But whereas that people have
They
heard
could
you
be
mention
wrong.
here. Yeah,
In that
well,
instance, they can be wrong, and they sometimes are wrong. Absolutely, it's just it's a question of the size of the ship, and that's what I mean. Though, is like it becomes a thing of where you have to look at the details closer, and so it's like you those things alone aren't enough to make a distinction because it could go either way if the details are right. Like if the
so
whatever the
just as an
case. So
example, we have Zanuck on here continuously posting this picture of a plane, and the plane is covered by an inferior mirage, and he's going, oh, this is just 6 miles away, and he said he took it from the beach. Now, as an example, let's just say his camera was 5 foot high. Well, 5 feet high at 6 miles away, there should only be 4 feet of curve according to the metabunk, including standard refraction. But yet that plane is blocked almost way up to the tail, almost halfway up the actual body of the plane. Well, that's clearly more than 4 feet. So obviously, it's not Earth curve that's causing that. There's something else going on, and refraction is causing that, obviously, to create more of about a 25-foot height hidden underneath the mirror line. But yet, it's getting used as an example of Earth curve. But how can it be Earth curve if there should only be 4 feet of curve? See, this is the dishonesty in it. Right? The dishonesty is that anything that shows something below the horizon, instantly anyone, maybe not anyone, but 99% of people on the globe side will go, that's clearly showing Earth curve. And then when questioned upon it, they just go, doesn't matter. All those things don't matter because that's below the horizon. So obviously the only answer is Earth curve.
yeah, well, to be honest with you, dude, you guys don't have a lot of alternatives, but I'm open to them. So I mean, if somebody had a better alternative that made more sense, I think that's why people, even in the case that you're talking about, where it's like the globe doesn't make sense, it still makes more sense than most other things, than any other thing. Is what I'm saying. So, here, hold on, I'm sorry, hold on. Good.
Sorry, I'm eating. Someone else jump in. Excuse me. So over the past, I don't know, week or so, there's been a stack of globes, 4 or 5 of them in the text chat, talking about these things. So I've challenged them to go over my information, and I'll demonstrate to them that the horizon has nothing to do with Earth curve, that seeing a boat being hidden by the horizon has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth. And I've challenged them to come on, get off of get off of the text, come onto the voice, we'll go over all of the information, and if I'm wrong about what I'm saying, then they can prove it. And, then I'll just have to shut the F up. Now, every single one of them backs down. They all go, yeah, no worries. And then when we start trying to, nut out what's going to happen and how we're going to go about it, they all back down. None of them want to come on and have a look at the information. So they're all happy to sit there and talk on the chat in text, but none of them want to actually come on, and it doesn't have to be a debate. It can just be like, okay, explain this. Here's one picture, here's another picture, here's another picture. 6 pictures of the same ship on different days, hidden by different amounts of the horizon. Clearly, that has nothing to do with the Earth curvature. And I have hundreds of these observations.
In which they'll have no rebuttal for. So that would be quite a moment for them.
Yeah, well, I think that's why they keep backing up, because obviously when you, even if there is the Earth curving, right? So even if that is happening, what my footage, along with virtually every other person out there who's shown stuff, BMLS 69 has amazing footage, The Plain Truth, amazing footage, Wide Awake, amazing footage. It's all been shown by everyone. So it's like it's undeniable that the horizon has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth. Even if there is a curvature of the Earth, the horizon has nothing to do with it. You can't have a horizon one day at 4 miles away, and then from a certain observer height, and then the next day appearing to be more than 12 or 13 miles away, if it has anything to do with Earth curve. All right, it's purely an optical effect. And we've shown that with Skunk Bay. We've shown it with so many different things. It's just insane how we're still even discussing this. It shouldn't even be a discussion anymore. Boats over the horizon should never even be pointed at anymore as proof of the Earth curving.
Well, it'd be great to see if you want to do a presentation here, yeah, because we could record it, like make it its own video, So if it was like an hour or an hour or two, that would be its own video that you could then be able to share with even more people. So yeah, if you ever want to do a presentation, just let us know. That'd be great to see that and get it all recorded and get that down. Because yeah, I'd love to see all of your footage and analysis. Because yeah, when it's broken down, there is no indication of any actual physical geometry that's part of the entire equation that involves what the globe should be. It just is the actual effects over the planar surface, and everything shrinks in angular size at a consistent rate in a planar geometry as well. So yeah, there's several things about like the actual timing and spacing of how everything moves that shows that it's not making that actual arc of what a sphere would require, and that it's all happening within a planar surface, within actual planar geometry, and then the refractive effects are amongst that planar geometry, are a part of it. Like the interface between is the refractive effects, but even in the refractive effects, it still shows the actual like planar core geometry is consistent.
Yeah, and from what I've been doing, it's just like I just find it hard now that I could never. It's not that I could never go back to the globe, but it's so hard to just think of it in that way when I now have gone out and proven to myself that all these things that we were told, a boat over the horizon proves that the Earth's curving, and like I have 100% definitive proof that that's not true. Well, that's not the only truth, I should say, because obviously it could be true, but that's not the only truth. And yeah, I'm happy to present it all, but I'm out filming every day. I've probably been talking on here far too much and haven't been doing enough of the screenshots. I just got the shits up a week ago when I was talking with a couple of them on the text chat, and then they went, "Oh, well, you're just getting your information wrong." And I was like, "Well, screw you. Come on, let's talk about it. Get off of the voice chat and let's jump on." So I was just like, "I'll show my information right now," but I still got technically more that I need to do to make it even more definitive. So, and then like let's say my observation the other day is seeing the shore break from 6 inches. Obviously, I want to put that one in there, but I don't just put the ones in that are showing, that we see too far. I've got a whole stack of them showing like, okay, now we can't see anything at all because there's too much haze, and now we've got a clear horizon line, but we have 100 foot of something blocked from like, so that same area from even 20 feet high, I can show that entire section completely blocked by a clear horizon line where the horizon is showing from 6 inches high, I've got footage of the shore break, and then from 20 feet high, I've got footage of a clear horizon blocking 100 feet. That's a massive swing.
Yeah.
It's huge.
And Mick, have you ever shown this to quote unquote your neighbors, or just trying to maybe show it on this channel or other channels?
I mean, I've posted some of my screenshots and stuff, but like, the unfortunate thing is that this is why it's kind of got to be a presentation more, because I can just post a screenshot and it's not necessarily going to be 100% understood.
Have you ever tried to show it to your neighbors who see the same thing but don't know what they're seeing? Right?
No, but there's certain people that I see when I'm down at the beach, and I do talk to them, and I do show them things and that, and most people go down that same avenue of like, a lot of people get to the point that when you show them stuff like that, they just go, "Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Right. It's above my pay grade. I don't
It's
know."
the end of the road, exactly.
You show
And they
them
don't
something.
even inquire further, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah. So like I've shown plenty of people the actual footage. I'm like, see this? This is a camera height of 6 inches. See that thing way down there? That should be under more than 100 feet of curve, but we can see it. And then I'll go, and now see this day. Have a look on this day. This day from 20 feet high, that entire area is completely underwater.
It's gone. It's gone.
It's just not. It's not there at all. It's just completely gone. Like
Can't see it.
there's some houses in that area where the land is, and those houses are at 100 foot above sea level.
Mm-hmm.
And like I just said, there's days where I can be 20 foot high, and those houses are like, the water level is at the base of those houses.
I think this is kind of one of the points of the argument, real quick, of the flat Earth, right? Which I do not do what you do. I do not do it. I applaud you for going out there doing it. But the same thing is like when you do what you do and you walk up to your next buddy, some guy walking to the beach, right, is very friendly, right? Like, hey, what's up, right? You always wave, right? You wave at him. Like, hey, come look at this. But once you tell them what you're looking at, whoa, it's, totally different, right? They can't
sometimes you get
accept
really.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, sometimes you get really inquisitive people, and other times you just get people who just go, "Oh, yeah, that's weird," and they just want to walk away, They don't want to know about it.
Yeah. And so that is kind of the idea of reality, right? Is people are trapped in a reality that they love to be in. They don't want to look at it, and that goes across all scales, I do believe, like through governments. Like, okay, yep, we're trapped here. Okay, yep, we got to pay taxes. We got to do this. We got to do that. It just goes to the whole scale. And those people, bless their hearts, right? They're having fun with their family at the beach. Okay, so you can't blame them, so.
Oh yeah, I generally don't flat smack people at all when I'm at the beach filming. Like it's just sometimes people come up to me and they say, "What are you doing?" And sometimes I don't even say anything. I just go, "I'm just filming the land and stuff." They're like, "Oh, I see you here all the time." And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm just doing it for this and that." And I don't even mention flat Earth to them because You know, so there's no point when they've just come up to say hi to me, and then what am I going to do? Like flat smack them now? Like, you know, it's. I just like
Break
to,
their
you know, maybe I'll build a
paradigm in front
rapport.
of their children, right? You know, like no,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
we're not gonna do that. Not today.
Nah, dude, the
Not
best thing to
today.
do is like act like they don't, like they're not gonna want to know what you're doing. Just be like, oh, I'm just doing this. You really wouldn't be interested in it, you know? And then just watch them just gain more and more interest. You ever notice that with things when people when they can't have or they can't have the information or the knowledge of whatever you're doing, like if you act like
There's always a drive to know more, of course.
yeah, right?
Yep.
So, yo, any of you guys gonna be in the path of the eclipse coming up?
I'm not, but I just want to go back to what was your name, sir?
Yeah, you are, dude. It's in Texas.
Oh well, I might be, but I'm like I just said, Gio. I don't have cameras. I don't have anything. I mean, I'll visualize it visually, right? You know, I'll put my welding helmet on and see it, but you know, I'm not a guy like you or the guy talking or the other guy talking. You know, where they actually do, you know, video cameras of like, you know, how this happens, right?
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna film